Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Lane by Lane. Raz is out, as you can see, so I, James Patterson, will be your host today. Worry not, he'll be back next week. But for now, I am the keeper of all things, the points that don't matter. Let's meet our guest today. Today, competing on the show, we have Emily Rand. We have three-time champion Hi Lamb. Somebody's got to do something about that. And Azael, my friend, welcome back to the show. How are you feeling today, Azael?
I'm feeling good. I mean, we all know Hi paid off Raz.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he got to you or not, so we'll see if this win streak continues.
I can assure you with no tampering has occurred. No tampering. Hi, how confident are you feeling? You've been running the table here on this show. You think you can do it again?
Honestly, I would have lost if it was just no points from the fans, but the fans really keep giving me points. So if you guys want, apparently I have to keep coming back on the show if I win. So fans vote for anyone but me.
Well, so here's the thing:
No.
the fans do get a say, but I get to say how much value their input is worth, and so maybe I'll be a little different than Raz.
Okay.
Emily, somebody has to bring Hi down. You think you're the person to do it?
I'm going into this with the same amount of confidence I have in everything else, which is I have no confidence in myself whatsoever.
Come on,
Well,
come
now
on.
Emily has to win. We gotta see if we can get Emily the
All
dub
right,
today.
here you go, Emily. Let me boost that confidence. I'll give you 100 points as a kickoff
God.
to it all. We're gonna dive straight in. Let's go with topic number one. This is, who is the best top laner in the LCS right now?
Licorice. After last weekend, I'm going Licorice. He was incredible. I'm just saying, based on this, is time with Golden Guardians. We're saying Golden Guardians Licorice. I'm not talking about FlyQuest Licorice.
Who's that
guy? But Golden Guardians Licorice, solo killed Someday twice. Solo killed Huni, was incredible on the Mundo. Even in a loss, was really, really good. Across the whole weekend, it was so impressive from him. It's so nice to see him back in form. Really haven't seen him playing this well since his time with Cloud9, even won Player of the Week.
Zale, that's an awfully small sample size of 3 games. You know who's been killing it? And someone who I actually personally have had to eat my words because I rated him 9th last split in our top lane tier list thing. I'm going with Fudge. He's been the most consistent player on C9 as they've really kind of struggled since they came back from MSI compared to expectations and compared to what we know he's capable of. I think Fudge has been like remarkably consistent. He is a rock for this team right now. He's playing so well. He's insane. He's improved so much. I'm like happy to eat my words on what I said in Sprite.
All right, Hi, give me that championship answer.
You know, I'm not sure if they're just avoiding the obvious answer for whatever reason, but I don't even have to say his name. They already both know who I'm talking about. Even though he's only played like 4 games, the best top laner in the LCS is Alfari. He's the only top laner that has done a Flame Horizon this entire split. He's the only top laner that has more than first stats in over 5 categories. Even though he got benched, he still holds the record for most stats and everywhere. Not only that, he held the stats previous split, and there's no contest. At the very least, he's the best mechanical top laner in lane. Maybe elsewhere, maybe not, but lane phase for sure.
All right, going with the guy who's barely played at all this split, but I like it. You can't argue with his raw talent. Let's move on to topic number 2. This one is, what is the best ARAM champion? I expect big points coming out of Azael for this one.
I'm going Jinx. Jinx is overpowered on ARAM, man. ARAM is no ADC, no win. Jinx is incredible. You get the resets. There's so many brawls. You have the range. You have the damage to be able to carry. I think this champion is absolutely a monster in ARAM. And I know when I play ARAM, I'm always rerolling for marksman. Jinx is right at the top of the list.
Okay. Hi, what are you thinking here?
Okay. I don't know about y'all, but Kayn is disgustingly broken on ARAM. He has so much healing there. Yeah, have you ever played versus a good Kayn on ARAM?
Probably not, because I don't feel like it's a very good champion.
MMR is too high, but when I play Kayn, he is impossible to play versus because he just either one-shots everyone on the enemy team, or he's unkillable. Because he gets too many items too quickly, it becomes a juggernaut.
I didn't like the answer, and Hi took a shot at my elo, so that's a loss of points right there. Emily, what do you got for me in ARAM?
In my personal experience, which is obviously a lower elo than Hi, I'd either go a marksman, but you know, Azael already chose Jinx. I'm a marksman player.
There's still a better one out there.
I also love playing Lux in ARAMs, actually. I feel like her utility is always super useful. You go full AP and just blast the shit out of people.
But hold up,
like,
they gave her like a 30% damage nerf on ARAM.
Oh, that's true. Hey, I still do well, so I'm
Chippy
just
got
sad.
buffed on ARAM. She got nerfed. What is
You know
this?
who's actually OP because of all of it is Akali. Man, Akali is nutty.
Akali is definitely broken. Takes like 20% less damage and deals 20% more damage. Actually, all the assassins are broken. There's a lot of broken stuff on
You know,
ARAM.
Azael,
Kayn's an assassin. Come on,
Azael,
guys.
I'm only a little mad that you chose Jinx and not my girl Ashe after you were the person who taught me the Ashe build.
The Imperial Mandate Ashe build is pretty broken too. I think Varus is really good. Sivir is really good. There's a lot of broken marksmen in ARAM, let's be honest.
The 2-second W spam on Imperial Mandate Ashe is just disgusting.
Kayn.
Kayn. I don't accept that. That's such a crappy answer. All right, topic number 3. What has been the best roster change in the LCS since the end of spring? We're going all the way back to spring. It's pretty much every team you can choose from.
I mean, it has to be Abaddonga, right?
Okay.
Like, I feel like obviously you can go with Fly. You can go with the more recent ones. You can go with Fly. The entire FlyQuest roster is immediately something that pops to mind. But Abaddonga is like, they already had the skeleton of this really good team. They added a super consistent and super flexible mid laner to that. Like, theoretically, all of the problems that 100 Thieves had in adapting to patch changes in spring should not happen in summer. It hasn't happened thus far in summer, in my opinion, despite the fact they had a down week last week. I think Abaddonga has performed remarkably well for this team, and this is what's going to make this team a potential championship contender.
I mean, she's making some good points. You know, 100 Thieves aren't a bad team, but FlyQuest Academy is undefeated. 100% win rate straight to Worlds, baby. We're going for it.
I loved it, dude. They called it from the beginning. They said, we're going 3-0. We're going to Worlds. I'm holding them to their word, and I hope to see them there.
Who needs sample size? All my answers are just
You're going with like the lowest sample size.
and it was really good.
Azael's answers today are all about crunch that sample size down.
Quality over quantity.
Yeah, exactly,
you know?
exactly. Mess with the stats, mess with the data sets. All right, Hi, talk to me.
Well, they kind of stole like the best answers for stats, so I'm gonna have to go out a little bit out of my way. I personally like entertainment. I watch LCS for
I
fun,
like entertainment
among
too.
many other things. And I personally liked the drama that revolved Dardoch's benching.
Ooh.
I don't necessarily think
The best move is benching Dardoch.
Oh my god!
That was some good entertainment.
Wow.
The drama kept the fire alive in LCS. I am here for the fighting.
I
know?
love it.
And that was pretty good.
Thank you
drama.
very much,
Okay.
Hive. Thank you for bringing some drama into our lives
Fair.
here with that answer. All right, this next one is our power-up question. So the winner of this will then have the power-up for the following round. Also a reminder to all of you in the audience, make sure you're spamming in chat who you think is the winner of this as we go along, and we'll check back in with what you think throughout. Okay, so this week's power-up is called Pick a Card. The winner of this is going to have the option to pick between some certain categories, but first, the question. The question is, what's the best ultimate spellbook combo? Have you guys even played with that yet?
Oh, yes, I've been playing a lot. First of all,
I've
it's just
not.
Cho'Gath in anything. Cho'Gath Ultimate is actually so broken. I want to tell you about a combo that I played against. I played against a Zed with Cho'Gath Ultimate. This guy was not hitting a single spell
Oh, he
on
just
me.
ults and
He
then-
just ults you, and then Cho'Gath ults you, and then that damage gets amped by Deathmark, and you die. He doesn't
Oh
even have the
my
hidden
God.
ability. It's so broken.
That's ridiculous. I didn't even think about it that way. Fantastic answer. All right, Emily High, who wants the next crack at this?
I mean, I'm gonna int this because I have not played it at all, and I have not looked at
Theory
it
craft!
because
Theory craft!
I spend way too much time watching League of Legends.
Well, then you've seen all of the champions and their abilities. Which two would be OP?
Oh god, how I go first? I'm just gonna int. I'm like
Alright.
sprinting it right now.
I'll give you some time to
I
think.
also haven't played Ultimate Spellbook. I've only played solo queue recently, actually. So I don't know if this is a combo. I'm gonna choose Malzahar with Ashe's Ultimate. The problem with Malzahar, generally speaking, is that you either buy QSS against Malzahar or you can't reach him. Ash Arrow fixes both those things. If you don't QSS the Ash Arrow, you still get blasted by the Q and the E. If you do QSS Ash Arrow, you still get the Malzahar ulti after. So it counters the one item that counters Malzahar and allows him to engage from
You know
further
what
away
sucks
without
about
flash.
Marksman with Malzahar Ultimate, though, is you can't auto-attack. You're CCing yourself. You have no dots up.
No, you got it mixed up. Malzahar with Ash's Ultimate.
I love it though. Okay. Okay. Malzahar with Ashes. I love it though. He's
Okay.
going for the toxic
yes.
CC chain, where it's just like, yeah, you get hit with
Yes,
one
yes.
3-second stun, and then you QSS that, and now you're suppressed till the cows come home. All right, Emily, you've had plenty of time to think. What are you going with?
I have no idea. Can you like as Yasuo? Can you use like? Can you basically like knock yourself
You
up
could,
with
you
like
could
a Grog
take,
Assault
sure,
or something?
or Malphite, like whatever
Yeah.
you
Oh
want.
yeah, okay, yeah. So I'll go that like Yasuo with like a Malphite
Okay,
or Grog.
I'm gonna
That'd
take
be
away
pretty
200
cool.
points because you stole
You
my
should.
answer.
Okay.
But now if you can convince me that it's a good answer, I'll give you some points back.
I mean, I obviously can't. I just think it's cool. Like I love Yasuo Gragas comps. Like I love comps that just go all in and like.
You know what? You know why that's a good answer, Dash, and I'll help her
Okay.
out. Because
There
you're
you
gonna
go.
be calling for the junglers when you're mid lane the whole game. They never come. Who needs your jungler? You're the
There you
only
go.
jungler.
Look at that.
Yeah,
You're your
that's
jungler
true.
and you're mid laner. You set yourself up.
My goodness, you're welcome,
Well,
Emily.
the only problem with that is that the Gragas ulti would scale off AP, right? Yasuo doesn't have that, so why not like?
I think they
Lee Sin
scale
ult
off
that
AD
scales
as well.
AE?
Yeah.
They scale off both, I think, in Ultimate Spellbook.
Gragas' ult?
In Ultimate
Yeah.
Spellbook, everything scales up everything else.
Oh, see, that's the
Really?
tech
Yes.
right there. Thank God we have Azale here because
I
the
didn't know that.
three
I
of
know,
us
Azale is like helping
would
me
be
out, I don't
utterly
know why.
clueless about it because I also haven't played it yet.
solo queue. What do you want from
So
me?
I'll just call this out real quick
fun.
because
It's a fun
this
mode.
was a slide that we had on this or that this week, but it actually just gave us two comparisons, and I think Echo plus Skarner ult is pretty sick because you can TP in, you can Skarner ult somebody, and then Echo
that's
ult them
cool.
back to the fountain, and they just insta-die. They literally just dead. You don't have to do anything. Anyway, all right, from here, we're gonna check in with the fan vote, and then we're gonna head to a short break. So let's go ahead and see what everybody at home thinks so far. What's our status? Hi.
Hi.
Oh
Hi.
no, dude.
Hi always has
You're
the
gonna-
will of the
Oh,
people.
guys.
He's never getting out. He's just gonna be returning champion every
me
week.
from the jail lane by
The,
lane.
the audience is just, they're trying to hammer
the
you.
more High doesn't want to win, the more I want.
I
him
know,
to win,
same.
to be
Like
honest.
keep voting for him.
It is.
Let's go High.
It's having
Come
it's
on,
having
fans.
adverse effects. Adverse effects. Well, hi, then I'm gonna see you here every single week if we keep going at
Yeah.
this route. Although Azale has created some massive separation.
I can sprint it. Don't worry.
I believe in you. I believe in you
fix
to do
this.
that. All right, we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll see who is the lucky winner of this week's Power Up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Lane by Lane, where we are currently locked in battle over meaningless points and the right to return next week to defend the title of champion. Current point totals: Emily, 1,900, tied with our defending champion High at 1,900 as well. Azael way out in front right now, 2,800 points. But all of that can change here in the second half of the show. Before this, we had the power-up question. Now we go to the audience to find out who won. Oh, my
I said to
goodness!
vote for High.
Azael! He's unseated High in the power-up pickup.
He can't sprint
So he
it.
gets it. As hard as you might try to sprint it, chat's not gonna let you. So here's how it works. This one is called Pick a Card. Azael, I'm gonna give you 3 categories. You get to pick out of the 3 categories which one we go to, and the question that you receive after that will be related. So your options are LCS Entertainment, LCS Summoners, or LCS Food. What are you going with?
Let's go entertainment.
Entertainment. He's going for
Yeah.
entertainment. I like to be entertained, so this one should be entertaining. LCS Entertainment, which pro would win an LCS foosball tournament? For you youngins out there, that's a game where you play with your hands, and there's little plastic soccer ball men, football men, and you shoot into tiny little goals. So who's gonna win that tournament, Azael?
Let's go Acadian. Acadian seems like a guy who would like to play some foosball, you know? I think he could get in there. He's pretty athletic looking. I feel like it's kind of like one of those.
Acadian plays foosball?
I don't know. I don't think
Does anyone play foosball?
Any of them play
I wanted to to say
soccer instead of actually soccer.
I wanted to say all the boomer pros, but I feel like they've all retired, and so probably no one plays foosball in the LCS.
They don't have fast enough hands. All right, Hi, it sounds like you have an opinion on all of this. So how about you get in here with your pick?
I'm gonna have to choose. Let me see. It's gotta be someone from the Midwest because foosball is definitely like a Midwestern
Is it?
thing. Unfortunately, I don't.
Foosball's like
Today
a
I
college
learned.
thing.
Yeah.
Foosball
everyone's
from
too
the
young.
Midwest.
Isn't it more popular in the
Bar
Midwest?
All of you.
Do people in California know what foosball is?
I know what foosball is. I'm from
People played
California.
foosball where I grew
just
up, too.
asked
I
the
just don't
question,
think
Hi.
it's-
How dare you
Yeah.
insult my knowledge of foosball? I'm terrible at it, but I know it. Who's your pick?
I'm gonna choose a Blaze Olive. I feel like he knows what foosball is. I'm pretty sure he's from the Midwest, and I guarantee you he's very good at it because he is a talented man of many
I'm gonna
traits.
ask him later.
Not
if he is any
lying
good.
about anything
All
I
right,
just
cool.
said.
I like it. Emily, get in here.
This is a very big stretch, but since Blabber used to be like semi-pro in badminton or something, he has to have like really fast wrists,
What?
right?
He was semi-pro in badminton?
Yeah, like he's like actually really good
How
at
did
it.
I miss that?
Yeah, so like I figure, maybe he has like the fast
Yeah.
wrists. He has good hands.
like it.
There we go. My vote's
Flick of the
Blabber.
wrist on the badminton court.
That's what makes you good at foosball, right? I haven't played it since like
Well,
college.
especially too because I think at the high levels of foosball, you're not allowed to do the spin, where you just like spin it.
where you just
and
like
it just
whack it.
Yeah.
Are there high levels of foosball? Actually, that's a stupid question. I'm sure there are.
Don't insult the foosball
Yeah,
community.
spinning the thing is
in
cheating
fact,
technically.
Yeah.
Emily, I'm sorry, I gotta time you out because we don't insult other athletic communities out there and foosball. I'm sure they're all up in arms right now. Okay, next topic. Let's see what we got here. Question number 6. What's the most exciting matchup this weekend? There's a lot of exciting ones. If you saw the LCS promo that came out this week, there's a heck ton of exciting matchups ahead of us that are all definitely League of Legends. But which one is the most exciting to you?
It's actually Dash versus the camera in the promo for this week. Dash versus all the jump cuts.
Yeah.
He's over here. He's over there. He's over here.
Here's my question. Who wins that matchup?
Dash every time, very clearly. You dominated the camera there.
Right there. Okay.
With your eyes,
With
Dash.
my eyes. Gotta stare it down, assert dominance. Hi, Emily, what are you guys thinking?
Actual answer here, if Emily doesn't mind me going first.
No, go
Well,
for
that's
it.
very kind of you. And
All
for
right,
that,
so
I'm going to disallow
on
you from
July-
going first, and I'm going to go to Emily because I like to mess with the flow
All
of
right.
things.
So hear me out. FlyQuest EG. This game has the potential to be like 50, 60 kills. Everyone's just diving everyone. We're trying to split push. We don't execute it well. We miss a fight. We're TPing in to restart the fight. Let's go. I just want to see blood. That is actually the matchup I'm looking forward to the
There
most.
will be blood. All right, Hi, get in here now with whatever your perfect answer
Well,
was
I
going
was
to be.
gonna choose a FlyQuest game, but I'm gonna pivot my answer instead. So I'm gonna go with Golden Guardians versus C9 because we have C9 Licorice versus C9 because it's no longer FlyQuest
Ooh.
Licorice. He's returned to his former glory of C9 Licorice.
He has
So now
ascended.
gets to fight back his team.
Okay, I like it. I like that call. Do you think Licorice has what it takes to take down his replacement in Fudge?
Oh, no way, but he got this overpowered.
All right, for the honesty, I'll give you a few more. All right, next up, topic number 7. What champion could be a true 5-role flex pick? We've seen a number of champions, particularly in this meta, jump
Lee
between
Sin.
a few.
It already is.
Okay.
FBI played it in Marksman. I don't see why you couldn't play it as support. We've seen it top, jungle, mid. Why could you not have a playmaking Lee Sin support as well? That's literally the only place I haven't seen it played in pro. Maybe it already was played in pro and I just missed it. But I mean, this champion is so strong, so flexible. You could even do.
Do you just go Aegis? Like, what are you building?
I could see that. I could see Aegis. I could see Tank. I've even seen people do Shield Max Lee Sin with like Ardent and stuff back when Ardent meta was really popular, and I think it was pretty troll, but there is something to it.
Okay. Well, Lee Sin, it's already most of the way there. Just needs one more roll. What's another pick?
I'm gonna go Viego.
I got it.
Viego.
Oh,
Get
yeah,
in here.
I was gonna say,
Viego.
I feel like you can flex it pretty much anywhere still. I still think his entire kit is overtuned, despite the fact that they keep trying to adjust him. And
Wait.
you know what? Like, I don't know about the Viego support.
That's what I was
going
gonna
to
ask about.
See,
I'm not super
He just
sold
kills
on.
the Leona,
build
and
the
then he
enemy
is a
Just
support.
like, just build it. Yeah, just build it like a top laner or something. You know, like whatever.
Okay, yeah, I'm still wondering about how the Viego support really works, but I like the call out of killing the other support, and you just become them. Hi, what are you thinking?
All right, so it's actually, this answer actually works. Like Azale said, it's been played on all roles. I don't actually think Lee Sin support's actually a thing though, but I'll give it to him. However, Jarvan support is actually a
Jarvan
thing.
support.
When you max the flag and you build AP on him, he actually played in lane, you go area, you max AP,
Yeah.
you destroy them in lane. So that's how your support role is filled. If you go mid lane, you go full lethality, so that you can burst the mages there. If you go AD carry, top, or jungle, you just build bruiser.
Okay.
And that way he's played in all 3 lanes, a 3 different build class, and he's viable in all 5 roles.
I'm giving High some extra points there because he's the person who chose a champion that's barely existent in the meta, but still found a way to make it work across all 5 lanes. This next question is going to be our final question of the show, so I hope y'all are ready for it. Out of the bottom 5 teams, who is definitely making it into playoffs? Obviously, a couple of those teams are already in the playoff picture, but we have a few that are really fighting for control of 8th and maybe even further up. So what are the picks here?
I would say Golden Guardians. They have gotten so much better in summer versus spring. I think that the addition of Licorice has been a big improvement as well. Playoffs is top 8. You've really only got to beat CLG and one other team. Let's be honest here.
This guy was like hardcore fanboying FlyQuest throughout this entire show, and then he's not going to choose FlyQuest and go with Golden Guardians instead. What is this, Azale?
What? He was big on Licorice.
Yeah, we're going on Licorice, but I mean, FlyQuest is a good answer as well, but Golden Guardians have been more consistent over the whole split, if I'm giving a real answer, right? Like, they already have shown that they are actually winning pretty consistently every weekend. Yes, their record in summer is not amazing, but they've improved massively from spring, and I think that they looked even better with Licorice.
All right, High. If he's going for Golden Guardians, who are you going with?
I want to vote for CLG because I like rooting for the underdogs. Realistically speaking, they have the lowest chance.
Yeah, they
but
do.
their name literally implies that they counter logic. So with that logic, it makes sense that they make it in, right?
Okay.
And they recently did a mid lane change, and it's time for Tanner. I don't know about y'all, but Tanner time is a good time.
All right. Citing the mid lane change, the counter logic to the way things are going. Maybe this is the era of CLG's return. Emily, you're the final answer here of the day. Can you make up this ground?
No, but I'm gonna go Immortals because I think they did give themselves enough of like a slight buffer when they got a really hot start initially to summer. Despite the fact that they've still been inconsistent, they still pick drafts that, in my opinion, are rather difficult to execute and are very unapologetic about that when I've talked to them, which I also appreciate. I think they should be consistent enough where I could still see a drop off in FlyQuest after people aren't necessarily surprised or they can't continue to execute at a really high level. I like the Golden Guardians answer too, but I'm gonna stick with mine.
You know
Azale,
what?
she
Wow.
liked your answer.
Thank you. You know, that was a great answer, Emily. And Dash, you know, we've got to take down High. So what I'd like to do, I'd like to give all of my points to Emily.
No, I was gonna give all my points to you.
No, I asked first.
Damn it.
It's allowed. There you go. See?
Wow.
Reminds me
How is
I'm gonna
this
play
happening?
Ask and
Let's go.
you shall
Monopoly
receive.
money under the table.
Look at
What is
that.
this?
Look at that.
I never played
Whoever
Monopoly again
said-
after my friends did
Whoever
that.
said,
Emily is insane in this
oh
game.
my God, Emily, how
got
did you do
stumped.
it? What is going on? Whoever
That was
said,
incredible.
I
Are you
actually
seeing this,
sprinted
Dash?
it.
I mean, look, no one's ever tried just asking, right?
Yeah.
It's a brilliant thing when
It's a
you
bold
when you
move.
communicate with your friends. Azale may have remembered from the olden days that sometimes I'm just a nice guy and sometimes I give you what you want. All right, make sure you vote in chat for the winner. Who knows? Maybe your vote is worth 9,000 points. And
Maybe.
Azale,
I feel like
and
everyone
Azale
is
wins
so
again.
high now.
I could still
Who's
take
to
it.
say?
yeah,
No,
still-
Who's
no,
to
no,
say?
no.
So make sure you're voting in the
Let's go.
chat.
Literal
That
world
way we
champion.
can go ahead and check in and see who ultimately is going to take
Yeah,
it.
they're all voting for high.
I can't be
I
right
love
here.
it.
Oh!
I love
Oh
it.
my goodness, High!
Give me
It's
free-
worth
Twitch chat,
so
do
many
it.
points!
Oh, where's it gonna
Oh
stop?
no!
Where's
Where's it gonna stop? Oh! He has been unseated for the first time since he went on the run. The winner of today's episode of Lane
Congratulations.
by Lane is the
I do not
much
deserve
deserved
this.
Emily Ran. Emily, 15 seconds to gloat. Go for it.
I mean, I fully did not deserve this win, but thank you, Zale. I will try not to sprint it on the solo queue questions. Admittedly, I play a lot of ARAMs, not a lot of SR. I get my SR games in, but I typically just play ARAMs and watch other leagues. So, yeah, in the last few seconds of my time, watch LPL. It's super fun, as is LCS, but, you know.
Emily, get
is,
off
please.
my champion screen! What?
They don't conflict.
We're about to start
They
this
don't
show!
conflict.
Get out of here! I regret everything! All right, congratulations.
You should.
Congratulations once again to Emily Rand, our winner. Now we're throwing it to our final commercial break before Immortals and Cloud9 go head-to-head to kick off our third round robin in the LCS. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. That was brilliant, Azale. Well done. Good teamwork.
Thank you.
Get ready for Week 7 of the LCS. It's kicking off with a test of the Rising Stars Immortals versus the reigning champs Cloud9 in a matchup that can only be described as something that will knock your hats off. Then, watch Dignitas QuantumPay test their shaken-up roster versus the indomitable, the unconquerable Titans of the League. 100 Thieves in another game that experts are calling definitely League of Legends, taking place this weekend. And if you thought that's all the LCS action we had for you, you'd be wrong. So very wrong. Because on Saturday, FlyQuest's new roster locks eyes opposite the maddest lineup of them all, Evil Geniuses, for a matchup that will definitely have a winner and a loser. But hark, the games cannot cease there legally, as Evil Geniuses have yet another bout this weekend, where they face Dignitas QuantumPay, who also sport 3 games of good old homegrown, farm-fresh, mother's-made, locally sourced LCS action. Good golly, Miss Molly, if you even tried to fathom a reality where there weren't more games, I believe your brain would turn to mush as you witnessed upon a dimension that not even Doctor Strange could envision. As TSM and Team Liquid load onto the Rift to break turrets, break nexuses, and break the hearts of fans and foes alike. It's LCS. It's League of Legends. There's so much of it, and you can watch it with your eyes. Welcome to week 7, where if you're watching this, I'm happy you listened. You're watching the LCS.
We haven't cut yet? I thought we had to cut every half second. No, that was legally required.
That was a ton of fun to film. Well, we got Spawn on the desk today, man. How you doing?
I'm actually doing okay. It's good to be back over in Los Angeles. Actually, really nice to be back on set. So many of the shows recently that I had done had all been online with like this weird 2-second delay that we'll try to overcome with Period in a Discord chat. So this is nice.
Now you can just jump on top of people whenever and for the sake of it. But today's first matchup pits Immortals versus Cloud9, and we are straight into Champion Select. Top of the hour. First couple bands already coming through.
And I hope we see C9 bounce back after last week, which was a little disappointing for them. You know, their Summer Split record now at 9-9. A lot of people have been pointing that out in the week off about how this team is really struggling right now, even with Sven coming back into the roster.
Yeah, and I'm also really looking forward to seeing how both these teams approach the new patch, because if you watch Academy this week, a lot of crazy things happening. In fact, Cloud9 Academy played a Zed Taric bottom lane and tried to set up a kill lane. They also died on repeat, so it didn't really work. But there's just lots of interesting things, and like mainly the strength of Aurelia, because if you watched Academy, Aurelia seems to be top tier, lots of teams first picking it. If you watch LEC this morning, not much Aurelia being shown, a couple of 4-5 bans. So I'm interested to see how both these teams approach it, especially given the fact that both these top laners should be able to play Aurelia.
There you go.
Aurelia right there.
I had all my talking points for Aurelia ready to go about becoming a bruiser and the E change. No chance.
And they're picking away the Viego, which I think is smart against IMT specifically. You know that Xerxes plays it. You also know that they're willing to flex at top. We're still going with the Ziggs. Okay.
I'm also surprised at the priority from Immortals out of it, because while it is a good pick and I like it, C9 hasn't shown any proclivity towards it, so it does feel like a surprise takeaway this early.
Yeah, however, if you are going to take it, taking it with consistent AD threat is very important. Now all of a sudden the Aurelia ban makes sense, because Aurelia into Lucian is actually quite a good matchup. You can just chase it all over Summoner's Rift. So I like where Immortals are going with this lane matchup. You can completely ignore Ziggs. It's self-sufficient. Sometimes doesn't even need to support.
Go in lanes,
and they also flex it a little bit. So like, this is a team that I think use it quite well.
All right, so I mean, obviously, these two picks could go wherever they want. They're not necessarily locked into specific lanes, but Mark, would you not, based on the performances of Immortals so far on these two champions, prefer the Ziggs to go to the mid lane?
I don't know. I feel like you could argue that Insanity may be the better Ziggs, but I actually do like what it does for them bot lane more, because I feel like their bot lane has been somewhat inconsistent, and this shores it up and allows Xerxes to mostly play around top side.
Yeah, I actually agree, and I would even push that further to say Insanity is much more comfortable on Ziggs than Raze, but I think the strength that Lucian allows you in the mid lane is just too important to give that champion up and move it.
All right, Callista, Nautilus, the response. We'll close it out with the Leona before we hit that second ban phase.
And when I look at these two comps so far, I'm really favoring Immortals comp, because I think that their comp is way more flexible and has so many strong, like, core picks within it. I especially like Leona on the current patch, because the ability to be able to lock down specific champions. And a lot of people don't want to build Merc trades because there's so many AD bruisers running around. And if you have like a Ziggs bottom lane, top half of the map probably is going to be focused on that AD. So I'm really liking what Immortals does. In saying that, Cloud9's comp, so explosive. As soon as you have something like a Callista, you can heavily play around the dive pressure of this champion. And Cloud9 is one of those teams, as we've seen in the past, if they get rolling, it's really hard to take the lead back off them.
I feel like that's been the story for a lot of this meta, is like, I watch a draft and I'm like, oh, I think this team outdrafted them. They do these things better in team fight situation, but the one team has better early game, and then they're 5,000 gold up with 4 dragons at 25 minutes.
And nothing else matters.
And I'm like, yeah, well, it doesn't really matter how the team fight's supposed to go because you just died.
And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say if you have a better early game and historically you're a better team, it is much easier to win the game. I'm a big fan of picking good early games against teams that are better than you, because reality-wise, in League of Legends, it's not an equal playing field. It starts to tip as the game goes on and the gold lead starts to matter a little bit more.
Yeah, that's why we got you on the desk. When you're good at the game.
I'm just saying, if you're not as good as your opponent, pick stronger early games.
Right.
Yeah, right. You give yourself the best fighting chance to have a gold lead going into the mid to late. Exactly, right. And then you have the agency, or rather the the forgiveness to make a mistake or two, but just out item, out stat your opponents.
So the Diana, if that ends up being locked in, is a little surprising to me. It might be also a bit of a takeaway from C9.
From Blabber,
Because you can still put the Diana in jungle with the solo lanes, but it does mean that the Ziggs is,
Whoa! Lightning fast picks.
All melee dive, baby.
Let's go.
I want to retract my previous statement about liking Immortals comp more.
Yeah?
Yeah, because now they've got, not only have they picked like a weaker early game, they've picked a jungler that technically can't do anything before level 6.
Yeah,
so this is really the sit back and pray methodology of League of Legends, which I'm not a huge fan of. If you're going to pick a weak bottom lane, I would prefer Immortals actually have something like the Lee Sin. Zin's out, obviously banned this time around, but even Volibear to be able to get that early game snowballing. They've gone with something like a set that's a little bit more forgiving, especially if it's in the mid lane, but overall,
Now, the last time they had the Ziggs 80 carry situation, they did pull the 20-second swap, the very last second. So we'll wait to see where this is officially going.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the Diana takeaway makes a lot less sense when you still have a Kali on the table. I miss that not like getting through the bans, because if you're trying to force them into all physical on the top side and kind of pinch them with the Diana takeaway, still having a Kali as a diving AP assassin kind of defeats that purpose.
Yeah, however, she is slightly changed. Like, the priority of Akali in this patch has gone down, I would say significantly. She's a lot clunkier, can't cast a Q during the E, like a little bit of a damage hit there. So I can see why they would think that it wouldn't be as favored.
Well, it's official. The Ziggs is going back to the bot lane. So Mark, your commentary about how maybe it guards against some of the inconsistencies that we have seen from that lane for Immortals, but also then gives Insanity a little bit more agency to make stuff happen early.
Especially with Diana, you don't want to be double magic mid and jungle, so definitely going bot lane after that point.
All right.
They get the prio from Lucian, and hopefully Ziggs will not have a similar start in the last game where the level 1 just decided that entire lane and they got smashed.
So it seems, though, that by the end of Champion Select here, our confidence in the Immortals side of things dwindled pretty quickly.
Yeah, look, I like to keep the oceanic confidence there, but now I'm all in on the fudge train. He's my oceanic.
Oh, wow.
You had it out.
You just my favorite. I got it.
All right, well, champions are locked in, teams are onto the Rift, so that's my cue to hand it over to Flowers and Kobe to talk about some League of Legends.
Thank you very much, Dash. I do so enjoy talking about some League of Legends, especially when I got my good buddy Kobe here next to me, and we are going to be taking y'all through these first 3 games of the day. Now, as the teams are making their way onto the Rift, Mr. Kobe, I do believe you recently won a bet.
Yes, we have the small matter of me and Freak betting on Cloud9 versus Immortals previously. So where is Freak? Pay up, son!
I don't know what's worse. On the one hand, losing a bet to Kobe. On the other, waking up 4 hours early to get face paint for 30 minutes just for this, because I wasn't even going to be casting today. Whatever. All right, listen. Even though I look like Cloud9's biggest fan, it has given me insight into this actual matchup, and it's that I still believe in Immortals. Cloud9, you're going down. You made me look like this by winning last time. Not going to happen again. Let's go, Immortals.
Well, everybody on the desk seemed to be thinking Cloud9 won the draft and they were going to be running away with it, but hey, Freak, ever the contrarian, cheering for Immortals.
That's what I like about Freak. He never gives up. You know, he's just going to double down on his losing bets. I actually want to double or nothing him.
Right here on this one?
I don't know what elevating the face paint to be, the next level for the double
Full body paint.
would be. Yeah, I don't think I want to see that.
He is now a cloud.
Flowers.
Hey, we had to wear those morph suits, those fake morph suits that I still thought were real, by the way, during that 1 April Fool's thing. Can't be worse than that.
Oh, it could be worse if Freak is wearing it. Let's get right into this game, though, because we are on to 11.14 Flowers, and there's some critical changes that do affect this specific draft. mainly Akali. Okay, they took a lot of damage out of the Akali ultimate here. And so when we're used to seeing Cloud9, with perks on Akali like this, there's a lot of power later for the scaling for this champion. It still is that, the weak early game laning for Akali, but you don't have as big of a payoff later with a significant amount of damage taken out of both R1 and mostly R2.
And even with those direct number nerfs, the other thing that's worth pointing out is exactly what we heard Spawn mention on the desk right as we saw the pick get locked in. The inability to cast the Q during the other spells now makes it much more difficult to just front load that damage and guarantee that burst all the time. So a little bit more difficult to make it happen as swiftly as the Akali players would like. Along with those direct damage nerfs, we'll see how it affects perks as we move forward here in this game. Right now, what I want to see is who's going to get involved first between these junglers as they are pathing to opposite sides of the map.
Well, if you're a betting man, Flowers, and I know you're not, you would almost always bet on Lee Sin to get involved first because Diana does want to farm up to the level 6 point. Des touched on it as well. She's much more looking towards power clearing. I think that Lee Sin right now in the meta for junglers is at a very, very good spot. And for Cloud9, definitely looking at Blabber trying to target bottom Scuttle Crab because that's their pushing lane. And they have full priority from the bottom lane. We just were over Sven and Vulcan pushing on bottom side. So that's the main thing that will cause fans to kind of relax is as soon as Cloud9 have secured first Scuttle Crab and avoided any travesties over that area, things will look a lot better for them. Guess what? It's about to go down, Flowers. That crab doesn't stand a chance.
The crab is down, and Cloud9's greatest obstacle in the early game has been overcome. Fans are rejoicing, but down here in the bottom lane, it's Vulcan going flash for flash here with Raze. Now with the follow-up damage coming in onto Destiny, it'll be Cloud9 winning the trade.
Speaking of some of the changes, too, for Ziggs, because Ziggs has gained so much popularity, especially as a bottom laner, there was one single change to Ziggs on this patch, Flowers. And I'm not memeing here. It is a real change. They changed the base mana down to 420, and that's the only... I swear to God, not a meme.
Dankest.
It's the only change to Ziggs, but you see, starting out with the mana crystal there for Raze, the change is basically they only took 60 mana off the base mana for Ziggs, so you get one less bomb.
That's
in lane.
One less spell. Pretty much.
And he did start out with the Sapphire Crystal there, so getting extra mana that way. But it's always going to be Kalista Nautilus push down there on bottom side, especially Sven and Vulcan. Kalista being one of Sven's most famous champions from his old days on Origin under a previous name. And it definitely should stay that way for him, but I will say Raze CSing quite well on the Ziggs. You give up your push, but focusing on that farm.
And you can see, talking about farm, Perks doing an excellent job farming up underneath the turret here as the Akali, just trying to survive against that Lucian during this early laning phase, with Insanity taking the opportunity to go back to base. That will allow Perks to get this shoved up even further. Insanity is the first one to TP back, so Perks just wants to shove out the rest of this, and then he should be able to respond with that TP of his own if he chooses.
And of course, Insanity here is going with the early tier, so going into the Muramana build for Lucian. Not the more popular, Faker solo queue style build, going straight for Shrelia's second right after the Mythic. And it is definitely a bit more scaling. Once you finally get your power spike of actually converting it, there's a tremendous amount of power there, but takes a little bit longer to have that sort of effect. Meanwhile, topside, you see Diana kind of hovering up there around the Fudge Revenge lane.
Yep.
If Fudge, oversteps a little bit, he still is level 5, doesn't have his ultimate, so would have to burn his flash.
Okay,
now he gets
Revenge
6.
Goes for the stun. Fudge has the level advantage here, but having the man advantage much more important. Xerxes, however, without an ult, he won't find a play to make there.
That, though, revealing on top side as the jungler, of course you are going to be giving up your dragon, even with the ward on bottom side here. So Cloud9, Blabber reacts appropriately here. Diana definitely continuing to farm away. Xerxes almost towards his level 6, where you get your actual kill threat with your ultimate for the extra burst damage.
Yep, and Immortals are saying, okay, that dragon is gone. There's no way to contest it. Instead, Insanity is just trying to get as much damage onto those turret plates here nice and early as he can to extend that gold lead.
And that's part of the plan for Immortals. They were never hell-bent on contesting bottom side. They locked in the Ziggs Leona there facing the Kalista Nautilus, so not trying to force any of those early fights versus Cloud9 down there. making a couple of plays up on top side. At least you get paid a little bit for the Dragon on this, stealing away the blue. Little bit of chunk damage up towards Fudge, who had to teleport right back out, now resulting in that teleport discrepancy, and now resulting in a quick little pause.
And we should see Xerxes hit that level 6 here very soon, which of course is what we want to see from Diana to really start making more ganks and trying to make more plays happen and get out of the PvE and more into the PvP. That's why we're playing League of Legends. This is not a raid. This is PvP. And I want to see players killing each other.
That would be a sick raid, actually. The next
PvP raid.
the next raid is on Summoner's Rift. And the final boss, Flowers, it's got to be Baron, Elder Dragon? Who do you vote for? I'd say Baron's got to be the final boss.
The whole raid is designed, like the first raid boss is your own, is each side's red buff and blue buff. Those are the first 2 raid bosses.
Okay, yeah.
And then
level.
Each team like fights a Rift Herald and a Dragon. And then after that, you have to go to mid. You have a 5v5 PvP deathmatch, and whoever wins the PvP is the only one that gets the chance to fight the final raid boss, which is Baron. And you only get 1 try, and if you wipe, you're a loser, and you need to get clear.
All right, well, top side, no wipe quite yet. Bottom side, they get an engage, though, on the raise down to 50%.
Raze and Destiny falling on back. Here's Sven and Vulcan bloodthirsty on this Kalista Nautilus combo. You love to see it. You know how much playmaking is available with these 2 champions, especially once they hit level 6. It's so deadly down here.
Definitely true. Love the long-range combinations that you can try and add with DPS from the Ziggs Leona side. You know, if you do bring a Diana down or something like that, you know, Revenge does have teleport advantage on top side for the set. So anytime you have a map like this where, yes, you have a weak bottom side in Leona Ziggs, but they have very high CC and damage potential, and you have a teleport advantage.
Right.
That makes this Cloud9 bottom lane second guess a little bit with some of the pressure they're putting out. So you see C9 there. They do play it cautiously. They just push up the wave. They let Immortals catch it, and they're paying very close attention to sweeping all the wards behind them, make sure there's no teleport spot for Revenge to flank on them. Now that Revenge uses his teleport back to top side, they've gotten past the danger time of the teleport discrepancy there. They don't have to worry about it anymore. And off of the reset, they're just coming for Rift Herald.
Yep, Rift Herald will be started up by Cloud9 here already. They were the team to secure that first neutral objective in the Dragon on bottom side. And with this first rotation, nobody from Immortals is going to be moving over to stop this one either. So, Kobe, let me ask you this. Obviously, everybody's expecting Cloud9 to be the favored team here. The desk was talking about how they like the Cloud9 draft so much.
Not Freak.
Okay, everybody stands Freak is expecting Cloud9 to be the favorite team here. But never mind, hold on. Let's see if they decide to make a play, then I'll continue my question. Try to go in for it, flash out of Revenge. What do we need to see from Immortals to inspire confidence in them to be able to really bring the fight to Cloud9 here in this game?
Well, there's no way they're going to fight this Rift Herald fight with the early transition from Cloud9. You know, we talked about them. They push their bottom wave up, so that means their bottom wave lane gets first move. So what we want to do is push as hard as you can on the other side of the map. You're not going to fight against the early game, you know, Kalista Nautilus moving up towards Rift Herald and into this tower. So they just want to get paid as much as possible during this time without losing anyone else's life. So this is correct by Immortals. They just have Revenge back off from topside to stay safe. He's even leaving the entire area and send everybody else down to take down this bottom turret. Make use of the Ziggs passive, you know, short fuse helps out in taking down these turret plates. Then if they can get it low enough, you know, 25%, try and use the execute on the satchel charge. It's not going to be as quick as Cloud9, and Cloud9 with the early move because of the tempo pushing first on bottom side to get the first turret bonus. But you see here, at least Immortals got paid for their time, and they didn't sacrifice extra deaths.
And up there in the top side, Cloud9 will get the second Rift Herald charge off onto that Tier 2 turret, so a little bit of extra value out of that one, besides the first turret that they earned for themselves. Up about 800 gold. Fudge feeling comfortable here in this quote-unquote 1v2 because he knows he has plenty of backup nearby if his opponents would choose to engage on him. Checking back here in the mid lane, still about a 1 wave of CS worth of advantage here for Insanity as Perks picks up these couple of range minions that are still persisting there. Bottom side, Cloud9 looks to go for the dive, however, with skill shots not connecting. We'll see if they want to keep on going. Yes, they do. Blabber's going in for the damage, and he's got first blood. Vulcan tanks up the turret to guarantee Cloud9 gets out.
And these are the advantages of pushing your waves first, getting that first move. You know, people call it different things, tempo, you know, timing advantages here, but it's Cloud9 off of recalls, you push hard on top side. Off the recall, you have the extra 20 seconds of time, so everybody goes bottom. We saw them ahead of time, grouping up in the tri-brush, trying to push on the reset here of Immortals. Diana still walking from base, so they have this timing window. They well executed into the wall. Blabber kicks him right into the wall, so no extra exchange here. Ziggs actually did not even flash for Raze and have the time there after getting locked up. So well executed within this small timing window, and Cloud9 are staying on schedule, basically. When you're the one with the early priority, the early move, you want to keep up forcing these plays, staying ahead of schedule so that you can increase your lead over your opponents. And that's what they've done here, Flowers. Very nicely done with First Blood finally picked up. Yes, they are probably going to give over this Dragon because of resetting Perks up the top side and having the Akali look for the level 11, but they established themselves with the early game gold lead.
And Blabber, despite the fact that he's 5 camps or so down because, he did the first Drake, he did the first Rift Herald, he went top to drop it and then made the play bottom, those things all got Cloud9 a lot of advantages. Blabber's now at the point where he has the mythic footwear, the free-ass boots. I don't even know what the real name for it is. I call it free-ass boots.
Yeah, back to the original, baby.
Yeah, he's got that. And the Gore Drink are already completed. So he's in a really good spot here in the Lee Sin to continue being a playmaker and a catalyst for Cloud9 to build some more leads here. They are up about 1,000 gold. Revenge just hanging out again, playing safe, not extending too far forward, knowing that he is a target for Cloud9 as they go in underneath the turret and they burst him down before he's able to get the haymaker.
And the caster curse comes in.
I'm sorry, Revenge. I didn't mean it.
He's not sorry. I saw him up here. He's got a death note. Just wrote your name down, my friend. As you are speaking, the Hex flash over the wall there from Vulcan right into the dredge line hook. And it's actually so well executed, did not get the W from Revenge. So perfect execution here from Perks, actually true to its name, and they have enough burst damage take down this set. And again, a very quick timing window where they have enough damage, they finish off the kill, and it continues to look fairly surgical for them. I will still say it has been pretty good responses from Immortals thus far. They finished up the tower on bottom side, so they are not dragging so far behind in gold that they cannot come back through a very big wombo combo fight. You have Diana, and it's so good at grouping people up for the Ziggs bomb. So if there is set flank, you have Leona long range ultimate, Diana grouping people up. That's the dream that's still alive here for Immortals. And they haven't sacrificed so much in the early game that it's out of reach. Very, very capable stuff still here. A little bit dangerous weak side maneuver here from Cloud9 trying to transition back into their own area.
Okay, nice catch onto Blabber here, and Immortals, they get themselves on the board. Take down the Cloud9 jump.
And that is why we always caution against trying to retake territory off of these swaps. When it has been this seesaw of pressure for each side, Cloud9 rotating between top side, push on that tower, back to bottom side, go for the dive, then back to the other side of the map. Immortals just established control on this quadrant of your jungle, so they're walking in cautiously. You could tell, they're checking brush with skills. They know that it's dark. It could very well still be filled with Immortals members, but not cautious enough, Flowers.
Nope.
Still going in there with the body, and Immortals get paid. That is the Leona-Diana combination. Match made in heaven. The lore's backing it up.
We're ready to go, baby.
Xerxes getting paid for it. That's the lockdown with the damage of Diana. He's got the Riftmaker Diana build too. This is the more DPS style. It's not the the rocket belt kind of burst positioning area here. This is long damage, stacking up your Conqueror, stacking up your Riftmaker, really looking to carry out on some of these 5-on-5 scenarios for Immortals. So Cloud9 have to be very cautious, especially about where they have been giving back some of this gold.
Okay, Fudge is going in for the 1v1 against Revenge, but he ults out defensively as Xerxes shows himself here too. With Perks joining the fight, he'll look to go even further. Revenge flashing away. Xerxes could be the target. Perks eating a lot of damage. He goes in, he grabs the kill, and he flashes the wall. It's a 1-for-1.
Right into the wall, faceplant. That's one of those ones, you feel bad because if I could just get a little bit closer to this wall, try and get over. But in the end, you burn your flash and dead to rights anyway. So that's going to be an extra summer spell. Perks did get in there and get a kill for himself, but topside!
Oh, Insanity just culls him. Makes this one what will be a 1-for-1. There's no way you're getting out of that. But hey, good looks, making it even.
That was a very funny exchange of duels. First, you've got the blind martial artist trying to fight the dude with 2 laser guns. And you're like, all right.
This is literally a scene from a movie.
Yeah, you know which way that one goes. Okay, Lucian gets the kill, but then you bring in the sword here as Viego teleports in behind him, finishes off the 1-for-1. Here's another look at the setup where they were trying to coordinate a teleport play for Cloud9, but they had already backup from Immortals. Perkz still wants to go for it though here. No, when you're at that point with Akali, you've just hit your marks. You're level 11, item completion. You want to make use of it. If he was a tiny bit closer to that wall, you wait a couple more seconds. He didn't want the extra time for the tower shot to come through. That's why he did a little bit early there, but ends up burning the flash on top. Here's Insanity. Great ultimate. Guns him right down, but Fudge is able to teleport behind, and so you already know the end to this story. No way for Insanity to get right back out.
You're stuck. It looked like Blabber wanted to walk close enough to get the kick to stop the culling and hopefully survive that way. But unfortunately, as you walk close to the guy firing bullets at you, sometimes you eat a lot of those bullets in the process. So Blabber just took too much damage there. As we got the engage here in the mid lane, Destiny goes in, Sven gets caught, and Immortals take down the Cloud9 AD carry.
Looking really good. A lot of this stuff coming off the back of Destiny. Leona engages over and over, Flowers.
And that second Rift Herald is then worthless. Cloud9 summon it up here in the mid lane, and you can see Immortals kill it before it even gets the charge. So hey, not a whole lot coming out of that one. It ends up just being 100 gold for taking it, and Immortals will grab their second Drake of the game here.
So much being taken back by Immortals here. And that's why in the early game, as well as Cloud9 are doing to keep ahead on their pressure every 30 seconds, pushing ahead, the next play, the next dive. Immortals not giving up a lot in those first few plays really does mean everything here, as in the mid game, so many of these transitions have gone in their favor. And as you say there, some of the early work even by Cloud9 that they put into the effort goes unpaid. The promise of the later paycheck of this Rift Trail, resulting in
that check's still in the mail.
A tower destruction or something. Yeah, that thing's been lost in the mail. Guess what? It's expired now. You can't even cash it.
Ooh, unlucky. You hate to see it. Cloud9 now down 1-2 in terms of Drakes. We'll see here in 4 minutes if they're willing to contest for that one. The gold state of this game, my friends. Very, very close. Only 400 separates our two teams here. You can see Fudge still feels in a very powerful position here in the side lane. On Viego with a build going for this Divine Sunderer first against a tanky opponent. That's how you're going to feel. He's very, very effective in these isolated fights against Revenge, who is just, he's got the Gore Drinker. He rushed the Bramble Vest as you need to against Viego, so he'll be scaling up into that big meatball here for the team fights. And that's one thing that I'm looking at when I look at these two compositions in a 5v5. You have a much stronger tank line in terms of Revenge and Destiny here on Set and Leona compared to what is just a Nautilus on the side of Cloud9. Sven's going to be your target yet again, and he's caught out of position with nowhere to go.
Another great engage there from Immortals, and we're just about to go over, yes, Flowers, some of the way the team fights are going to play for Cloud9. They've got these divers in Akali and Viego, but it's kind of hard for Kalista to play with a little bit of the short range. Revenge does use the W.
Okay, Haymaker's already out of the picture. Let's see if Immortals are able to fight back here. Perkz goes underneath the turret, but he gets cold down. And Cloud9 lose 2 for nothing. It's about to be 3. Xerxes finishes it off, and Immortals are slamming this mid-game.
Well, congratulations, Freak. There's no way Cloud9 comes back from 4 extra kills given over. Woo. It's just all Immortals here. Flowers, Freak made his bet. One game too early between this matchup. Immortals now wresting control from Cloud9, the 2v2 outplay on top side, then chasing down the extra kill here up through the top river. And this is in preparation of establishing full control over the bottom side of the map. You can just get your reset off. You see them now restocking on these control wards, easily able to move their vision over. Revenge starts it out onto Fudge here. He had a really nice clap back here, getting the stun, then ults over towards the tower with the extra heal there, even after his W was done. And Insanity finishes off the kill onto Perkz, again with the ultimate channeling. Meanwhile, the Diana-Leona combination finds another victim.
True love is the pick that helps you get picks from your opponent. Over and over again, these two champions work so well together. Up there in that top lane, too. Insanity, I got to give this man some praise. 3-1-2 here on the Lucian. Seems like he's been involved in every single one of these big moments. He is having a good game here so far.
He is. He definitely is. The extra shield coming in from his Eclipse as well, doing a little bit for the all-in attempts that are coming over and over again.
Talking about all-ins, it's time for Akali, and that's exactly what she wants to do. Takes off about half of Revenge's HP there, but he's back underneath the turret. Immortals are rotating more players up here to try to stop this if Cloud9 wants to go any further, but they recognize it and pull back.
Yeah, Cloud9, so what they have is a lot of good side lane options here. You know, with the Akali, with the Viego, they haven't been able to make use of it, though. Rain damage! Flowers, that is downtown!
Set him up for the alley-oop just to get the assist money, baby, and Raze picks up his second kill of the game.
Range is such a good stat, Flowers, and Kalista is lacking in it. The culling moves him off. Sven has nothing else to hop to there. Gets blown up with the Ziggs ultimate, and that's not it.
Immortals are deciding they're just going to go for the fight. They know Cloud9 want to stop them, but they will get the kill onto Insanity. It's traded 1-for-1 here as Vulcan will fall. Blabber jumps right back into the pit, now looking to use Baron to try to escape. Ward hopping back to his ally, looking to escape somehow. Perk's now going to be your target, looking to skirt the fight, get away somewhere, some way, somehow. Blabber healing up here with the Gore Drinker as Fudge is nearly dead as well. Perks tries to escape back into enemy territory. Fudge gets away with less than 100 HP, less than 50. He's barely holding on here as Perks just walks over a minefield and he is gone.
It looks fun to see these champions scramble, Flowers. You know, everybody over the last month complaining about Viego, Lee Sin, Akali-style champions in and out, dashing through these team fights, but Immortals stay strong. They group up, fighting them off with the early kill. They're able to chase down the remnants of the Cloud9 resistance here, getting the extra kills as they try and exit through their own jungle. And guess what? Immortals have full priority over Dragon number 3 already. They just continue stacking them up.
They have been looking awesome for the past 10 minutes or so here in this game. Now with 3,500 gold lead, they're 1 away from that soul. They're on soul point here at 22 minutes. Perks coming in bottom side. They're looking to make the play on Revenge. Immortals about to lose their top laner, but now they're rotating everybody down. They're willing to commit here to the counterattack, but is it a mistake? So far, they're trading 1-for-1 with Perks already out of the picture. This still could be good. Double kill back over to Fudge. Viego's about to pop off. Here comes your next kill over onto Insanity, and Immortals are in a bad spot. The mine gets raised over the wall. Fudge still continues the chase with the stolen Lucian dash. The Viego is ready to continue this if need be. Goes for the ulti reset here just to close the distance. Fudge is ready to keep this pursuit up. Vulcan is nearby, but is he close enough? Another one of those satchels will get raised to safety yet again.
The reason they're chasing so far there for Cloud9 is if they pick off one more, if they actually kill Ziggs there, they kill Xerxes there, they could make a big comeback Baron play. But they're unable to lock down anybody else. You know, both the jungler and the Ziggs getting out here is just too much damage left up for Immortals. No further comeback mechanics here from Cloud9. A very much needed bit of gold though in the fight inside the jungle for C9. This is huge. The kick back there onto Revenge. They secure the first kill. That lets Fudge pick up the soul, and he's able to lock up Destiny, taking out the structure of Immortals team fight. Then Insanity, while he had won basically the 2v1 versus Sven and Vulcan on the top side, being having taken out already the front line, there was nowhere else for him to fight behind, and so Cloud9 turn, they pick up the extra kill, but again, no objective in the aftermath, and so they're still going to have to set up the next big play here around Baron before they can actually force through a move.
Viego's address is 1234 Reset City. When you let the champion go home, the champion has a great time. As long as those resets start to pour through, he really gets to showcase how powerful this champion can be. So we'll keep our eyes on Fudge in these upcoming fights to see if he can find those windows again.
Plus, he's invested very heavily in magic resistance because the thinking here from Cloud9 is if we can kill Insanity, this Lucian, then all the threat is going to be AP threat. So
Ziggs and Diana.
You build MR to try and actually soak the damage because you're not going to be able to avoid this AoE AP threat from Immortals with both Ziggs and Diana having so much good AoE for these team fights. But if you can kill the Lucian, then you can avoid the attack damage that way. And it's all going to hinge on the flank from Lee Sin, from Akali, from Viego. You know, Nautilus ultimate. Can they actually kill that Lucian early? If not, they're going to suffer huge consequences because Insanity has dealt a tremendous amount of damage when left unattended and has been critical here in kind of rounding out the Immortals 5-on-5.
And for Immortals, that makes me curious, how well will they respond to the threat that will be on Insanity knowing that information, right? Are we going to see a stopwatch soon out of this Lucian for a crucial fight that can stop that dive? Because if everybody spends resources trying to kill this one champion and you're able to outplay that, all of a sudden the counterpunch can be equally as brutal. Under 2 minutes now until the next Drake is alive. Remember, this one would be Mountain Soul for Immortals, which will make the job of killing off that Lucian in time that much harder, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to make the job of killing him off harder. It's going to make the job of killing anyone to get a reset for Viego harder. That is exactly what Cloud9 need to avoid. They've got multiple assassins on their team with Akali, so avoiding that extra shield at all costs is critical. And the way they want to do that, you want to push out on the side lanes first to try and gain that extra map pressure in setup for the objective. Minute and 20 seconds still left. You know, Immortals aren't going to force too much here unless Cloud9 walk into their waiting arms. You know, again, the Diana Leona linking up, Destiny and Xerxes have done such a good job of making use of this support jungle synergy, always going for vision together, looking for the picks together. They really do play so solidly as a team, and that's been one of the truest through lines for this Immortal squad, is how they've kept up very good mentality and have played off of each other so well, even when they were suffering at the bottom of the standings. You know, all smiles and all coordination is really what's been bringing them back.
And I feel so smart now because there's a stopwatch in Insanity's inventory. I called my shot and we got it.
I know if there's
That's
one
not
thing,
even Skarner and I got it right.
I know if there's one thing too that you always look for.
Yeah.
It is those stopwatches because they're so frustrating. Big call there.
They just
for
define
Flowers.
a fight, right? They define how a team fight can go. They warp the entire landscape of a team
It's
fight.
Flowers time, baby!
The item is what I pay attention to, and it's in Insanity's inventory. That's one that both teams need to be aware of, as Cloud9 is now moving into position, but it's Immortals who have control over the river first. Zig's AoE control is nothing to scoff at. If Cloud9 are not coordinated with this engage, they will find themselves having to deal with a lot of poke. But it is C9 who have control over the Dragon. They're going in. They're establishing that priority as Vulcan's going to get caught. Pulled over to safety by Sven now. Fudge going into the back line, looking for the kill on to Raze. Vulcan going to be taken low here yet again, but the Ziggs is already about to die. Perk's going to be staying alive, grabbing the shutdown kill onto him. Still hanging out in the smoke. Shut down onto the Diana now as well. Vulcan will be the first casualty here of C9. Perks uses the Shuriken flip. Tries to get himself all the way away. Sven could be very vulnerable here. Revenge, Insanity, and Destiny all still alive. Cloud9 have low health bars, but 2 teleports. They can re-enter the fight now. You can see exactly that's what they're doing. First, it'll be Fudge back. Perks coming in on the flank now. Cloud9 will successfully 2-for-1, use the TPs, and get the Drake.
So much credit to Secret Agent Perks. The 007 is back, but it actually is beneficial to Cloud9 here. He's able to slip into that line brush towards mid lane, and he threatens both carries right at the beginning. So they immediately get Raze chunked down, and they get the flash and the dash out of Insanity. Very, very critical to flank when you're the ones with all of these assassins, the Viego, the Akali. Perks does it. He gets into the back line. They force out the extra pressure here, and Cloud9, they avoided that Mountain Soul Flowers at all costs, and they continue to build up to a crescendo here around Baron. This is where it's all going to come through. Immortals just have to reset and then, bring their extra control wards over to try and push Cloud9 through. If they're diligent in their vision work here and you cut off these flank angles, it becomes so much more difficult for Cloud9 to execute that same success in the team fight we just saw around Dragon and repeat it around Baron. You saw even in the end there, they're unable to finish off Insanity because he's got Secret Service agents, Revenge, and Destiny, walking him through to safety up through the jungle. Yep. Here's another look at it though. As they're trying to have this structured 5-on-5, Fudge and Perks into the back line. They finish off Ziggs here, and Vulcan is able to help them zone through Insanity. Meanwhile, Blabber finishes off the Diana in the back of the pit, so no smite left for Immortals. And then while they do have the beefy front line here to try and escort Insanity out, they don't have the firepower, the capability to fight off the rest of Cloud9, and with the double teleports well used, they do pick up the extra objective here, buy themselves some more time.
And although Immortals were at one point almost 4,000 gold ahead in this game, the past couple of fights that Cloud9 managed to pick up all those shutdowns and all those kills in, Cloud9 are now actually in the lead in terms of gold despite being down in kills. They do have one more tower than their opponents. They have been farming well. Immortals are onto the Baron, and the Baron's at 5,000 HP. Cloud9 are moving in. They're ready to fight. What is the call from Immortals? We need to see everybody on the same page if they're able to get out alive in this one. Baron's at about 2K. Now you've got Revenge here on the front line. He's in a bad spot, but Vulcan's even worse. He'll be the first one to die. Blabber running away. Perks at very low HP. He's there in the smoke. Raze gets the kill on him, and now they're looking to take down Fudge. He gets the reset here in the Diana. Destiny looking to re-engage. Fudge into the back, grabbing a rampage here. Pop it off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give Fudge some more. Double kill over to Viego. You do not mess with the Ruin King. It's in the lore. It's in the game. It's Fudge. And an ace for Cloud9.
Spawn said he's on that Fudge trade, Flowers, and so is every member of the Cloud9 camp. He got the Viego resets into the backline, using the Diana dash into instant ultimate to finish off the last member in Sven with the Callista life-stealing through. The wits' ends are coming up so big for Cloud9, diminishing the rest of this magic damage, and look at the way that this one starts out for them. They look for the engage. That Ziggs bomb is kited out. Then they go for their re-engage straight through the front line. And even though Vulcan dies first, you immediately get this execute onto him and the reset for Fudge. So Fudge picking up the set body here, able to get the CC for front line. Ult's overthrew. Diana body picked up. Ult's on backside. Finishes off both carries there. Picks up the body of Insanity to kill off Raze.
Maybe it's easier now.
That's the Viego dream. When they created the champion Flowers, that was what they envisioned. That's the dream.
That's why they call it the Honda Performance Play. That's the kind of performance you need to see out of your top lane carry champion. 6, 1, and 5 here on Fudge. What is that? 11 out of 15 kill participation. Not too shabby. Doing a great job here to carry the squad. 4 completed items plus his boots now, one of which is Guardian Angel. The other is Sterax. He's so hard to kill.
Yeah, speaking of those Guardian Angels, that's one of the best items to build against Viego to try and stop these resets, not let him pick up your body. And Insanity does have a broken stopwatch now, but it's going to still be a while before he can actually upgrade and complete into a Guardian Angel of his own. So Immortals now actually feeling like on the back seat here, they're going to have to try and stall, build up some more time till they can deal with this dive that is so successful now from Cloud9, especially if they're able to get this angle through. You know, this Baron buff is going to empower them to take most of, if not all, of the secondary turrets, which are worth 250 gold more than previously. So big payday there for Cloud9 off of that fight. That was so critical. Fudge and Sven coming up really big for them. Perks did get the threat onto the backside and got out the early flash there, but the finish up was so big for them because it's a domino effect, Flowers. You get that, then you get to push up your waves, means that you get to stall out another one of those mountain souls.
Yup. Hey, they're both on soul point now. We only get one more mountain Drake. We gotta have a mountain soul in the next one.
We are into overtime for the soul points. Only one dragon left to spawn here. The elder one, it doesn't count.
Yeah, that's true. We don't care about him. He doesn't contribute to the soul counter. But for this Immortals squad that was having such a good mid-game, Cloud9 have done a great job finding their way back in, taking control of the game, and now they're the ones with a commanding lead. They're the ones 5,000 up. Diana and Leona are no longer strong enough to just force their way into the enemy jungle, set down a control ward, and go for a pick because Cloud9 are roaming around as a team. They are making sure to not give Immortals those opportunities, and then when the team fights come, they're outplaying them 5v5.
And the stopwatch is in the other pocket now, Flowers. Cloud9 have stopwatches on Perks and Sven, plus the fully upgraded Guardian Angels that we mentioned on both Viego and Blabber. It is...
It's hard to kill anybody not named Nautilus.
Yeah, you have to start counting up these pseudo lives, these pseudo, extra HP, stasis moments in the team fights for both sides, and Cloud9 are definitely winning the artillery war there. Let's take a look here at the spread, though, because they're sending currently Fudge to bottom side, level 18 Viego with the teleport ready. definitely is going to have full priority to push up and gain them priority in advance of moving their wards forward so that you can continue to look for, oh, do we have teleports for all these angles? If Akali gets into the back line, if you have flank from Lee Sin for Blabber there to try and come up with a big kick, those are how you attack the 5-man, basically turtle squad of Immortals that are trying to have the more condensed team fight and make use of their AoE versus the spread out scatter. More individual, I guess, every man for himself, kind of play for your own win con there style from Cloud9.
And I do want to point out that because Medjai's was his last item, Raze is now full build. So the Ziggs is at an incredible point of strength to continue wave clearing, and just this champion, by design, by nature, so good at stopping your opponents from having a good push, it pretty much demands that Cloud9 gets a Baron if they really want to try to break this base of Immortal's side. So I'm expecting to not see a whole lot of action here for the next 90 seconds until we do get to that Baron fight, but then that one's probably about to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, one of the critical things too, of course, as demonstrated in the last team fight by Cloud9, is them kiting out on some of this damage, because while Ziggs AoE and damage output is tremendous, it is also a bit telegraphed there. So if you can make use of your mobility for the rest of these champions for Cloud9, you kind of expand and contract in the team fight and are able to get the re-engage like they so successfully did previously towards the Baron. That is their way to success. Immortals have a lot of work to do, actually, to clear out so many of these deep wards. This is where it gets very dangerous for them, because Cloud9 has so much extra information, constantly looking for these transitions between the Immortals members that are trying to just clean up these side waves, constantly being pushed into them. And that attention to detail is going to go a long way. If you have Ziggs walking through, very dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
If Revenge is taking care of the duty, though, as he should there, moves in, clears out some of the garbage, that's exactly what you want.
Yep, Revenge is nice and tanky, but of course up against the damage threats of this Viego, this Akali, this Kalista, it can still be a pretty bad time if they're not ready to back him up appropriately. Less than 90 seconds until the Mountain Soul for either squad finds his way onto Summoner's Rift. Baron will also be live here in about 3 seconds, so that means that Cloud9 will prioritize control over the entire river, working on this top half here first. You can see Perks using that sweeper, just making sure that Immortals are not extending that vision line any further. You can see Immortals have a total of 1 ward past the river. It is on the back side of the Cloud9 red buff, and that is it. Meanwhile, Cloud9 planting down multiple sources of vision here in enemy territory.
I got you. This little guy right there.
Yeah, buddy.
The deepest of wars. He went into uncharted territory. Very dangerous mission.
It's probably a zombie ward or something, too. I expect that's a remnant from a while back that hasn't been cleared away, and it just somehow avoided the great ward killing.
The most stealthy zombie of all time. That zombie was...
Stealth attack zombie. The one that sneaks up behind you in a horror game, and you're like, ah!
I actually don't like the trend of zombies getting more intelligent, more quick, and more stealthy. The zombies in back in my day, Flowers, is easy. Just bonk them on the head. Yeah, you can just walk around them. Oh, yeah, real scary. Here we go, the Immortals. They're just walking into the river. No connection there onto Perks to burst his spell shield, but they're just going to force through on Baron and make Cloud9 walk to them.
Okay, Perks loses his spell shield, loses about 40% HP now as well. Immortals bring Revenge over the wall with a Blast Cone, removing that opportunity for Cloud9's use as well. Vulcan goes in. He's ready to start off the fight. He's going to be pulled to safety with just a moment to spare. Fudge goes dominating here with Raze being the first kill. Destiny about to die now too. Double kill back over to Xerxes. We're having deaths on both sides. Guardian Angel's going to be procced. Insanity wants to get himself away, but Revenge and Xerxes are stuck in a fight they cannot win. Fudge continues resetting, and there's just no way to deal with it, Sonya's or not. Double kill back over to Viego. The aggro drop of that ulti is so damn strong, and Cloud9 take the fight.
It's a stopwatch diff, Flowers. The Guardian Angel means Fudge could just charge into the back line. Vulcan goes through. Doesn't care at all about his HP because he just wants to start the fight for Cloud9. They take care of business. They're rewarded with the Baron and the Mountain Soul. Everything on the Rift belongs to C9.
They are loving the outcome here. And with only Insanity being alive, Destiny just now respawning, I suppose, Fudge has an easy time taking this one down. Blabber will rotate over just to make sure they guarantee it. Mountain Soul for Cloud9, Baron for Cloud9, another team fight over to Cloud9, and an 8,500 gold lead. You guessed it, for Cloud9.
How about that fudge factor? All right, let's take another look. Vulcan, he's at 50% HP, but he doesn't care. He gets his ultimate onto the Ziggs, and then look at that. The Ziggs is dead. It's just straight up the middle. He flashes, hooks in, makes sure he gets his Nautilus ult onto the Ziggs, and then guess what? When you have the double flank, Akali execution, plus Viego coming in from top side, really well executed on this timing from Cloud9. They have everybody collapsing. Here we go.
But we're already ready to go. It's Cloud9 about to lose their AD carry. Insanity's grabbing the kill onto Vulcan, as now Sven's going to lose his Guardian Angel, but they're still fighting further. Blabber's looking to go in, and Perks is right next to him. Immortals with a lot of low health bars. They're about to kill Perks. He goes into the stasis, staying alive. Revenge tanking up here on the front line. Immortals striking back beautifully, and Fudge will not be able to reset. It's exactly what you were talking about, Kobe. Guardian Angel denies the reset mechanic. It denies Viego's design, and it denies the victory for Cloud9 in this fight. It is a 4-for-0.
He who has the Guardian Angel wins the team fight, Flowers. This time around, it's the revive for Immortals. They charge through. How deep can they actually get, though? Blabber, with his dying breaths, went for the minion wave there. You see, he moved up, killed off the last minion wave, so they have to wait for one more, but Xerxes got it right here. And
There's a lot of time.
They're coming right inside.
There is a lot of time. You have Ziggs and still 15 seconds left on the timer for Perks. Sven and Vulcan are not incredibly strong at this point in the game. Insanity popping off with a calling here. Vulcan looking to stop him somehow. Sven's gonna get stunned up. Vulcan getting stunned up. Immortals looking to focus down. Nexus turret. Thursday going for the damage on this Sven. Now Vulcan's gonna be taken low. And with one fight, Immortals will win the game and take out Cloud9.
Hell yeah! What a game, Flowers! Are you kidding me? Guardian Angel difference indeed. Right back on the other side for Immortals here. Coming out of the replay with the engage into the heart of C9. Immortals running all the way to the Nexus.
Absolutely incredible. This team had an awesome mid-game. Cloud9 started fighting back. They were outperforming in the team fights. Fudge was hard carrying. They couldn't shut down the Viego. But all you need is one pick on that enemy carry. One pick to start the fight off right. Immortals get that, they get the fight, and they take the win. That was cutthroat, and I loved it.
What a game. Back and forth here between Immortals and Cloud9. In the end, Freak
was right.
His double down. He was not right for the first game, which is when he made the bet. But he did double down, so we're giving him some credit.
All right, we're kicking it over to a break right now, but when we return, it's Dash and Insanity in our Verizon post-game interview. We'll see you there.
Welcome back to the LCS and the Verizon post-game interview. I am joined by Raze after Immortals takes down Cloud9. That one got a little wild, almost got away from you a couple different times. So walk me through it. How ultimately did you guys wrap this up from a strategic sense?
Well, I think, like, I knew the entire game that we had to pick this Callisto on mid because we had actually pretty good engaged. The only way he lives, like, with the Diana engaged and followed up by, like, a Leona ult and a Ziggs ult is if he has flash, which we can force very easily, but we didn't, like, do that in the entire game. But then in the last fight, like I said, did Callisto flash? He did. So I was like, okay, guys, let's just run it down mid. Like, we just have to go on this guy, and it works.
How to win an LCS game, run it down mid. Lucian, Ziggs were the picks for you, and Insanity. This is not the first time that we've seen that Ziggs pick flex between lanes. I'm just kind of curious, from your perspective, as an AD carry, do you feel any added pressure when you have to play with a champion like Ziggs, which I imagine is somewhat outside your normal comfort zone and play style?
I'm very comfortable, like, adapting to new champs, like the 2018 meta, or the 2019, I think it was 2018, where, like, bot lane became, like, there were Darius AD carries. Like, I liked that meta a lot, so
okay.
I'm definitely comfortable playing this Ziggs style-esque champion, and it's definitely easy to play, I would say. But yeah, I'm, like, very confident on it.
Now, be honest, when you step off stage, do you and Insanity go, like, VOD review together? You pick apart his AD carry play, and he picks apart your Ziggs play?
Nah, I don't. We don't do that.
Who's the better Lucian, though?
I'll give it to David.
Okay, fair enough. Give it to him. From here, I just want to talk about you guys' split so far. It has had its ups and downs, but it does seem that when you guys find the champion picks, the champions that you're looking for, like you did today, you are able to find the wins. As we move through this third round robin and look towards the playoffs, what's your confidence level that Immortals is going to continue to shoot up through the standings and actually compete for a top 3 spot?
Winning this game, I think it was like it's going to be a big momentum boost. It's our first big win against, like, a top team, and I think since we beat Cloud9 the last time, so I think we're very happy with this win. Playing against TSM tomorrow, another very tough opponent, so confident for tomorrow too.
All right, confidence going in tomorrow and the rest of the splits. Congratulations on the victory here today, and thanks for taking the time. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're teeing up the next game over at the State Farm Analyst Desk, and don't forget that this year, the LCS Summer Split Championships is happening live in person in an arena again. I can't wait to see you all there.
It's been a while, but now we can finally reunite. Join us at the Prudential Center this August 28th and 29th for the LCS Championship. Get your tickets now at www.visitlcs.com. We can't wait to have you here with us again to experience the energy as the live crowd roars to life. The spirit and passion of LCS fans finally together again for a live event. For the battle of the greatest LCS teams going head-to-head, so we can find out who will rise to rule North America together.
Yeah.
All of my life, man, they counted me out. Not many people are doubting me now. Even some legends are shouting me out. I promise there's nobody stopping me now. My haters look angry, I'm popping. My name will never be forgotten. Running this game, I ain't jogging. Opponents know that I'm a problem. Ay, always considered the underdog. That is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one winning's the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning. I've seen my competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. I came to win. They all know that I came to win. I came to win. Step on the stage, I'll amaze again. These days I feel like the champion. My winning streak only just begun. Facing my fears, I don't ever run. Always been driven to get what I want. Guaranteed one day I'll be the GOAT. Never had much, but I always had hope. Moving so fast and I don't plan it slow. If I'm in the game, then I have control. Always considered the underdog. That is just crazy talk. Don't you be sleeping on me. Promise my skill isn't under y'all. I win the one-on-one winning's the reason I breathe. No one believed in my vision, but my vision crystal clear from the beginning. I've seen my competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me, no. My competition can't handle me. Greatest of all time, I am just destined to be.
With 80% of LCS teams sporting some sort of roster change, 90 if you include Immortals Performance Reward match, Summer has not been short of shakeups. But perhaps no change is more exhilarating than the promotion of the entire FlyQuest Academy roster. The team that finished 7th, 8th in Spring Proving Grounds went 14-6 in Academy prior to their summer promotion, achieved a 3-0 LCS debut, and snapped a 10-game losing streak for a spiraling Fly. So, who are these fresh faces? After a conversation with FlyQuest General Manager Nick Fan, Player Manager Jeff Huang, and Head Coach Kanani, I've got you covered. EG fans recognized Kumo, but he strengthened his identity since falling into the FlyQuest fold, showcasing just how diverse his champion pool is, and as he recently stated, learning to do pretty much everything in the game. He's the glue of this team, one of 2 leading voices, and apparently everyone really likes him. Kumo's flexibility greatly enables carry jungler NXI, whose high-risk, high-reward champions serve as a team playstyle cornerstone. Fly's decision to draft NXI at Scouting Grounds 2020 was a no-brainer after he and the GM hit it off in their very first conversation. But a rookie whose experience is mere months on 100 Thieves Next needs a supporting pillar to stimulate his growth. For Fly, that's Triple, the only remaining piece of Fly's 2020 roster. As an established OCE pro, MSI and Worlds appearances included, it makes sense when he said, "I thought I was gonna kick ass, but I got reality checked when I came here." Fly's commitment this year to aligning individual goals and Triple's shift from control mages to more AD and meta picks has allowed everything to come together. The mid-jungle duo has become the lifeline of Fly on the Rift, and the life of the party off. The acquisition of Tomo, the quiet, funny man whose selective words draw you in, was kind of a happy accident. C9 Academy no longer needed him once King's visa issues resolved, and Fly gladly grabbed the prospect. While Tomo can convert resources when given, his comfort on utility champions makes him a perfect supportive tool willing to sacrifice for the team. A team driven by Diamond. The high-skill, expression-loving support from the C9 off-season package, described by team manager Jeff Huang as having the best profile as an athlete, tenacious work ethic, capable leader, and as head coach Kanani explained and values, raw mechanical skill. First in the office, last out of solo queue, alongside Kumo, he'll tell you what to do. Piece them all together and what do you get? A risk-oriented team uninhibited by conventional play, who will consider every single option before deciding as a team what to do. I'm aligned with General Manager Nick Fan's classification of the LPL Light Squad, a willingness to fight whatever is in front of them, even if it means sacrificing optimal plays for the sake of the setup. It keeps us on our toes, and that uncertainty we experience is part of the beauty of this roster. But one thing that is for certain, there is a true test faced by Fly this week. TSM, EG, 100 Thieves. So, Mark, what does FlyQuest need to do to carry on this momentum against all of these top teams?
You hit it right at the very end there. That's the play style. And I think that's the most impressive thing about this team. And there's a highlight that I wanted to pull from their final game of last week. It was towards the end of the game. They're doing a Baron buff, and the enemy team's coming to contest. And what ends up happening is Diamond gets a little out of position, gets picked off, gets killed, and then they still get the Baron. And a lot of teams here, the standard play, reset, wait for the respawn, sack the Cloud Drake, it doesn't really matter at this point in the game, to Immortals, and get your wave set up. Immortals says, screw that. Kumo instantly TP's top. Like you're saying, his shot calling is to go, let's put pressure on this team right now. They still have total topside control because they were controlling the Baron before. And so Immortals is suddenly under the gun to be like, okay, do we defend the inhibitor? Some people are recalling, some people are going to the Cloud Dragon. Some people try and cut through the jungle to stop Kumo's escape. They don't realize that NXI actually snuck in to shadow Kumo, and it leads to this really scrappy situation where FlyQuest are actually able to win the game by finding these pickoffs.
And I think if you're looking at a team that really wants to play this kind of like aggressive style, when we talk about characterizing LPL teams like this because they are proactive, because they typically are on the same page, it's trades like this that you need to absolutely be executing. So if you are losing something, make sure you take something off of the map on the other side, or make the proactive play and force your opponent to go up against them. By contrast, I think that TSM's play style, like we've harped on this to death on the desk, but if you're going to play the kind of play style that TSM does like to play, which is more like slower paced scaling for 5v5 like front to back team fights, I think the other component of that is that you absolutely have to execute your early game to cede as little advantages as possible while making sure that you capitalize on your opponent's mistakes. And right now when we've seen TSM struggle, it's either because they've been trying to go for a different playstyle or they've made too many mistakes and their opponents have kind of run them over in the early to mid game.
The playstyle debate for TSM is one that has intrigued me greatly, and I pulled a couple stats to dig into it because it's coming down to the end of the season. I feel like TSM should start aligning with what they want to do. And I wanted to use Bjergsen as a control case to kind of highlight the point I'm going to make about champion pools, because Bjergsen is someone I would consider a pretty flexible player, all things considered. I broke total career down into 3 kind of overgeneralized buckets. Control mages are the obvious things like Victor, Orianna, front-to-back team fighting mages. I lumped a couple supportive mages into that category too, like Karmas and Lulus, because they are still largely front-to-back. Other mages count as anything that's going to do something else in the game, like Ryze is going to 1-3-1. Ryze fits into other mages. Galio is, this global support champion. He's in other mages. And then melee AD kind of speaks for itself. It's a lot of assassins, echoes, talons, and then you can fit the Lucian into that category as well. And here, the important things to look at, it's 2 stats overlaid on top of each other. It's total number of games played, and then win rate in that category. And so for Bjergsen, you see it's actually a pretty close number of games between the 2 main categories. And his win rate, it's obviously inflated because he dominated North America, but it's, it actually is 62.8% and then 2% higher for other mages. So this is our control case.
Okay.
Flip to PoE for me.
Okay, keep going. Yep.
Here we go. We flip to PoE.
It's like this is a science experiment.
So when you look at PoE's games, it's not even close. He's a control mage player. This is what he does. It's over double the games in control mages compared to the other 2 categories combined.
Wow.
On top of that, yes, the overall win rate is lower because he's been on different level teams, but the actual delta between the different categories goes down when he experiments outside of the control mage category. And I think it speaks to what his strengths are as a player. And so when they start branching out into 4 melee dive comps, you need to realize that you're going against this player's history in a lot of ways.
And I think it also means that TSM this year have had to learn how to play the game differently, because when you're playing other mages, you typically want to play through that mid lane. When you're playing things like Ryze and Talia, it's about breaking open the map and getting them into the setups they want. When you're playing control mage, most of the time, control mages win isolated 1v1s. Now, there are some exclusions to that, but that's how you normally want to play with someone like PoE. And when you have Sword Art as a support, you don't want to play through bottom lane either. You want to get this guy on the map. So TSM only have one option. They have to be able to play through their top side of the map, which can be volatile, which can lead to you dropping the ball in these early games and going up against an unpredictable team like FlyQuest. Because I have to state this, Fly in Spring was a team really without an identity. And that's why I think they were kind of mediocre. Now they have a very clear identity of how they want to play, and it's mainly through the jungle role. And I think that gives you the flexibility to attack anywhere you want on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah. I'm very excited for this matchup. Fly's head coach Kanani even calling out that their style might be a good counter over to TSM. Let's go ahead and find out how it's going to go down. Captain Flowers and Kobe are ready to bring us the call.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. Welcome back, everyone here. It's time for game number 2. Now, game number 1 had an ending that I don't think a lot of people were expecting it to go that way. There were lots of, how shall I say, comments on both Twitter and Reddit that I saw between the games here. So let's see if number 2 keeps on bringing the spice.
Lots of revives, lots of stopwatches, lots of towers
everything.
blowing up, explosion here, explosion there. That's what I want to see from this game too, Flowers, because this FlyQuest squad, subbing in their entire academy roster, have been just that, just what the league needed, just what this org needed to pull themselves out of a tailspin. 10-game loss streak.
Into 3-game win streak.
They sub them in, and they win every single one. They are undefeated together on the LCS stage, my friend. Does the fairy tale continue, though? TSM looking to make it all come crashing down for FlyQuest.
All right, let's see what they got here, as FlyQuest's first ban of this matchup will be the Kalista, and Xin Zhao, despite some nerfs, still remains heavily prioritized here on the ban table.
A little bit of W later on, no big deal. He kind of shrugged that one off. Diana, very prominent. Gwen, Viego, both very good junglers as well. There's a decent-sized pool left available. If you want to invest very heavily in early game, then Volibear is always a big option. Right. And Lee Sin, I feel like, is the one that's not talked about as much, but is on that power level. I really do put a super high priority on Lee Sin right now for the junglers that can use them well, like NXI here for FlyQuest. So excited to see it dwindle down a little bit more because TSM still banning more jungles. The Viego flex pick taken off the table here. Definitely a viable one too.
And we've got Kalista, Victor, Thresh, Xin Zhao, Viego. What is that final ban going to be for TSM? Only one more to go. Gwen. All right, so you mentioned both Viego and Gwen as possible junglers. TSM responds by saying, hey, you know what? Correct. They banned them both out of the way, and here it is, baby. New Irelia, locked and loaded.
Insta-lock, Flowers. Insta-lock on the new Irelia. Now, big changes. TLDR is she is more tanky, more bruisery, scales quite well, but the one thing you really miss when playing Irelia now is that it's not so snappy with the E because they standardized the delay on activating your E. So previously, everybody, when you play Irelia, you can just cast on yourself for these insta-stuns. Feels like the opponent can't dodge it, right? Now, you do look for more either slows or setups from your teammate, things to guarantee to make sure you're going to hit your E, because it isn't so guaranteed. With the 0.25 second delay there, gives a little bit more counterplay to the opponents. However, you get some more, beefiness for it in exchange. Yeah. And the W works wonders versus magic damage too.
Yeah, the W being buffed up to be a very powerful defensive tool, as well as the damage on it being increased to the point where it's effectively clearing waves too.
Baby, and it's with the LeBlanc Flowers.
Yeah, you know what these two do in the mid lane. An absolute two-man wrecking crew between these two champions. Over on the other side, though, it's all about the Moon. Aphelios and Diana locked in for TSM.
This is looking like FlyQuest, new kids on the block, want to create a ruckus, Flowers.
I love it.
They want some early plays, some aggressive plays. When you have LeBlanc and Lee Sin locked in as your mid jungle, if you are not making plays, if you're not pressuring opponents in lane, in mid, in the jungle, going for invades, going for deeper wards onto camps so you can track them and take away their resources, then you are doing it wrong, okay? Because that's not great scaling. That is great proactive early game for you. And with Irelia on top of it there for the top lane, I expect FlyQuest to be the ones throwing out the early plays versus TSM's trying to answer them. Diana definitely going to have to scale a bit more for the jungle. You can see they're banning away some of the bottom lane priority here as FlyQuest have fully locked in their top triangle, so no surprise there. They do take the Ziggs off the table. Maybe something like the Varus will follow up suit there. FlyQuest trying to take off some Sword Art champions here with the early. Oh, excuse me. First ban comes in for top side. Answer to Irelia instead.
Right, and the Rise is locked in here for TSM. And granted, this can flex between solo lanes. We do see it often in mid. But Rise mid against LeBlanc and Lee Sin is a very, very vulnerable target, right? We know how effective these two are at 2v2 and quickly bursting down a target. Rise doesn't have a way to avoid that. He doesn't have any aggro drop. He doesn't have any iframes. He's just there.
Yeah, so previously what Rise will try and do is try and W and pop his extra move speed with his phase rush. But phase rush got nerfed a bit, and if you get the all-in from LeBlanc early, and you close your distance with your W, then you still set up for Lee Sin. So Power of Evil is going to have a little bit more difficult of a job trying to do that. Plus, they kind of double up on AP threats. Usually when you have Diana, ideally you get her as the main AP threat so that your opponents don't build magic resistance. But guess what? Magic resistance will be plentiful there towards the mid-jungle duo as they've kind of locked in heavily. TSM, one of Huni's favorites though, the Nocturne. Yep. Does actually help too in kind of trying to delay in some of the objective trades early on if your opponents are showing some super strong early game proactivity. The ultimate can be used, the Cover of Darkness, to disengage as well as engage. You don't always have to take it as a missile straight into the back line, my friend.
And you like this if you're a TSM fan because this is a champion that Huni likes to play, because it's one he's found success on. Second half of the bans for FlyQuest, we're totally focused on him with the Renekton and the Gangplank being banned away, so him still being able to find that comfort feels good. Over on the other side, FlyQuest round out their draft with Xayah and Rakan as their bottom lane.
All right, so we were right with the Ziggs Varus ban, but the Lovers duo I feel like is so underestimated. That priority double pick in for the FlyQuest Academy is Xayah very good into the Diana and Nocturne dive. See if Tomo's going to be able to be that consistent threat with so many flanking frontliners there for him, so many champions looking for picks for engages for FlyQuest and a lot of skirmishes. It's important to get an AD carry that's got some sort of appeal for themselves.
And talking about that, it's worth pointing out that although TSM does have Aphelios, who's considered one of the good hyper carries these days, he's often drafted with some protection, like Thresh, right? There's not a lot of protection here on the TSM composition for that Aphelios. Rel, as the support, wants to go in, not hang back.
Yeah, there's not a lot of protection on either side, so I think we're going to get what we want.
Oh, I love those kinds of games,
true bloodbath, a crash of powers here where Aphelios, it's interesting too that you mentioned it because I really do like the new builds that have focused on the lethality. You got the lethality buff from the passive previously, but we saw Danny really championing the execution build there with the collector coming in right second. And if you go heavy on lethality, then the extra AP doesn't matter so much.
All right, let's get into game, baby. It's FlyQuest and TSM about to hit the Rift.
Is it a summer rave or is it a summer LCS game, Flowers? Let's go!
Baby, let's do it. I do love the light show. Makes it feel alive again. That's the kind of experience you don't get doing this over voice comms in your bedroom.
Oh, and they're starting the party early too, my friend. FlyQuest, they're all arriving at 7 sharp here, running straight into the jungle of TSM.
Okay, Lost sees it. He gets himself back, so FlyQuest aren't going to get the chance to pop any summoner spells here early, get any damage onto Lost. They'll just back away. But hey, I like the fact that they went for it, right? That's kind of what we've been seeing out of this new FlyQuest. They feel invigorated, they feel motivated, and they feel like they're always looking for a chance to make something happen.
And it makes sense with the team comps. That's what I always want to draw it back to for your level ones. You're playing versus Diana, gonna go for highest probability is a full clear for Spica, so by invading deep on bottom side, getting that ward on blue/Gromp, you get to for sure know Spica starting top side of the map. Kumo, you have your 1v1 with the Nocturne, who by the way on this patch is heavily nerfed for lane Nocturne.
Right.
Your passive is reduced 50%, which is hitting your sustain as well as your shove in this lane, and being most matchups previously for Nocturne, you could easily just wash it out as, yo, Nocturne's got the push. Guess what? Surprise, surprise. What's he versus? Don't really care that much. But Huni making an early aggressive position here up through the minions to still get priority over the minion wave, still get the push versus the Aurelia early on. Remember, Aurelia was buffed in beefiness, but it's a lot in the scaling too. So the first few levels, going to have to play still a little bit cautiously. We also saw on display some of the things we talked about in Champ Select where there's a delay on the E now, standardized, and so it's a lot easier to dodge there, especially since Nocturne gets extra move speed on the Q trail from the passive move speed that you get.
And also, as bottom lane gets into a little bit of a scrap down here, shouldn't really be anything too big. With that E delay being standardized, it is now much easier for Nocturne players to be able to spell shield that, right? You can throw that shield up, block the stun coming through on that, and just be able to defend yourself much better, much more readily. And a reminder for everybody out there, for a Spanish language stream of the LCS, check out LCS in Vivo over at twitch.tv/FlyQuest. They do a whole bunch of the games, but for their own, you know that they're going to bring a little bit of extra hype and spice, so go ahead, give them a look, see if you like what you see. And right now, we're going to see if we like what we see back up here in this top lane. Kumo and Huni just continuing to farm it out.
I want to call out the display here from Huni, because he knows that FlyQuest knows via the deep ward on the 5-person invade bottom side that his jungler is starting top and full clear into bottom. He's got a Diana jungle, and Diana's jungle starting is known. So Huni knows he cannot push past that bounce on the third wave. He has to just wait in the brush, let Kumo push the wave back to him because he's got no jungle attention, and his opponents know about it. It's very important to know what information your opponents are working with so you can play accordingly there. You know, in the past, Huni has been talked about so much for being a target of early ganks because of the aggressive way that he liked to play a lot of matchups. But you just cannot ignore the extra information your opponents are working with, and he plays accordingly around it. This time, just going to be the opposite side of the maps traded here from both junglers, both finishing on Scuttle Crabs and syncing up the recalls.
It's not just a matter of what I know, it's a matter of what I know about what you know that really constructs the entire thing, right? That informs all those decisions and makes it so that we see some careful decision-making like that from Huni up there in the top side, still maintaining that even farm with Kumo. TSM has a couple hundred gold lead here early on, but oftentimes these early gold leads are just based on which wave hasn't been caught yet, if a big one's pushing towards one turret or the other. So very even game state that we've got here nice and early on. You'll see both the junglers have gone back for their first purchases. Kindle Gem over for NXI, while a more offensive option from Spica with a double amplifying tome to make sure that when he does go for those ganks, they hurt.
And there you go, too. We saw the other thing we were talking about in Champ Select. PoE just roots him up and casts his extra combo for the phase rush proc on the rise as Triple goes in with the LeBlanc. Triple now trying to get the W on the minion wave, too. But again, PoE fights him off. Early clicking on the Corrupting Potion is pretty key for these exchanges here, too. As you see, the Corrupting Potion for Triple now out of charges, and PoE can just focus on the minion wave, try and push this in for the reset.
Okay, NXI has made his way here. Triple goes in, but Triple's about to be in a bad spot. Power of Evil likely to die in the follow-up. First blood over to the Diana, but now the follow-up is there from NXI. So both our junglers get on the board nice and early. Kumo's trying to deal with Huni up here in the 1v1 top side. There's that spell shield I'm talking about, and there's your solo kill for TSM's top lane.
Yes, sir. Huni's waiting for that one with the spell shield. Easily gets the timing on the E activation there from Kumo, but mid lane, Triple flashes in, misses the chain initially here. He's probably going to die afterwards anyway, but feels bad in the case. Still a 1-for-1 as NXI is able to finish it off, and the junglers are the ones that get paid. But here it is, Huni on his Nocturne. He was one of the earliest adopters in the LCS. As you call out, easy activation on the spell shield.
And it's a 4-man dive here in bottom lane. Goodbye to Tomo. Diamond stays alive. Sword Art doing the same, getting away from the turret aggro. And although Kumo teleports down to stop them from staying around for the second kill, he will not get one in return.
Yeah, he arrives, and there's nothing to do but clean up the minion wave again. The "it's okay" emote flashed up from FlyQuest because it is not okay, Flowers.
No, it is not.
Everything is turning around against them, and a lot of it is off of the side lane play. Huni, really nice use of his Nocturne counter pick here into the new Aurelia after the mini rework, basically. Getting that solo kill onto Kumo in the top side, changing flash for flash, diving under the turret, but really big heal from Lost on the bottom side play as well to make sure that TSM don't give over anybody in the dive. and give any extra money back to FlyQuest is going so well for TSM, considering they're the ones. Yeah, we love early money on Diana with Spica getting the first blood, actually very critical there, having one of the most important, if not the most important member of TSM recently, getting the early influx of gold, plus then having a Nocturne get early acceleration as far as his fighting capabilities, because Huni's got his ultimate now. So if your jungler and your Nocturne are the two getting the early kills, guess what? Have them play together, and they're going to be able to pick people off.
And you can see there, Huni winning out in the trade against Kumo. Notice the skill order on the bottom left part of your screen right about now. Kumo is maxing that W first, which is what you're seeing from a lot of Irelia play after this mini rework, just because of how good it is in multiple situations. But it's not good enough to get you away from that. TSM, pick up another one.
What do you know, Flowers? The Nocturne and the Diana get paid, and they immediately want to link up again. Kumo's got no flash, so Kumo's got no life, and that's going to be a reward of a turret plate on top of it, too. They're snowballing this really well, playing off of their winning half of the map. Also having set up the bottom side with the Aphelios Rel pre-6 with the early focus from the transition down to the bottom side and pulling off that dive. It's really in the hands here for TSM for the early game. My only question is really how they balance the map, because I actually put way more weight on the first Rift Herald than on Dragon stacking with this type of comp early on.
Okay.
And I'd rather have them use their bottom side timer for the extra gold and pushing on the tower health early on, so that you can actually get more territory to work with Nocturne Ultimate and find those picks and those dives. You've got Ryze in the mid lane, which can join out on some of these. If you get that early advantage as far as destroying structures, plus the early gold, you can really press it ahead for a much quicker and cleaner victory.
And you can see Sword Art rotating up to mid, helping that get shoved out, just making sure Power of Evil wasn't in any danger with that wave in an extended position. Lots of TSM vision in the enemy jungle now as well. You can see a couple of different wards here in this bottom side jungle, one next to the Raptor Pit with this deeper control ward here that'll also keep an eye on this juncture between Red and the Krugs as Tomo falls back to clear out those Krugs, just waiting for Lost to shove up that wave.
They're giving this up. Look at the map here. The TSM made the call to give this up, and they're sending Sword Art down to look for the dive, as well as have PoE hover over. He's picking up blue right now, and they're just zoning Tomo down. He's got his level 6 ultimate, so the dive would be delayed and kind of risky to pull off. Instead, just pick up.
All right, they're ready to go. They get the ulti out of the Xayah, and that'll be good enough. They cannot make the dive happen afterwards, so Sword Art just disengages.
Effective use of the time there, getting the cooldown now. You can easily just finish out on that turret play, transition over to Dragon. I think that FlyQuest kind of recognized what we were talking about earlier and how it would be so devastating if TSM did get that early Rift Herald, so they committed the early transition with Diamond heading up there, focusing on burning down this Rift Herald. They have it in hand now. So NXI has Rift Herald at will, and the cost that they're giving up is Tomo's ultimate, plus the Dragon on bottom side and an extra turret play.
And TSM's choices have been really good for their early gold lead, right? It's 10 minutes into the game. You're seeing a 3K lead almost for the side of TSM at this point. That is substantial this early on in the game. With that first Drake already in their pocket, 2 feels good. 2-0-1 on the Diana. Highest kills in the game thus far. And Speak is definitely the kind of dude to be able to pop off and accelerate things.
Oh, he definitely has been. That young North American talent, Flowers, coming from the jungle. Spica's been on display in so many of the TSM wins. Big reason why they are still up there at the top of the standings. Meanwhile, Sword Art doing his part, transitioning over, getting up his defensive vision for this side of the map, since FlyQuest and NXI are looking to create a play to try and capitalize on the Rift Herald. When you get the early Rift Herald, you're then immediately looking for which one of these lanes can we get a successful gank on and get extreme value out of this Rift Herald, rather than just chipping off 2 outer plates.
Right.
And,
that's minimum value. We don't want minimum value.
Yeah. We're going for the high roll here.
It's like a lightning spell in an ARPG. It's got a 1 as the minimum value, but then the upper limit's like 8,000.
And we did see the 1 roll in the previous game where Rift Herald just pops out and immediately killed by your opponent team.
That's a 1.
It's a negative 25 gold. Because
that's unlucky.
Just give it over. It's a new spell here we got, Flowers. You can go from negative 25
to 8,000.
To 8,000.
It's great. It's fantastic. FlyQuest pushing up this bottom wave here, getting some pressure on the Tier 1 turret in bottom lane, controlling the bottom side river as well. Nothing to fight for, though. Dragon's not alive for another 3 minutes, and the Scuttle Crab spawned on the other end of the map, so not really any reason to be super concerned with this control right now.
I was about to ask you if you are a lightning type spell user investing heavily in RNG, or if you're a more consistent spell user, but then I was like, well, he's actually just a strength user, doesn't use spells a lot. So
hey, I played Chain Lightning Frozen Orb Sork back in Diablo 2.
Okay,
so I am fully aware, which was a game where all lightning damage was 1 to X in pretty much every situation. I'm very familiar with lightning RNG.
Diablo is definitely the early proponent of that style. Triple actually uses the R for the second chain to try and lock in PoE here.
Okay.
Good dodge, though.
Yeah, nice sidestep away from the Sonic Wave means Power of Evil is able to stay safe from that follow-up. He will now rotate up to this top lane here once more. He knows he has backup. Spica right next to him. Power of Evil eating the honey fruits just so FlyQuest don't feel confident in this. Kumo is down 2 levels, 24 CS, and is just completely zoned away as Huni crashes another wave into the turret.
Yeah, and now you see the rotation back actually being made a little bit quicker. Ryze used his ultimate just to make it instant instead. You bypass the guards at the bridge. They ask you to pay the toll to get back to mid lane of the extra minions.
You roll sneak. It worked.
Feels like, what toll? I don't pay tolls. Get out of my face. We're straight back to those minions.
Easy stuff there for TSM, who are also building up a nice amount of gold for their 80 carry here in the bottom lane. 20 CS lead for Lost over Tomo, as well as having knocked down most of those plates. TSM's doing a good job of maintaining this economic advantage they've got for themselves. Mythic items up and running on both junglers, as well as the TSM top laner and the FlyQuest mid. So we'll see if that ends up having an impact here on any fights. Still over a minute until the Drake spawns, and I still don't think we're likely to see a fight over this.
Yeah, the problem is that FlyQuest came in with kind of a mandate to make some jungle mid plays, and it was fumbled so early in both of the side lanes with the Huni 1v1 as well as the bottom lane dive from TSM that they lost out on that possibility of creating their own early lead for themselves. And if this is the team that's playing catch up, then they don't really have the authority to go for the invades and go for those deeper setups. And TSM now are the ones, you see Sword Art back and forth across this map, just trying to keep up the vision because he knows with the early play that they made, as long as they can just keep it up, 30 seconds here left on the Mountain Drake, they should be able to fight them off. Now, Huni's got teleport, and again, 2-level lead over Kumo up there. Huni is just smashing alone in the 1v1 with no jungle intervention, save for, the second gank there. That was easily executed. But we're looking at him, early activation of the Nocturne ultimate to deny the Kumo TP and allow him to join.
Oh, and the flash away as Kumo goes for the ulti. So Huni escapes the aggro on that one, avoids that bad situation, and now still has his own ulti ready to use, but of course, no flash.
FlyQuest are sweating flowers. They're giving up another dragon here to TSM. They load everybody up onto the top side of the map. They can't get their kill onto Huni, and it's going to give solo tower gold over to the Aphelios first turret bonus on top of it. FlyQuest are sweating super hard here because they don't have the great mid to late game comeback set up for themselves, and TSM have been kind of running the early game as well with a lot of these outplays. Now with the added benefit of Paranoia, kind of the only thing that FlyQuest are hanging their strategy on is the early Rift Heralds, number 2 acquired here to try and push deeper.
Okay, well, they will grab themselves that second Rift Herald. Hopefully they can find something with it because, man, after grabbing that Tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, getting a 2-0 Drake lead early on, things are feeling really, really good here for TSM, and we're not seeing much of a fight back from FlyQuest. It's just TSM sort of doing as they please across the map. They're the ones making the plays. They're the ones trying to have something done. When FlyQuest does strike back, as you saw them trying to make the play up in the top side, TSM has the resources to avoid it because they haven't been pressured out of those yet.
I say Huni gets gold stars for this game because he has both played defensively when his team does not have pressure and is not able to support him. I wonder if this actual alcove play works out because Lost has double summoners.
Let's see. Tomo's just continuing to look juicy enough to maybe engage on. Try to get the ulti out of him. Lost in Sword Art, though. They'll just clear the wave, and they don't want to risk anything too extra here.
Yeah, no reason.
You don't want to be too extra.
You never want to be too extra, Flowers.
I've had people describe me like that before. I'm still going to take it as a compliment. I don't care. But here in LCS, here in League of Legends, you don't want to be too extra.
I feel like too extra is not needed, right? Because extra is already too much.
Exactly. You know, Huni is now going in. Maybe this is too much. He tries to get the kill on the enemy mid laner. Now he's going to be punished by the jungle as well. And Triple with the proc on the chain takes him out.
All right, they get the chase down kill. They finally take down Huni at the cost of top lane pressure, but this is what FlyQuest need to do. They have to create some action here in the game, upset the balance from TSM running through their objectives, and with that Rift Herald, they definitely will be able to crash through mid, possibly pushing a bit deeper there. Honestly, Spica comes right back over though, cuts them off here, and it's going to be a very short-lived celebration for the FlyQuest side.
But hey, they have to make some good things happen, and that was a good sequence of events. Pick off the enemy top laner, get some value out of that Rift Herald there mid. Tier 1 mid lane turret is very important in terms of opening up the enemy side of the map and being able to play more in the jungle, play more forward, increase the vision line. So FlyQuest have that going for them. And we'll see here, though, we've got about 2 minutes until third Drake of the game spawns. It is Infernal, so Infernal Soul is a very scary proposition. If you let TSM get to that soul point, I am expecting FlyQuest to answer this.
Yeah, definitely looks in the cards. In this case, some excessive setup would actually be advised for them. No redundancy needed.
No, sir. Taking a look at the items and sort of where we're at here in the game. Gale Force done for the Xayah means that Tomo will have some extra avoidance capability as the Nocturne and the Rel and the Diana and all these champions try to dive onto him. You can see that Triple already working on some extra magic penetration here. And does FlyQuest want to try to commit to anything up here in the top side? You can see Triple getting things pushed out. TPs are ready across the board, it appears. Power of Evil, the only one not ready to go with that.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because you see FlyQuest, what they have with LeBlanc and Lee Sin, they still have possibilities for those surprise picks. But when you have lost out on early pressure, you then have to send your people up through the side lanes to remain in Fog of War because you know your opponents have been invading constantly into your jungle to put this vision. So if your opponents have vision line all through your own jungle, then you are then forced to kind of go through lane ganks to try and get up there behind the LeBlanc, and you see the attempts at pulling out those picks. And TSM are working around it because they've been able to eliminate so many possible areas that FlyQuest could be, that there's not a lot of surprise factor left.
Well, we've got about 40 seconds until that Drake spawns. FlyQuest doesn't have any bodies in the vicinity. It looks like they are willing to just potentially give this away. Instead, try to trade for some standing gold on the top half of the map, close that disparity in terms of the wealth between the two teams, and then maybe fight at fourth Drake later on. Triple will be the one taking the solo gold here in that top lane tier 1 turret. TSM in a position in case FlyQuest does anything risky to stop them.
FlyQuest are keeping their bottom lane up there. You see Tomo up there, or Tomo's in the river here, and you see the Diamonds looking for the dive instead of the dragon.
Okay, here they go. Not gonna find the grand entrance on the Power of Evil. Quickness also not being used successfully. FlyQuest are now overextended, and Sword Art is ready to punish. Triple will be the first one to die with Power of Evil cashing in. Realm Warp's coming to bring in the backup, and FlyQuest have committed the sin of overextension. TSM with the punish. Enemy jungler, enemy mid lane, both out of the picture. You smell that, Kobe? That smells like Baron to me.
And it smells so sweet, Flowers. For TSM, wearing purple is all but sealing up this game. And you have to review why FlyQuest would be willing to throw their cards in for a lower percentage play. It's because, again, the setup for this game, with the available win conditions that they had being dwindled down so much early, they're like, okay, well, maybe we got to all in on our split push. Send multiple people up there, try and push hard on these towers, get our gold, and open up the map, because we're not going to be able to win at the Dragon. But TSM, they don't let you have anything. They don't pick up the expected play of just marching towards Dragon with extra people. They defend on top side. PoE delays, buys times with his sidestepping into Zhonya's for the rest of the team to collapse. And guess what? You don't get to push further on the side lane. TSM will take the Baron. They'll give up this Dragon. They don't need to continue stacking it because now with the extra pushing pressure, they actually get to regain control of those side waves. PoE on the rise has been scaling up quite nicely for them. And all they have to do is bring the rest of the members. They're looking for a pick of their own.
LeBlanc is a slippery target, so this will be pretty difficult here. Sword Art and Lost instead just continuing to roam through the enemy jungle. And this TSM composition is very scary with a Baron, right? Rise and Nocturne are both incredibly effective by themselves here in a side lane. The other three very capable of defending on their own. But TSM's not worried about a 1-3-1. It's more of a 4-1 approach here. As the 4 find their way into the top lane, they'll smash down that tier 2. Keeping that pressure alive. Triple's the only one up here answering right now, so FlyQuest is going to have to send more manpower. Otherwise, they risk losing even more.
Meanwhile, Huni does have Nocturne Ultimate, so you can get pretty much all the way over to a bottom side of the fight if TSM just kite back a little bit and buy him some time. You see they're just delaying, letting Huni whittle down on this outer turret. He finishes up on the objective without any casualties.
And the gold lead just continues to climb.
Oh, that crying gold. Wow, we're so rich, Flowers. Oh, look at all
when
my
the gold
money.
lead's so big, you gotta cry about it. Feels good for TSM. Huni continues that push going on down here in mid lane. Tier 2 turret. You're not gonna die quite yet, but that's a lot of damage, a lot of pressure that TSM is keeping up here with this Baron buff.
Yeah, you know, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy vacations and jet skis.
It can buy
and
things that bring you
parties.
happiness afterwards. Xayah ulti comes out. Tomo's going to have one less powerful defensive tool now if the fight goes any further. Sword Art looking to disengage. Nice 3-man knockup coming out from Rakan. That is a grand entrance indeed. TSM lose 2 immediately, and FlyQuest are going for more. Sword Art and Huni still trying to find some opportunity to fight. Sword Art's going to die. Huni picks up a couple here, so it's a 4 for 2. FlyQuest feeling good about this right now. Huni wants to get away. Tomo's still in hot pursuit. Fear Tether walked out of, so Kumo's not going to get hit by the proc on that. NXI continues going in. Now you've got a teleport showing up as well. They really want this kill onto the Nocturne. Triple with the flash forward. Pops the enemy spell shield to make sure the chain roots. Huni tries to survive here with the Gore Drinker. It took them forever, but they finally just beat him down.
Yeah, there's no objective on the map, Flowers, so there's nothing else to do. The only objective is take Huni's head.
Huni's the objective.
Congratulations, Huni. Now, where's our Huni buff? What do you get? What do you get after killing Huni?
After you kill Huni, you just get inspired to go for more PvP.
Hold on.
Yeah. You're ready to go. Let's take another look at the Bud Light Ace that they were able to get for the side of FlyQuest.
And this is a play born of desperation from FlyQuest. You're trapped inside your base, getting pushed in on all sides from TSM. You have to make the all-in play, and it works for them. So well initiated. We get to see the Aurelia mini rework, I love the speed up here, in action. As Kumo dives in, he's so tanky there on the late game Aurelia, especially with this build too, with the Gore Drinker. Fully stacks the Conqueror. Right on the inside, they pick off the heart of TSM. Now they're looking to pick off more.
Okay, Spica, very vulnerable here. The kick comes out. Now he's going to be chain CC'd. Enough damage to burst him down before he's able to do much. Huni now going to be stuck in the middle of 5. The Nocturne cannot survive very well here. They're going to pick him off next. Lost is your target, and he's got no protection. Power of Evil's getting ran down by the enemy Lee Sin, and NXI takes him out of the picture as well. FlyQuest surge to life. 4 for nothing.
They're most dangerous when you box them into a corner. Flowers. FlyQuest gonna fight their way out, and they're gonna do it in back-to-back team fights straight to the base of TSM.
FlyQuest are pushing real hard here. We have 12 seconds on Spica, and then another 10 for anyone else. It's Sword Art alone. He goes in to buy as much time as possible. He's only a support. He is going to die. Are we going to get back-to-back games of this in the LCS? Nexus turret number 1 is gone. Number 2 under pressure. Spica goes in. His goal is to just get time for everybody else, but time cannot be bought. FlyQuest with the comeback win. Take down TSM. The Academy squad is 4-0 on the LCS stage.
This is our only undefeated LCS team. It is these 5 players together, Flowers. They were pushed too hard. You pushed them all game. You pushed them right into their base. Baron knocking at your door. And guess what? They're going to take that Huni buff, and they ran it back for the victory.
That Diamond's Rakan engage in the top lane turned this game around. Because that's what enabled them to get that ace. And then afterwards, the pick onto Spica in the river that set up the subsequent fight. 2 fights back to back changed the entire game. Holy cow.
You gotta keep your wits about you in the end game. You make a play like that, death timers are long enough, FlyQuest, run it back.
Holy cow. Twice now. Same day. First, open up the weekend with 2 of these.
Oh my goodness. From 0-10 to 4-0, FlyQuest with the undefeated Academy team here, blowing up the LCS stage.
This is awesome to see. To see this squad. The idea of sending the entire LCS squad to Academy and bringing the entire Academy roster up to the LCS stage, that was bold. But it was bold and it worked. And it's so fun to watch these players take win after win after win after win. And just seriously, they must have the defibrillator ready to go. Just zap, zap. They brought this org back to life. They were on their deathbed, man. They were saying, all right, tell everybody I love them. We'll see you later. Zap. FlyQuest is ready again.
And they self-applied it too.
Yeah, somehow you're on the deathbed and you zap yourself and now you're just 2 thumbs way up. Here's another look at that ending fight.
Oh, and this is the one that started with the pick. NXI finds him in the river. They kick Spica in, they take down the Diana, and the chase is through. Kumo on the left side, NXI on the right side. PoE gets hit with the Q, NXI finishes him off, and FlyQuest get to run it all the way through.
And you can see Sword Art did whatever he could, right? He's fallen back. There's no way to try to fight underneath one turret. He's seeing, oh, wait, hold on. They're pushing all the way in. He's only got one choice. He's got to try to go after the minion wave here. He does a little bit, not enough. There's not really much you can do in that situation. And then boom.
That's when you're the last one left alive in one of the Doomsday movies. You see everything crumbling around in front of you, Flowers. And FlyQuest, 5-hit on Nexus. That thing's over. I know you wanted to see the critical one, the one inside the base, where they're able to make their stand versus the Baroned up TSM and then chasing down Huni, basically delaying by the leapfrog of the death timer so that then Huni's way delayed and his getting back up. And they pull off the pick. What do you know? You never know until the Nexus explodes, okay? We're just going to keep on having these upsets again in the LCS.
Oh, it's been a great day so far, and we are only 2 games in. That's not even half. We're tossing to another break, but on the other side, the Tigress is talking with Diamond in the Verizon post-game interview.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
from day one. Big head sauce, no A1. They say there's no way I'm gonna make one. Where you gonna be when the day come? Me, I'm riding off in the sunset. I'm just getting started, I ain't done yet. Long days, long nights, got no rest. Now it's top peeled off down Sunset Fruit. I paid my dues and I kept my receipts. Remember the days that I barely could eat. All of them nights that I slept on the street. Drove myself crazy trying to make the ends meet. I made a way like I'm parting the sea. No server my wave, ain't no bars for me. Just look where I started, no promise from me. School of hard knocks and I got my degree. Cause I've been there and I've done that. And I came up, never looking back. Since day one, I've been all facts. So don't call it no comeback. I used to sit and dream like one day.
Welcome back to the LCS. The FlyQuest streak continues 4-0 for this renewed squad. I'm standing on bye with Diamond. First, I got to touch on this game because TSM had a 3K gold lead at 10 minutes. How did you all manage to turn this around?
Yeah, that was the early game was not it for us. It was actually we were like, still like in it because we knew we had like really good like late game team comp, and we have Aurelia and no one knows what she does right now. So we took that into advantage, you know. It's like, oh yeah, you guys like just get to late game, and Aurelia will press W, and they'll all be dizzy, and then we win. That's how it works. And yeah, I mean, I didn't expect us to win actually. That like early in the game, I thought it was gonna be like a 40-minute banger because usually that's all my games against TSM. But yeah, I mean, we took the dub.
You're holding your breath, waiting for that timer to continue there.
Yeah, I was like, all right, 40 minutes, that's where we peaked.
And as far as your, I don't want to say peak, but a high point for you in this game, you actually are player of the game for this.
I was inting.
So. You're inting? Well, give me just some reflection upon how you feel as a player, considering that it's been a while since we've seen you on the LCS stage, and it feels like you've done a lot of growth, really stepping into a leadership position.
Yeah, I mean, usually when I excel is when I have like younger players that I can either teach or like try to make them excel or get better. So like, I think I joke about it a lot in my interviews where I feel like I'm a raid leader. I just like give +1 +1 to all my teammates, and that's kind of my thing. And I mean, I'm happy to like play with the squad. Like they trust me so much, and like even though like I had like such a bad like first split, and I think I couldn't be myself in my first split, and with this team I can finally like be what makes me excel in my previous team. So I thought that's why I think our team is doing so well. Not just me, but everyone just like really wants to win, and they just trust each other a lot. So it feels good.
And it is so fun getting to see each of you individually excel in this case. And as a team, I did have the chance to speak to some of the staff on FlyQuest, and they talk so much about how you all work so hard to get your individual goals on the same page throughout the year to find this success now. Can you tell me a bit about that team journey from the beginning of the year until now?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't part of the team in the first split, obviously, but when I came in, there was actually the team was better than I thought, but they needed some leading, just someone to like keep them in check mostly. I'm kind of like the team mom in the sense that like I just try to make sure that everyone is following whatever our plan is, and sometimes I make the plan if no one is like has the resources to make it. So, for example, Kumo is like a really big voice in our team, and I try to like make everyone play to what Kumo says, or if Kumo cannot take the game in his lead, then I'm the one making the plan, and then we follow, and Kumo does my job that I usually do. So like me and Kumo are kind of like the connection for our team, and the rest like adds onto it, and then that's how we move forward as a team. So it really works well for us at least.
Yeah, the dynamic between you both has been very enjoyable. I do just want to let you know before we wrap this up that I know you said you're inting, but everyone is commending you for holding it down in that base to win the game. So props to you and the rest of the team continuing through to get that victory.
I hit 1 RW. Thanks, guys.
You clicked good, Diamond. You clicked good.
I mean, I should be reported for the top thing, and like where I just missed my RW on the rise, but I'm glad that I hit another one after, so that's good.
We'll leave reports for another time. Diamond, thank you so much for joining me on the stage after this victory. We are going to continue with the LCS here today. Under Thieves and Dig facing off in just a moment on the other side of the break. See you there.
Welcome back to the LCS and the State Farm Analyst Desk, where we've got Dignitas looking to do the impossible in taking down 100 Thieves. Or at least that's what I would have said until last week happened.
1 and 2.
When 100 Thieves took a couple hits to their record, as we can see behind us. So Mark, coming to you on this, a team that looked to be, unbeatable for a good portion of the summer split finally fell into some unlikely opponents. Is it time to worry? Should I be worried about this squad?
I would not be too worried. I think the Golden Guardians loss, you can look at the draft a little bit. That was a bit sus with the Yasuo lock-in. The EG loss was more legitimate, but they're arguably the hottest team in the league right now. So I don't feel like if I'm 100 Thieves, I'm panicking yet. They still feel like they're trying things out and learning.
I mean, so within that, if it's not time to panic, I guess my next question becomes, Emily, what in these games that we saw of last week would be something we can pull from on the side of Dignitas to maybe pick apart 100 Thieves?
I think 100 Thieves, where they make the most mistakes, is typically in the mid game, where I remember saying going into last week, and then they went 1 and 2, that I was gonna be a lot harsher on this team, right? Because now it's not just about being the best team in the LCS, it's about maintaining that and vying for a championship. And this is what 100 Thieves have been aiming for. I think a lot of their objective setups can be kind of suspect, the way that they come around. I think the first game, to Mark's point, the draft was something that they were obviously testing out that didn't work, which is fine. But I think against Evil Geniuses were able to execute their composition at a higher level and take apart some of the things that 100 Thieves grew a bit lax on in terms of mid-game objective setups and seeing the map more holistically, I guess, like cross-map trading, basically.
Yeah, and I think that when you have a look at someone like Dignitas, especially with a jungler like Acadian who's willing to make proactive plays, that this should be, in theory, a pretty good matchup for him because Closer plays the game in a pretty similar way. And I always say that if you're playing against a good team, you want to be playing against a good team that at least does something because then it allows you to make your plays. If a great team is like one of those suffocating good teams that kind of just slowly pressures you out of the map, then it's actually quite difficult. But 100 Thieves are quite proactive, and that means, as Emily's saying, sometimes they can make mistakes in their setup and they go for a lot of plays, and you just have to hope that you nab one of them early enough that you get a lead and you're able to push through.
I think it's just the strengths of the two teams match up actually quite well because if I'm Dignitasing how I want to win most of my games, it's like Acadian ganking bot lane with Afromu and setting Neo up. That's hard when you're playing
when you're going into FBI.
FBI Nuki, yes. I think Dignitas do have a pretty clear identity for how they want to play, but their soul laners for me are a little weaker than 100 Thieves, and then like we're saying, they're attacking the strength.
Yeah, so then what you do is you hope that the mind control tactic comes in.
Oh, yeah.
For some reason, Reaper's like, you know what, FBI, you're really great at being aggressive, but for some reason, I feel like we got to get on this Ziggs hype train. And then they leave up Neo's Callista,
or they
and
pick
just
Coglulu again.
Yeah, and then they just exploded the game through the bottom lane, and because that's where similarities and strengths, if you are experimenting on the LCS stage, can bite you in the bum.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, they could just swap the Ziggs to Huhi and
put Senna back in.
Yeah, and still have FBI on a carry where he can kind of play farther up in lane.
But to that point, that is how they lost their EG game. It was the Ignar Thresh that kind of popped off and killed Huhi a couple of times. So when you are meeting strengths, it is a little scary. But if you do actually get the advantage on FBI Huhi, that feels like, okay, well now what do they do? Because they rely so much on them.
Alternatively, 100 Thieves are the better team, right? Yeah. And so when you match...
Alternatively, I don't know if alternatively needed to be the qualifier there. I think that was just a pure statement.
When you have two teams that have a very similar playstyle and one is better than the other, it actually ends up being really hard for a team like Dignitas to be able to contest this. And I think, if anything, we already pointed to the Acadian point, I think it's going to come through mid-jungle, and if Acadian can play more to his lanes rather than Closer, who sometimes will play more for himself and have Abadaga play for him.
That's the other thing I was going to throw in there was we kind of glanced over solo lanes where I was like, yeah, they're better for 100.
Yeah, there's a lot of focus on bot side.
Yeah, I feel like that is the other difficult part is the flexibility that comes with the solo laners right now for 100 Thieves, where it's like, okay, some days popping off on Gwen sometimes, Abadaga can play whatever's in the game. It just feels more difficult for Dignitas.
Yeah, I think there is a world where you could probably set this mid lane matchup as the best mid laner in the LCS at the moment versus maybe the worst mid laner in the LCS.
Ooh, we should have had you in for that mid lane tier list the other week. Now
you would have agreed
super
with
curious.
Kaiser's
list, yeah, without a doubt. All right, well, there's the prep. That's the prep we need for 100 Thieves versus Dignitas. We'll see if 100 Thieves can surge back out to a lead in the LCS or if Dignitas will have a say in that matter. Captain Flowers, Kobe, Take it away.
You know, after game 1, I said game 2's got to live up to what we just saw. And now after game 2, I'm here to tell you all right now, game 3 better be raising the bar even higher up. We can go further beyond, my friend.
Those are rookie numbers we just saw. We're going to pump those up.
Oh, we got rookie numbers so far. We're looking to turn them into professional numbers. Let's see what we can get here in this game. 100 Thieves and Dignitas. I'm ready to see it.
I mean, after the last couple of games, I am ready for anything here, okay? I'm going to be predicting and expecting the turn. You know, one team gets Baron, they're pushing you in your base. Guess what? Perfect opportunity
to
Flowers.
ace
them. Every inconvenience, every hurdle, every difficulty you face in life should actually just be looked at as an opportunity to go for it, engage. Just engage on that problem in your life, Flowers.
You heard it here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're struggling with a problem at home, sometimes you just got to engage your problem. Face it head on. Be ready to turn that game around, steal that Baron, get that ace.
You know, feeling
turn it into a motivational speech, sort of.
You're feeling that creative block, you know, at work. You got some problem you just can't solve. Get in there. Recon ult that problem.
Hell yeah.
That's our advice
I'll
here.
take that over any of that, like, self-help guru stuff on Twitter. This is way better. Just recon ult yourself to victory. That's what I love to hear. Y'all got the power inside you. I believe in each and every one. Now, I believe in this draft. Let's see what we're about to get. It's Irelia banned away first and foremost from 100 Thieves.
Ooh.
Let's see what Dignitas want to respond with. They won't be able to pick up some of that new hype there like we saw in the last game in the form of the Irelia. Probably going to see a lot of the same types of bans that we have been seeing. Not expecting Xin Zhao to get through any ban phases anytime soon.
Yeah, Irelia is definitely the type of champion that I like to ban out, especially after reworks like this, where she just gets into this very difficult problem to solve for any person on your team in the 1v1, but even now too with the extra robustness of the champion, even in a 5-on-5 it becomes difficult to solve. So take it off the table, just solve it before you even get to the game, Flowers. Ban it right out. Meanwhile, our jungle dichotomy is still available here with the Diana as well as Viego and Gwen still available.
Yep. Irelia, Renekton, Xin Zhao, Callista, Gwen banned away.
One.
So Viego's still up.
Let me get the other one.
Diana's still up. So one of those two has to get through.
Honestly, it comes down to which type of solo laner do you want to pick instead. Honestly, I do think the Viego's a bit more flexible as well. Diana, yes, you can play it mid lane, but there's a lot of mid lane matchups that you can deny it a little bit easier. And it's definitely not as popular among the mid lane players because it is so heavily favored to the jungle. So I like this option. You ban out the more flexible one that we're talking about. And Viego, take a seat.
Yeah, Viego's not available here any longer. That Diana's still there for first pick if 100 Thieves want it, but they still have about 10 more seconds to decide how they want to shape this draft here. Abbedagge and Closer have been popping off pretty hard for this squad in their best looking moments. Someday, of course, always a staple in the top lane too. So they'll lock in that Diana here, and we're assuming this is Closers.
We've had a lot of good Diana plays. Closer, Spica. We'd have had very big Wombo combos. I'm always looking for other large AoE champions that excel with grouping your opponents up. Definitely some super fun ones out there. Mostly the attack damage ones are the ones that are getting big play because you do want Diana to be facing teams that aren't going to be stacking a lot of magic resistance. Ziggs continues to reign supreme, though, as far as the priority on the bottom side of the map, as long as Callista is banned out. I want to see if this priority, this kind of blind allegiance to the Ziggs church continues, Flowers. I want to see some Draven lock in, okay? Because Draven is one that will punk Ziggs out of that lane. You just walk up,
start smacking them with the axe.
It's a very similar strategy to most of the opportunities to pick Draven. You pick an aggressive support
and start hitting him.
And you play aggro in lane, you punish him, you don't let Ziggs even get close to your tower. Draven's very decent matchup into it, and I've seen it used already in the LPL. So hoping that we get some more, AD carries willing to dip into those more specific counter picks.
Okay, well, we've got the Lee Sin locked in next to the Ziggs. And with Aphelios picked up here for 100 Thieves, I am expecting them to pick a defensive support. Hovering over the Braum here, we know Thresh is also very commonly chosen next to Aphelios, but no, they're going to leave the support open for the second half of the draft, also the second half of the bans, and lock in the Lucian instead.
Okay, so we're expecting, attack damage, so Linus from 100 Thieves. It's not anything with structure here. The Lucian does push and Diana wants to farm, so it actually changes your Lucian lane a little bit, where in the early stages you don't play it as aggressively as sometimes when you play these Lucian matchups. Also, it is into possible flex picks here from Dig, so basically blind Lucian matchup here for Abbedagge without a super early ganking jungler, and it's into a Lee Sin, which is going to have a lot more flexibility than the Diana early on.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see if Acadian can make his presence felt, because looking at just the two players, not even the two champions, Acadian has invested heavily in his time in Dignitas in early ganks, sacrificing camps. He's very willing to go level 3, skipping Raptors, skipping Krugs, going for the level 3 ganks for the influence on those laning matchups. And this is definitely a champion where he can do similar things.
Well, we've got two supports banned out here from Dignitas in the second half of the draft. The Braum that was hovered earlier, as well as that Leona. And you talked a lot in the first game of the day about how effective Leona and Diana are as a duo once you get into the part of the game where they can roam around together. So makes sense for both of those bans to come out, as well as we're seeing the Nocturne banned away here by 100 Thieves. One more ban to go from them. Do they want to continue to try to target similar champions? Do they want to switch it up? Yes, the LeBlanc will be the final ban of the draft.
Yeah, LeBlanc definitely can be difficult to deal with, especially if you don't have point and clicks to see on your team. One of the biggest and most annoying things is if you get to mid stages of the game, especially if LeBlanc had a good early game, and you don't have a stun, the poke that comes from Distortion in, and especially with the Cosmic Drive build from LeBlanc's, where their cooldown reduction becomes very, very annoying. You're just constantly getting Harasser without possible answers. So taking off this possibility there from Yusui. Meanwhile, they're going to keep Yasui's pick shrouded in mystery, even with the Lucian already showing. They want full commitment from 100 Thieves that it will be a mid lane Lucian, not a top lane Lucian. And they just blind pick the Gnar instead for Fate God first. Just saying, you know what, someday, whatever. Fate God has had his time. He's grown past this rivalry. Someday is the one who deposed him from the starting top lane spot, and he was always, playing Academy to him, playing under. Oh, is it going to be top lane Tom Kench for it?
Kench!
Let's go!
He's not. I'm hoping to see him in the top lane.
It's got to be top lane. So I have jungled it. It is definitely not jungleable because the AoE is not there. Support is doable, but
it's not the defensive option it used to be.
Yeah,
right?
Come on, play it top.
This is
the ultimate.
Not the Devour that is able to save an ally like Aphelios. Instead, that laning phase will be much more vulnerable. It is a support Tom Kench. It is the reworked Tom Kench. He is not a third summoner spell any longer.
Yeah.
We'll see how this works, but it will be Mundo there in the top lane for someday.
So fourth lane is just a bit more aggressive lane, because Tom Kench, you want to super aggressively using your Q, your tongue lash, and you do have options for really good jungle setup. So what the support Tom Kench can give you is, especially if you get brush control, slide into those brush, cast your W. It's very difficult, especially without any extra move speed or dash abilities, to get away from a W after it's cast if it's not in vision. If it's in vision, super easy to avoid, but definitely doable the other way around.
But we got Kayn! It's Kayn over on the side of Dignitas here for Acadian, which means Yusui will actually be the pilot here of the Lee Sin in mid. So entirely physical damage top half of the map for Dignitas, which will make the itemization of champions like Tom Kench and Mundo easier. So, or not Tom Kench and Mundo. Well, both of them technically, but Tom Kench isn't going to be up there this early on.
I'm expecting actually a red Kayn transformation. It was buffed back up. Previously, we had a long stretch where it was only blue Kayns, but the blue Kayn
Blues are Kayn.
Blue Kayn is still open, open for choice here for Acadian. But I actually think this would probably be a good red Kayn form. We'll see early on, depending on which lane he ganks. If he's going for the Lucian, for the Aphelios, get your blue orbs, then he'll easily be able to go into that one. Plus, we can also get indication by your rune choice if he's Conqueror.
Yeah, Conqueror pretty much always means the red one historically.
Yeah.
But we did see the popularization of sort of like the hybrid type feel there for a while with the blue cane that would build a Gore Drinker just because of how effective it was at adding on to his burst. And Gore Drinker Muramana was the souse there for quite a while. But let's see how Acadian's going to play. It does have the Conqueror here.
All right.
So we are expecting a build that favors those extended fights instead of the one-shots. But remember, we need to see an early and active Acadian. If you get to the 15-minute mark and Kane's still sitting there with almost no orbs unevolved, congratulations, you've got 4.5 champions on your team.
Yeah, it's definitely a sad one. We've had some super long transformation times in the LCS that had very poor results. Attempt at the level 1 brush trekking here. I like that with the setup that they have, you know, Nautilus as well as Ziggs. Those walls, man, those things just jump out at you.
Yeah, just show up out of nowhere, but
thicker than they used to be, Flowers. They don't make them like they used to.
Yeah, not on the back in my day. The Rift looked all different. We didn't even have all this stuff on it.
You know, it's funny because actually back in my day, before they reworked the visual for Summoner's Rift, it literally looked different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I was playing back then too. It looked all memey and half the characters had pizza feet.
We are dating ourselves. The boomer cast up here.
We're booming, buddy. We're booming. But remember that if you want to learn how to play some League of Legends a little bit better than you currently do, you can check out our free Pro View matchup for this game in the support role. You can check out who he playing that reworked Tom Kench up against Afro Moose Nautilus and see how to become the playmaker we all know you can be. Now, Dignitas will be starting their jungler off here in the bottom side with a leash, while 100 Thieves will be doing the same thing on the other side of the map.
Yeah, only difference is the deep ward on Raptors. This is other common side start for Kayn. You don't have to get Alicia's Kayn.
Right.
Kayn can always, because of the clearing power of Q, just start his own Raptors, no problem. Do red side over towards blue quadrant, but does get the leash from bottom side because guess what? Ziggs Nautilus, level 1. They're just going to let the Aphelios TK push anyway. As we said, Tom Kench after the rework, you do not have basic ability to devour. That is the main thing to hammer home, but you do have very aggressive options for bottom side with the Q and the possible damage output versus melee supports. Tom Kench, you have to be very fearful of it, and that usually allows TK to get bottom lane brush control if you're not against, you know, range champions. And then you can look for opportunities with your W to set up your jungler for ganks, but that's further down the road. As of right now, it is Aphelios, and by nature of starting out always with your sniper gun makes it quite easy to get control of quite a few lanes early on.
Well, Neo and Aframu will be fine just sitting back here a little bit for now. Acadian has gone for the full clear through his jungle, as you often see Kayn do, and it means that he didn't move into the Wraith Pit before the ward expired. So they did not actually see him go in there, so they don't have 100% knowledge on where he is at, but of course it is easy to assume.
Yeah, you go process of elimination. Well, he didn't start up on his red quadrant, and I cleared my blue quadrant, and I'm currently in my own red.
Where could he be?
Where did he go?
He likes to power farm. Anyway, who he's going into the bottom lane, gets the knock up onto both enemy players. 100 Thieves win that trade pretty decisively, and FBI's not even done yet. Nicely done here.
It's actually one of the funniest abilities to watch now that he does it all the time too, and you see the channel from Tom Kench.
Jump and bop.
Surprise! There's a catfish under you.
It's such a fun animation. That's the one thing I wish about Tom Kench is that he was a champion, I wish he was a melee carry because his crit animation is he slaps out his tongue and bonks you over the head with. It's a downward tongue chop.
Orbs.
But right now, Acadian's going in for some orbs, for some damage. Abadaga has to flash to stay alive.
That is some good value for the Kayn time. Full clear up through top side, pass through mid, get a bunch of orbs for yourselves. These ones are blue, but also chunks out. Abadaga gets the flash, was critical for this Lucian. Remember from Champ Select, we said, if you're drafting the Diana with your Lucian has to play a little bit differently for your early lane phase here. And now without flash and without teleport, Abadaga much more cautious on this Lucian. Very wary when going for some of these aggressive trades onto Yasui. The big advantage, though, of course, with the teleport, he got his back, so got his purchase in. Cull double longsword start from him. He was chipping away at his Cull very early on with that start, so it's already all the way down to 70.
And he does have a nice little modest farm lead over his opponent. Yasui's doing a pretty good job keeping it close here.
Yeah, and a big reason for that buy, kind of like we expected with the jungle discrepancy for, possible early moves. Guess what? He's not going to play super aggressively, try and kill you, so he's going to get out his little advantage that way by purchasing the Cole, because he's sacrificing some defense for the all-in, but not a tremendous worry for him.
If you're playing Lucian, you need to get something extra out of the laning phase, right? You'd want it to be the ability to play aggressive and zone your opponent away, but if you can't get that because of the jungle, hey, at least Cole is going to pay you that extra 450 gold once you farm it off. But 100 Thieves going for a play down here in the bottom lane. That was not the play that they were looking for. FBI with a heal, but the teleport in from Fake God means that 100 Thieves lose their AD carry, and the support's now in a bad spot too. A good flash gets Huhi away, and Fake God's not able to find the punish, but now just a massive error from Closer makes him lose his own flash, getting caught there for no reason.
That right there, Fake God covering on bottom side, puts a stop to all these 100 Thieves' dreams of glory. 100 Thieves riding so much off this dominant bottom lane of FBI and Huhi, but the dive set up. Good answered teleport there from Fake God. Gets the counter kill, first blood cash in, and by virtue of landing that hook, Aphromoo even gets the extra summoner spell out of Closer. Diana isn't going to be able to make the first big flash play, which is what you love to do once you get access to your ultimate. Here's another look at starting out that dive. Huhi took a tower aggro really early with the tongue lash, and so flashing out there as well after getting exhausted for FBI, still gets slowed down by the boomerang, and they're back at it.
Oh, but we're not done. And Closer, remember, he's got no flash, so it's an easy pick here for Dignitas. Neo grabbing that kill, his first one of the game. Dignitas' second. Enemy jungler's dead. It's time for Drake.
Dude, this is like a murder mystery, Flowers. We come back out of a replay. What is going on my screen? How did he get there? Who did that? Well, Dignitas did it with
Neo with the bomb in the river.
But the real question of the mystery is, why is Closer in there? Well, where's the rest of the team? And what gave him authority to walk into the Dignitas jungle? Well, guess what? Nobody did, so they take him down and take the dragon.
I mean, we've asked that question. What is Closer doing there in the same spot in the bottom river twice in 1 minute? So clearly this area not doing him any favors right about now.
Gonna put a patent on that?
Yeah, we're going to need to unless he cleans up his act here a little bit. So Dignitas getting themselves a good early lead up here in the top lane. Farm is even between the two. Of course, we know Mundo will scale into a hyper tank as the game moves forward, and he's already at the point where he's feeling all right just farming up underneath the turret despite the ranged harass of Fake God. And you can see there, comment on Mundo makes his trading that much more effective, just landing the single cleavers and getting the bonus damage.
Yeah, Mundo's laning became a lot more robust with the changes, not just relying on cleaver and moving up for auto attacks. The new E swiping minions through on death feels so good, gives him a lot more choice with how he wants to play lanes. So someday taking advantage of that there. We always like to revisit, when you've got Fake God versus Someday, both of them kind of under the same organization for a long time with 100 Thieves. How he gets to play it now, as Fake God has really come into his own on Dignitas, and it was a big part of Dignitas' surge up to the top. Yeah, they had other roster moves since then that have made things a bit shaky, but Fake God definitely earning himself his starting spot in the LCS.
I mean, yeah, it was his teleport into the bottom lane that really made that first play for the first blood succeed like it did. Yasui now with a flash kick guarantees they're going to get another kill here in mid, despite the fact that Huhi and Closer show up. They're both too late.
That flash, look at him, look at right now. It just came off a couple seconds away. Abadoga didn't have anything to get away from that, so very good timing and execution from Dignitas. Yasui goes in, guess what? Kick flash, you're dead. And that's also going to be an objective picked up. Dignitas, first dragon, first 3 kills of the game, and during the replay will be first Rift Herald. Kick flash, this is a ward hop, really nicely done there by Yasui, right up into him. And Acadian is there again to cash in on some orbs on top of the assist. You get huge cash payout here from the Rift Trail plus top scuttle grab. This is just looking like a dream start for a Kane game, at least from jungle perspective, Captain Flowers.
Yep, he's stacking up the tier. He'll be working towards the Muramana. You can see the Iron Spike whip in the inventory going towards that Gore Drinker I'm talking about. So what we expected to see here from this champion.
Only caveat is that since you're repeat ganking on the Lucian, you're getting blue orbs from range champion damage.
True.
So we'll want to invest in taking down Tahm Kench, maybe scrap a closer there. Hey, next time closer's out in the river, make sure Acadian gets at least a hit on him.
Just bop him one time there real quick.
Just one quick touch. Closer does have his flash now, though, so the Diana, as we talked about, with flash ultimate available, you can make some really big plays for the team. And especially if you make that around Aphelios, the combination there, I really do like, especially if he's got Infernum, to be able to burst down some of these duels.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the 200 years Infernum on the Champions release. It was just like, hey, you don't have a team anymore, but it's still very strong.
Exactly. I said the same setup last week, and Freak had the same response of you. Oh, yeah, it's not the same, got nerfed. And then we still saw it on screen. I was like, you know what? It's still got some kick to it.
Yeah, it's still pretty strong.
Especially if he goes into the lethality, lean into it a little bit there. Has some oomph.
Of course, their opponent's side is a little bit tankier, so less vulnerable to those pure lethality builds than what they might otherwise be, right? Like, it's easy for both the Gnar and the Nautilus to itemize some armor. Lee Sin can be the same way, so.
I can hear you. Every AD carry and every AD solo laner I ever have is like, this guy got Clark armor early! Steel caps! What a little baby. Come on, armor!
That's sometimes how she goes, though. You just got to be able to outplay the defensive stats. 40 seconds here until our second Drake of the game spawns. Dignitas have that first one for themselves. Despite the fact that Dig have 3 kills compared to nothing, 100 Thieves is farm, and the couple of plates that they've got in mid and bottom have kept this game very close. Someday now chasing after Fake God, looking for even more here. But with Acadian roaming up to the top side, they won't continue any further.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a deeper invade since they already have the deep ward up by blue. It's scouted out by this control ward, but with the Rift Herald, this is a strong power play. Tahm Kench can get there with the W, so Huhi's roam timer as support, definitely matching Aphromoo here, definitely providing that extra Tahm Kench defense that you're looking for, even after the rework. Thus far, it has played out very similarly to previous iterations of the champion.
And Fake God will just continue shoving the wave. Some days pretty much perpetually stuck underneath this turret here as Gnar has priority over that wave. You can see that Dignitas has multiple men here in the mid lane getting this wave shoved out now as well. The Dragon has spawned. Nobody's down there just yet, but it will be Dignitas here with the first rotation. 1 ward placed in the river there by the side of 100 Thieves. That one's going to see what's going on, but it doesn't look like they have the manpower nearby to do much about it. So 2-0 Drake lead for Dignitas.
Keep on stacking all the neutral objectives. Rift Herald plus 2 dragons plus all 3 kills. And it looks fairly calm too. You know, the couple plays towards mid lane that they did that were the really momentous ones were very efficient. No time wasted. You know, Yusui, immediate ward hop in, kick flashes Abaddon, get back. You know, they get the one there. This Rift Herald immediately used. You're approaching 13 minutes, so if you are looking at wanting to get a reset, you don't want to be hard-pressed for time later on, getting right back out. Oh, we got to use the Rift Herald before these turret plates drop. You know, 14 minutes is approaching quickly. So just cash in there quickly. Yeah, it's not the biggest, exchange, but does get the expected value of the extra turret plates for them and chip out on mid.
Yep, the plating will soon fall. As you heard the announcer say, the gold is dead even here. Dignitas, having been making the plays so far, we want to see them continue to do that as we're just about into the mid game here. Neo teleporting back down into bottom lane, using the power of that extra TP. You talked about it a little bit in the previous game, how this is something especially to consider as we get later and later. Dignitas will have that extra macro advantage, that extra ability to position someone somewhere else besides the main stage of action.
And especially since it is Ziggs who can teleport in, instantly wave clear, plus throw his ultimate, instantly wave clear. It gives you a lot of control towards the mid stages of the game where teams are trying to make these macro decisions based on pushing waves, rotating over for tower conversions to be able to cash in on that standing gold on the map. And Ziggs really does give you that extra lever to pull as you can answer other minion waves that, unless you have GP or something on your team, you don't really get access to that other branch of a decision tree.
Yep. Well, back here in bottom lane, 100 Thieves are bringing Closer down. We'll see if there's a play to be made, who he's going to find himself on a control ward here. So they'll clear that one out of the way, as Closer will also be spotted by that right before it is taken out of the picture. Dignitas are building that gold lead up here a little bit further as Fake God continues to maintain pressure here in the top lane against his opponent, but it's actually Someday who has the farm lead in this 1v1 matchup. Chains of Anathema as his first item. Worth pointing out, this is very good in the 1v1, but if you find yourself in a team fight, remember you've only got one person marked. Abadaga could be in a bad spot. Yasui jumps in. Closer's ready there for backup, so they won't go any further.
Yeah, and I like to point out, especially because Mundo is the champion that rushes this, because Mundo scales so well with health, and it builds straight out of health, so feels quite nice to get into, especially since top lane is so isolated. When you first complete it, you just put it on the Gnar, because that's his opponent. This is
that's the guy you're playing
island. This is the 1v1. But you do get to transfer it later to biggest threat on the opponent team. And it takes, yes, a minute to stack up the passive, as you'll gain power slowly as each stack is acquired. But you don't get to immediately switch it as you transition into team fight. So you have to take a little bit of forethought as you're going to transition out of 1v1 scenarios and towards the team play.
Well, Dignitas are going for the second Rift Herald here. Doesn't look like there'll be much of a contest from the side of 100 Thieves. Someday is over the wall. He'll throw out a cleaver, but other than that, not a whole lot to be spoken of. So Rift Herald number 2 going over to Dig.
In exchange for Aphelios pushing on bottom side, there goes Zig's ultimate. Doesn't quite finish them all off. Decent amount of damage still done by FBI, but will ensure that he's going to have to wait for more minion waves, and gives you a little bit of a timing advantage here for Dig as you finish up with yet another neutral objective into tower kill for themselves. That is first turret bonus on top of it, Flowers. The check mark of the list of objectives has been all yellow, all Dignitas.
Okay, Yasui's going in after Huhi here. Acadian right behind him. They're finding some nice damage, but Closer wants to turn it around. Yasui going back, looking to turn onto him, while Aframu's able to tank up here in the 2v2 on the other side. Yasui and Acadian grabbing the first kill. The second one going back over to Neo. It is a double kill, make it 3 dead on the side of 100 Thieves. Someday gets away, Acadian goes in. He's taking a lot of aggro now. He's got to get himself all the way out. Will he be able to make it? Yes, he will. Culling comes through, and it's tanked back and forth by Afro and Fake God. Dignitas made it happen.
And he lives. Acadian gets the dream scenario. Bunch of red orbs whacking down Closer. He gets the extra kill for the team. That's 3 in the hands of Neo. Bounty on his head now on top of it. Dignitas are just running 100 Thieves into the ground here, Flowers. What is happening today? Every team with a better record getting upset thus far. We have also had surprise endings, though, so maybe 100 Thieves seen this, and they're waiting for the big counterplay.
Well, let's take another look at how they found this play. It looked like they were trying to bench the Kench, but then Closer said no.
Yeah, all right, okay, so Closer ults in. Immediate ultimate there from Acadian to avoid the damage, because Diana ultimate is very easy to avoid. The suck in is the first part, so Acadian just uses the ultimate of his own to jump inside here. Doesn't get hit with the damage. They chase her down. Rest of Team Dignitas all commit to this, by the way. It's the full commitment with the teleport in, so they pick off the extra kill there on Aphelios on the opposite side while the two members are diving, and now it's onto the Dragon.
Okay, Dignitas want to contest this one. Aphelios ulti coming down. Acadian is low on HP. Someday still in the pit providing threat. FBI with a ton of chakrams ready to go, but the Dragon's going over to Dig and Acadian. Fake God wants to get away now. Aframu has already died. It is Drake for 1. Dignitas are happy with this trade, but how else can 100 Thieves respond? They'll continue chasing them away, but Dig are able to disengage this one. You'd still call that a win here for this team.
Yeah, gets them 2 soul point at only 18:48 into the game. Definitely a very quick pace for them. Some gold given back over to 100 Thieves, picking up a little bit for themselves, though, taking down Aframu.
And I do want to point out, we see Acadian transformed into the blue form. This is what I'm talking about, the blue transformation with bruiser type items, the Blueser Cane.
Yeah.
Goes Conqueror, goes Gore Drinker, but has the blue evolution for greater mobility, and we'll see how hard he's able to pop off in these team fights with this.
And it's also, too, I feel like you'll just never want to wait around for the extended time for transforming So especially in a lot of these ones where you are getting blue orbs, play right into it. It's got a cool nickname. You know, it's been finding success already, so get right in there. And it still does a lot of the damage. You don't have to go with the full commitment to squishy lethality because you bank on your later transformation of the Muramana. This adds so much damage to your spells.
Oh, yeah.
So you are both tanky to your point with the healing of your Gore Drinker and your Conqueror stacking up. You know, you have the support there for not getting insta-gibbed if you make a little error. You have some room, and you still have a large amount of damage output because of Muramana once you get that thing transformed.
And he's getting close, right? He's about 63 of that mana away there, so not too much longer, and that'll be up and running. Also, already having the Gore Drinker completed, plus those Ionian Boots of Lucidity makes it very easy for him to start pumping that ability haste, make those spells come out that much more quickly. Down here in the bottom lane, Fake God just continuing to farm up on the Gnar, making sure that he'll be ready here in these team fights to make the big plays that have brought Dignitas their advantage so far. The whole squad is ready to go, ready to engage, ready to team fight.
Is Abbedagge ready?
Abbedagge trying to get away here. Acadian drops the blue smite. That'll let him be able to ulti in. Follows it up with a little bit more damage and say hello to Big Ben. Fake God just chucks it at him to pick up the kill.
Yeah, look at that. Damage fine. Gore Drinker doesn't matter. Lethality, Mythic doesn't matter. Boom. They take him down. So Fake God throwing a house there at him for extra good measure, and Abbedagge is down. Dignitas just don't miss here, Captain Flowers. The only kill that they gave up in this game was sacrificing their support for getting to Soul Point.
Yeah,
everything else.
Trade.
Yeah, everything else has just been Dignitas all day.
Dignitas looking really good, but hey, it's like you said, based on the first two games, this is where Dignitas has to be careful.
M. Night Shyamalan is directing today for LCS.
All right, as long as it's better than Signs. I hated Signs. I thought that movie was terrible. One of the worst movies
I wasn't
I've ever
a fan of The Village either. You know.
Yeah, The Village also sucked. I thought that one was really bad. I remember watching The Village all the way through and then seeing the ending, and I went, wow. I'm really never going to get those hours back, huh? Yeah, it's just one of those
You get
situations.
a little angry.
So, no, I'm glad that I'm now realizing where our synergy comes from. That we agree on the really important
We're channeling
things
the same
in life, like how The Village and Signs both suck. Anyway, back into this game. Dignitas have over a 4,000 gold lead. They have Soul Point, as you already pointed out. Baron is up on the map. It's only 22 minutes in, so that one's still a little bit difficult to take. Yeah. But hey, you've got a minute and 15 seconds, and then that Soul's on the table, and you know 100 Thieves don't want to give that away this early.
Yeah, it's such a crunch for them, too, because they're looking down the line. They're like, okay, you know, if Velios is sitting on 2 items, they got the Hurricane here for him, but is FBI really going to be able to deal with how fed Dignitas have got themselves already? This Kayn, the Blueser, is difficult to nail down with so much mobility, as well as being able to use the ultimate to jump inside and buy time while you have other threats on the team that are looking to, you know, kick you in deeper towards the Mega Gnar.
Yeah.
It makes it very difficult to navigate. Tom Kench does have the Devour on ultimate ready, and Huhi hasn't gotten to really put that on display this game yet. Also hasn't really been able to display the change for W being a basic ability and trying to use it to set up for jungle or set up for any plays. So they're still waiting, Flowers.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see him use it for a good trade back at level 2 or 3 in lane, but that's about it so far. That doesn't really define the game. Acadian does have his Muramana completed. That just evolved about 30 seconds ago, so big damage boost here for the Kayn in the team fights now. They're collapsing, but they're collapsing onto a Kayn who can just run through the wall, so Acadian will not be caught out here. 100 Thieves are ready to answer. This should be a pretty big fight. Closer going for a little bit of damage onto Yasui, will not find it. Dignitas already have the Drake aggroed up on them. Yasui jumping back over the wall. Acadian is here as well. Neo's going to do everything he can to land as much damage as possible before this fight really breaks out. Someday, below half HP, though, Mundo's looking pretty vulnerable right about now.
Yeah, also don't make Mundos like they used to. Getting chunked out here by
Back in my day.
Ziggs Ziggs is really well situated to deal with it because, you know, Neil rushed the Leandries. You get so much bonus damage on high health targets. Here we go, though.
All right, Closer's the target. They're not going to find the Mega Gnar to kill him thanks to the stasis. He goes back into the pit, looking to outplay, looking to find some chance to get away from this one, but Acadian's able to take him down, going after the Mountain Soul now. Yasui's about to die. Neo will be the second if he's not careful. Someday keeps up the chase, and they've already picked up 2. Dignitas want to disengage now. It is a 1 for 2. They lose an extra man, but they take the Mountain Soul.
They've woken up, Captain Flowers. Someday was like, yeah, fine, hook me out. They're not done yet, Aphelios.
Talking about hook me out, man. FBI's the target, but he stays alive thanks to the Immortal Shield Bow. Acadian goes right back in, and FBI goes right back down. Acadian's out of danger, and who he's going to be your next target. Aframu in the front line with Abadaga going in for the aggro, but Acadian's got the double kill. Acadian's got the triple kill. It's Acadian time, baby. The Cade is ready to bring it here on Summoner's Rift. A quadra kill for the Dignitas jungler.
All these peasants telling me Blueser is overrated. No way! Acadian's going to smurf on him now. That is going to be Dignitas inside the base, Flowers, for a second. You think 100 Thieves are walking back into this one, but Dignitas, they slam that sucker closed.
And the BM stasis, they'll just blast Closer right back into the spawn platform. They've got the minion wave. They don't have a Baron. They don't need it. Dignitas made this look easy, beating 100 Thieves into the ground.
They saw the script of the first 2 games with those crazy turnarounds and said, it's not happening to us.
Nope. That was an awesome showing with the Kayn pick. The evolution wasn't necessarily super fast either. It felt like, what, 16, 17 minutes by the time that he got evolved? But then once he did, it felt great. He was able to navigate the fights well, both before and after. And then just having that pop-off moment at the end, the quadra kill, the re-engage, knowing his limits there for Acadian, super cool to see.
And as well, it just felt so controlled for Dignitas for this entire game. While he wasn't getting a lot of orbs early, it was very effective when he did. Both the visits towards mid lane, burning the flash first, and then he repeats ganks. And right before the flash comes up, by the way, it was only maybe 4 seconds away from having Lucian's flash available. Yasui goes in, ward hop, kick flash, and they convert on the kill. They get the extra orb cash in. They've been getting every single neutral objective. Only one little blip on the radar there towards the last dragon fight. But clutches it in the end. Acadian sees the angle. He flashes back in to finish off FBI. That's the turning moment where their 3-person squad change from trying to retreat to, hey, we just won the game.
Yeah, let's take a head. I believe we have a replay here. So let's go ahead and take another heads-up look at this one.
Someday with teleport in, he flanks in behind the team. So I was watching this. I felt bad for Yasui because you see on the bottom right side, if you're not watching the flank, he actually got a perfect kick flash again onto Abadaga, but nobody was there. There was no damage. So they were all running from Mundo. Someday created so much space for them. Abadaga just dashes right back out, and they turn and get the kill on the Lee Sin instead. And so it turned it around. But this walk back into the dangerous area does open up FBI to the hook. It's here, though, where Acadian gets chunked down, and he says, you know what? There's only one way out of this. I'm flashing in for the kill. He barely lives. Ease through the wall to get the heal here. Then he can turn in for the extra double kill. With his Muramana, it does so much damage. Finishes off the second one, and that means Dignitas are going to be inside the base. Valiant effort there in the end for Someday, for 100 Thieves. You know, teleports back in after getting chunked out and was able to open up a pathway for them, but not as nice as the pathway for Dig or straight down mid.
And I want to praise Dignitas, but I'm also going to criticize 100 Thieves here. Closer in that bottom side river, no reason the first time loses his flash, no reason the second time dies. Dignitas being able to catch them out in their own jungle, Closer trying to re-engage. Their bottom lane not being in the right spot, they all die there again. Then in that final walk-off, the fact that FBI and Huhi are walking through there, and then they get caught there again, just a lot of mistakes from 100 Thieves, and not a good look for a team that's been at the top of the table. So I'm going to criticize them and praise Dig at the same time. Dig had an awesome game, and congratulations to them for taking down the Thieves. We're heading to another break, but afterwards, Aframu's joining the State Farm Analyst Desk. We'll see you there.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, where myself and Emily are joined by none other than Aframu following that Dignitas victory over 100 Thieves, continuing the day of upsets to follow the weekend of upsets just last week. What's going on in the LCS right now? Can you put a finger on why we're seeing so many of these upsets?
All I can really say is usually at the end of the split is when most teams start gelling and synergizing well together, playing for objectives and stuff like that. So whatever team is better at that right now currently is usually coming out on top.
So one thing when I talked to you at the very beginning of the split, way back with a different roster, one of the things you were like is, you know, you had strong team fighting, you're going into the split, trying to improve on the synergy that you developed. Obviously, you had several resets in that. So where do you think the team is at in terms of communication and synergy compared to the team you had in the spring?
Well, obviously there's a lot of, you know, trials and tribulations we had to go through, different styles with all of our swaps and stuff like that. But honestly, the past couple weeks, it's coming to fruition. I think we went 1-2 last weekend, so that sucked. We definitely thought we could have won a lot of those games, had a lot of blunders, but yeah, last week of practice, this week of practice going exceptionally well, and even on stage today where, yeah, we felt like we would get that draft no matter what, and shout out to Mabry, Draft Kingdom.
Yeah, well, okay, let's talk about this because...
The Kane.
Yeah, the Kane, as well as the Ziggs, right? Ziggs is starting to pop up more and more, but I know specifically we got questions around the Kane for Acadian in the jungle.
You want my opinion about it? Oh,
yeah.
Did you?
Or where did it come from? Like, is this?
I think he's been playing it for a while. when he's in game, I mean, this dude wants to fight absolutely everything on Kayn just so you can get your orbs, you know, to stack up, get the form.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this meta is all about bruisers and fighting, which is what, you know, Kayn wants to do. So yeah, go for it, man. It's broken.
Now, going into this matchup, I'm kind of curious, just because going into this matchup, I was talking to the analysts about where they expect this game to be broken open, and most of them actually did point to the bot lane. And very early on, we saw 100 Thieves try and attack the bot lane.
Oh, yeah.
Fake God with the TP down helped you guys secure that early lead. Did you expect similarly that bot lane would be the focus for them from a playstyle perspective?
100 Thieves is a great team. Often, they always play through their bottom lane. Every game, that's usually where they find success. You know, FBI, who he just, you know, smurfing on most champions, and they set up a dive with closer. So that's what happened. We were prepared for it. It was a little weird of a dive. Oh, it's on the screen right
I
now.
think
It was a little weird because I don't think they can do this, especially if I have exhaust. And yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Ziggs has incredible
suddenly
control.
the
under
wave is
Azure.
gone.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I was going to say, Ziggs has incredible control with the slow field as well as being able to eliminate all the creeps. Fake God coming in with the TP, that was pretty big to help pick up that first blood. But it continued for you guys. Like you said, it was just kind of like fight, fight, fight.
Yeah.
So do you feel like these fights need to be set up or more reactive, and it's just now about who's got better communication in the moment or who has the better setups?
Both, I would say. I know LPL, you know, they can fight anything and everything without setup, you know, just walk in and go. I think the meta, that's what it is right now, right? Whoever does have setup, executes well, more often than not, will win these, you know, dragon fights. But if you are good at fighting with your team, like, you can probably just walk in and break it.
So one of the things, since you and the rest of your team cited that team fighting was something that in spring you got, you know, everyone was on the same page. Like, you just for some reason had really, really strong team fighting. Where would you feel like this team is at now? Because you definitely looked a lot more well-coordinated in a lot of these fight setups, and you were able to split apart 100 Thieves a lot of time on the map.
Yeah, I think everybody's doing a really good job in talking about, you know, their timers, where they can move, when to fight, when they're strong, you know, power spikes and all that. And everybody's come a long way. We've been putting in a lot of hard work, so my teammates, excellent.
Like quadrant kill by Katie there to kind of close things out. He did also pick up player of the game. My curiosity around him as a player, as he is someone who's been in and out of the LCS, and I know you've played against him at different points throughout your career.
Yeah.
What do you feel is the difference between a young Acadian and now a veteran Acadian in kind of his play style and approach to the game?
I would say he's a lot more patient and has a calm demeanor when he's in the game, where he makes sure everybody is on the right page. Because the jungler is like the glue for top side and bot side. So making sure everybody's focused on, you know, do this objective, wait for my clear, we should fight here, let's go, you know, giving those comms. And he's also really good at saying no, which is what you want your veteran players to do. Because usually the young guys are always like, oh, let's fight everything. Just jump in, I can outplay this. But yeah.
All right, all right. Does he have to tell you no ever?
Sometimes.
Or okay.
Usually
all right. So every once in a while, Avermu also has the go, go, go.
Sometimes.
That's something other teams have had, though. That's like said that's really valuable. Is someone to be like, maybe we don't do this.
Not
right now.
FlyQuest. They don't have a no guy at the moment. They have a go guy, no guy. All right, thank you so much, Avermu, for joining us on the desk. Congratulations on the victory. It's always a pleasure. On the other side here, we have Demonte making his LCS return as he and the rest of CLG face off against Team Liquid. Don't go anywhere.
It's time for Assist of the Week presented by State Farm. With Immortals bearing down on Tactical, the entirety of Team Liquid went into assist mode with Core JJ leading the charge.
Q gonna land. Galio here for the reinforcements again. Shield bow pops. That's gonna be enough to stay alive. Big taunt. Q's gonna land. Nocturne here. Ulti in for the Ziggs. Cannot get away. This is gonna be a dead Viego and a dead Alistair to boot. The counter engage. The defense is there.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. We've got two recently shaken up rosters in CLG and Team Liquid facing off. But the one that I want to target more specifically is the CLG side of things. Big news from this week. What did happen, Mark?
I don't know.
I'll tell you what happened. It's Tanner time. Tanner was picked up by CLG to fill in the mid lane amongst their struggle this split. Thoughts on that acquisition?
I think this acquisition only makes sense if you think that CLG can make playoffs and do damage from a lower seed, because this is obviously not a full rebuild strategy. So CLG must think that there is just a piece of the puzzle missing right now. And when you pick up someone like Demonte, you obviously think that's fluidity across the map, because what Demonte is really famously known for is pushing his wave or sacking his wave and going to help other people. So if that's what CLG think is missing, the move makes sense.
I'm very glad you brought that up. Yeah, because
I don't think that's what was missing.
Oh, no! Oh, the other shoe drops.
Yeah, I was gonna say the big thing is that you look at. I actually looked this up for Power of Evil, but the person in first place who leaves lane the least was, as of last week actually, was Pole Belter.
Okay.
And Demonte is the complete opposite of that, right? So if it was what CLG think was missing, the big thing now is that they do actually have to look at what that changes for their playstyle, because obviously Demonte is going to go focus on side lanes, or historically, he's focused a lot more on side lanes, right? Which means someone has to mitigate that mid wave, because otherwise it's going to be just like when they were picking losing matchups for Pole Belter, and the entire map is going to collapse in.
Yeah, and I think Demonte has proven that he's like a mid-pack LCS player, but like you said, with a defined playstyle. I think the other way that this makes sense to me, beyond just trying to fix the team as best they can, is also a bit looking forward. Like maybe Demonte is someone you want to stick around with longer if you find sudden synergy. Or the other thing is he's a bit of a control valve right now to figure out the other components around your roster that you might want to keep. Is Finn someone you want to keep investing in? Is Broxah someone you want to keep investing in? If Demonte's playing around Finn better than Pole Belter was, and Finn can actually hard carry games going into 2022, you're like, okay, I'll keep Finn around.
That's a very interesting perspective with the long term in mind.
Yeah.
But kind of reframing towards this game and your point about maybe it wasn't even the thing that CLG needed to fix, particularly when I think of Emily's point around, yes, okay, he's going to leave lane, he's going to do it a heck ton more than Pole Belter did. When I think of players you don't necessarily want to give free reign over the mid lane to, Jensen has to be one of them.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that when you have a look at the Team Liquid lineup, especially when they're fielding someone like Alfari, they are going to play much more lane-dominant style than someone like Demonte has historically been able to deal with. In saying that, just to go to CLG's points, it's not even me that's saying it, it's Finn. Finn was like, there's just fires everywhere. We're just trying to like spot check them week to week, right? So I do think, but one thing I will say is the Alfari Finn matchup to me is really interesting, because Finn might have been repatched in, because he's a really good Aurelia player and his bruiser play is quite good. I want to see him go toe-to-toe with the best laning top laner in the league.
Yeah, we may not have gotten to talk about it much, but that is another big piece of news on the TL side, is that they have made the decision. Alfari is back in. They do plan to be sticking with him as a top laner.
Yeah, and I think Alfari is the person that they played around so much last split, and it's a bit of an adjustment period to playing around him again like that, because it was so long on weak side for Jenkins when he was subbed in that the team has to readjust its entire playstyle to make the most use out of Alfari, who's lounging right now.
He's lounging. Who gets Aurelia really is the question here. With the table set, let's toss it out to Pastry Time and Crumbs to get us into game.
Thank you very much. Well, Crumbs. If it isn't another LCS weekend with just about every upset you can think of already happening, 3 games in!
Upsets and roster swaps as well. So it continues to deliver with the uncertainty that all these teams and players live every single day. And the patch changed as well. So if you thought that the meta
didn't have enough change
was figured out before, we now have a new meta developing, because like the Des touched upon and we saw in the FlyQuest game earlier, Aurelia is back on the menu. And these two top laners do love to play this pick. She's very strong right now. In fact, I think today the LEC had her permabanned in every single game. You can correct me on that one, but the champion is still strong and the point stands.
Yeah, we do have kind of an interesting potential draft dichotomy developing of Aurelia on one side and Ziggs on the other side, which is the two very different champions, but two that have been successful already today.
You know, I love the Ziggs meta because people think it started from the LCK. The first moment we saw it, a major league played it to great success. But guess what?
it was Golden Guardians Academy who actually had the first 6 games on record. So it was actually born here in North America, and so we want to see it continue to succeed because it's quite strong. We just saw how much damage the Ziggs could do last game from Dignitas. It's a pick that is getting banned in the first set of rotations, and it is forcing a lot of these AD carries to play mages again, something that not everybody was able to pull off when that was meta last time around.
Of note, CLG also banning Tom Kench, which is something we saw last game, but haven't seen a whole lot of at least recently, so perhaps something TL either in support or perhaps in the solo lane, like top, have been practicing. Joined by Xin Zhao and LeBlanc, those are pretty standard bans for CLG, and then Aurelia will be banned by TL, followed by Lee and Kalista. So Viego first picked as a result, but this leaves both Diana and Gwen and Nikali all open. So however you kind of slice it up, you're going to get an AP threat, but Diana just feels like the best jungler. So when the best jungler's up, Crumbs, you take it.
Yeah, she's really good, and there's so many AD still available. Nocturne not that good in the lane right now, but we just saw TSM at least get an early lead with it, show that there was some promise with the champion still in the solo lanes, paired with the Varus will have plenty of engage. And I want to touch on CLG and why I think they're going to benefit from the Monte. They really struggled with meta picks. Before this change happened, it felt like CLG just had no grasp on the strongest champions on the patch. They really were not able to play a lot of Viego, not a lot of Lee Sin, not a lot of Nocturne. They had to go with their own style, the Bongo, but those were just not champions that anybody would contest. And so now, I feel like because the Monte had to have some time in solo, you had to practice what was really good for the patch, he will be able to play what is most relevant to the matchup right now, and so that should be a strength. If the Lucian goes into the mid lane, that's something that CLG had played before with Pobelter, but I think that the Monte would be able to also execute on it and deliver those roams that a Lucian can actually still apply. Level 6, you use that priority, and then you just cull people down from half a lane away.
Instead, it will be Nautilus, and actually the Lucian might get given away. In fact, Team Liquid will take the opportunity to steal that one.
So they felt like they needed the pairing to justify the Ziggs before locking in the Lucian. So now the Monte will have a tough matchup though. Part of the struggle that he had before he left the LCS was that against some strong laners like Perks, when they got their hands on champions like the Lucian, like the LeBlanc, it was really tough for him because his strength is not laning, it's team fighting, it's leaving that matchup. So TL is saying, we're just going to beat you before you can even execute on it. And if you try to leave lane, we're going to take all your plates and we're going to snowball from a very fat AD carry.
Right, and Jensen doesn't quite play the way he used to play, right? Where he's only looking to dominate his lane and like outplay you 1v1 and solo kill you as many times as possible. But he's not a particularly merciful player either.
Yeah.
And if he thinks Devontae's maybe a bit rusty, right, has not been in the LCS or split long, Jensen's going to punish you, especially on something like Lucian.
I love that. I love when players attack the newcomers on the team because it should be a point of weakness that hasn't developed the synergies with the rest of the squad, especially the jungler. It's unrealistic to expect that Broxah and Damonte will be able to play miraculously a really strong 2v2, but at the same time, Jensen and Armeo haven't been the strongest 2v2 either. These two haven't really been playing around each other. It's not Santorin and Armeo. It's not Santorin and Jensen, rather. And Armeo has had a few flops that have been very costly for Team Liquid in the earlier weeks. I think with the Diana, though, and the Lucian in the mid, you have all the prio to make all the moves you've got in the world. So a big responsibility falls on his shoulders with what Team Liquid's already drafted.
It's funny. It's like the same problem, right? It's like you change the player in that duo, and then now they're adjusting to building up synergy together. So had a bit more time, obviously, as Gwen Rise banned by TL in Phase 2. Leaves them Leona here after Braum was banned alongside Gangplank there for CLG to round out the bans here in this draft. So Varus, Leona, very solid bottom lane. I feel like Leona has been a pretty popular go-to support these days. I guess maybe when Nautilus isn't available, people like playing this because Nautilus still seems to be the highest priority support. But how are we going to finish it? It's very likely to be Ziggs bottom lane for Wild Turtle, so there's Silas for probably Damonte.
Ooh, though. I mean, you really are trying to skirmish because you are going to lose lane here. This is not going to be an easy lane against the Lucian. He's going to get pushed relentlessly, going to fall down in CS. So CLG need to play to this lane. Normally, they're okay with leaving mid lane to farm on its own. You might even see a Renekton if they want to. They can always flex this around, right? They could put the Silas in the top lane if they really want. So TL just has the option of giving Alfari whatever champion he wants that will win both matchups. And Alfari, the best laning top laner in the league, with counter pick, with prio in the mid lane, and the jungler that can assist in dives is a really scary combination.
Yeah, and like you said, can play anything he wants here, can play ADs, can play whatever. Played Mundo already since his return, but is going to be Jace for this game here in topside. So definitely looking to dominate the solo lanes here.
I don't want to see more Alfari Mundo personally. I want to see him on picks that abuse his skill, that allow him to really build an advantage on his own, that don't need some setup, that can make him be a sole playmaker. And here, with this composition, you've got a lot of ranged poke. You've got a tremendous amount of long distance damage that should be able to keep CLG at bay. And that's going to be exciting to watch, because CLG, that has loved to be playing engaged compositions, doesn't really have 5 members that want to tower dive so quickly. It's not as easy as it has been with the Vise, with the sets. It's going to be harder to execute, so the way they set up the fights against the range of TL will be incredibly important for their success.
All right, well, it is as expected. Silas mid, Viego jungle, and Ziggs in the bottom lane there alongside the Nautilus. I think they were just taking their time chatting before they made the swaps. I believe this is Brox's second jungle Viego. Okay. Because that's the other thing about Broxer is, like, I feel like when the meta is champions he enjoys playing, he's good at, he's, like, many plays, like, much better, right? Whereas Broxer, I think, has struggled to always adapt to the meta picks, which is why something like Vi actually looked really good for CLG and for Broxer, because it was a champion he knew that no one else was playing, that they could find success with. So it's nice to see him play something like Viego here, but you always wonder, like, is this, like, a Lee Sin style meta and you're back on Lee Sin, or is it a Viego meta and you're still trying to figure out how to play Viego with this team?
And I wonder, is it a really good Viego, right? Is the Viego actually going to live up to the standard that we're used to seeing Viegos around the world? Because the champion is not particularly easy. In a sense, you actually do have to play all the champions that you're going to possess. So you do have to be very familiar. And if a jungler just doesn't have that in his kit, it's not going to look as dominant as we have seen this pick before. But we're going to get a beautiful bird's eye view zoning away. I'm really liking this cinematic.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there, as we are going to get out onto the Rift. And as you said, looks to be a struggle for the mid lane there. I mean, as we predicted, Demonte is the kind of player that does want to just kind of push and roam, and that's basically your only plan in this lane. And mostly it's get pushed in and then roam, not push and then roam.
Yeah, getting pushed in doesn't feel good when you're trying to leave your lane, right? It's exactly the game plan against all these roaming type champions. Oh, Smoothie, you're about to die.
Uh-oh. Ken pins it in here. 1v4, CoreJJ looking for the stun, doesn't find it. And Smoothie actually going to escape.
Too slow on the flash from CoreJJ, but a really good hook from Smoothie gets him out. So at the end of the day, it ends up just being a trade of flashes for the support. So nothing lost for CLG here, and TL will have to go back to their side of the map. They will know, though, where the junglers start, so it shouldn't be a big problem. If anything, now it presents options for both junglers to path towards the bot side and look to punish the members that don't have flash.
All right, well, as we get started, as a reminder, if you do have some weekend errands to run, then listen instead of watching. League Day is where you want to be there. LeagueDay.gg, if my memory serves correctly, is Broxer getting things going here. Red into Raptors, a classic for any jungler.
Sometimes even if I have errands, I'm still watching. I'm just doing my errands a bit worse.
You have both. You could have the video and the visuals on. Get maximum LCS coverage. Get all 5 pro views going.
Yeah.
Call up a friend, get his opinion on the game,
monitors.
have Twitter open.
That is true. You actually can enjoy the full experience, just how you can have the full experience of bot lane here with Tactical and Wild Turtle.
Yeah, might have to start watching these, because kind of see what's up with all these Ziggs action in the bottom lane. See how Turtle navigates there up against Tactical and CoreJJ. Alfari, though, off to the races here in the 1v1. And Finn, as expected, is not having a particularly fun time, but he's Renekton. I imagine he's going to be A-okay unless Disaster strikes, which usually means the enemy jungler has come to your lane, not that you've made a big oopsie in the 1v1 itself.
Disaster strikes for every laner ever as the jungler shows up, but it's a big wave. Oh, Finn's going to get hurt for this one.
Disaster has struck. Crumbs. Alfari's trying to hold this wave as best he can. Is eventually going to push him, but Finn wanted to do a little bit of trading. Does get slightly punished, but now the dive is coming. As this wave is very stacked up. Finn level 2, Broxah here though, reinforcing at level 3. TP coming in, CLG playing it well, but the first blood looks inevitable. And indeed it will be scooped up by Jensen as Damonte is too late to this party. Alfari's gonna flash away and TL walk away with the kill.
Great move out of TL. They knew they had mid priority. They pathed from bottom to the top side, invading Broxah, knowing exactly where their strength lied. And already they're using what they got in the draft to gain advantages. Just last week, they really struggled with making plays around the top side. They lost quite a few games for mistakes in this area. At the same time, they messed up a lot in the Rift Herald, but they have shown that they learn quickly. And so here they go again, just trying to instantly punish where they had an advantage. And it's that earlier trade that Finn took that got him low enough that allows Team Liquid to go for this dive. So that early advantage that they thought they were getting by slowing that minion wave down ends up setting him up to die in the next turn.
Such a great run by Jensen as well. Saves his TP, whereas Damonte had to commit that, unfortunately for him. Yeah. So now his ability to get out of his lane and influence the side lane is even lower for the next 5 minutes.
Now the lane actually, even if he doesn't want to go and leave his lane, it gets worse because Jensen can always use his TP to then get back to the lane, still regain prio whenever he wants, and then attack somewhere else. So already Team Liquid's off to a good start there. It's a 1,000 gold lead. You wouldn't have guessed it off of a single play, but the farm is going everywhere. Every lane is winning.
All right, well, Turtle getting the lane pushed in. Tactical without Core JJ at the moment. Gonna have to just kind of hang out under the tower and hopefully not eat too many Ziggs bombs. Gonna put the dancing shoes on to dodge those. Finn once again in battle with Alfari, but Alfari with an experience lead as well as the CS lead that is already built up after getting the assist gold. So that's going to spiral pretty rapidly out of control. Oh, look, they're at it again.
And they dodged the ward, and there's no help coming. There's no help coming. A hugely stacked wave. Oh, goodbye, Finn.
So well played here. No flash, no hope, it looks like here for Finn. No TPs to save the day. It's just going to be an easy kill. It's Jensen once again that takes it.
TL is just relentless here, and they're asking CLG, what are you going to do about it? What are you doing to answer these plays? Nothing. Nothing else is happening for CLG. There's a reset on the supports. Diana's catching the mid wave, and Varus is under the tower bottom, so they can trade some farm for tactical and deliver more gold to their main man, Alfari.
And I like, you know, the potential style change here for Jensen. Like, I don't need to win my lane. Alfari, you win your lane, then I'll come and collect the gold that you've set up for me so nicely.
And this is what worked for them in spring, just helping Alfari out, just setting him up to succeed. It's still Jensen with a lot of gold because he's gotten both of these kills, but you now see that the top side of Team Liquid is just so strong. If CLG tries to contest this, they're going to lose some more, but the action just never stops. This Renekton is not going to hit 6 anytime soon, and Core JJ is just lying in the brush, just waiting for him.
He's at it again, Crumbs. I can't believe Core JJ's going to get away with this. Now maybe Finn's like, surely no one else. Oh, there he is! Core JJ zooming on in. Finn does get the dice away, so it's going to be all right this time, but the commitment to just beating this poor Renekton in the lane as CLG are reinforcing 3v3 now on the cards. Smoothly flashing in, finds a hook onto Alfari, but now the TP's in from TL. Ulti out of Diana, it's an absolute disaster as Alfari's taken down Finn, and Jensen's looking for one more. Tries to call Broxah, who flashes the wall, and Team Liquid gonna make it 4 straight kills in the top side.
You know, this is a lesson that gets taught for every player that ever wants to learn how to be better at League of Legends. It's you play to your strong side. You don't play to the enemy's strong side. CLG tried to answer against the gold lead that we just saw was in every member of Team Liquid. They were fighting against the current, and so Team Liquid having more numbers advantage. A level 6 on the Diana has no problem wiping the floor with them. A great counter from Armeo is what sets this up. So initially it looks like Core JJ is going too early. I don't know if this is a big brain play out of him, but the rest of CLG is thinking, aha, we got them corralled. There's no flashes up here. We can go after Alfari, but a level 6 Diana right now is just something CLG is not prepared to handle.
All according to plan for Armeo as Jensen actually commits to teleport this time, thinking he's going to get kill number 3, but unfortunately only gets Brox's flash to get an assist out of the deal, though, to his credit. As a result, Damonte is actually caught up in XP. He's leading the charge on that front right now, but not going to last too much longer. Jensen has blue buff as well, as Ziggs is going to ult this wave. And even the Tactical was, left in a tricky spot with Cole roaming. He's evened up any CS discrepancy that was there as well with Smoothie kind of counter roaming to the top side. So it's even in the spot where CLG were pushing and everything else is on fire.
Yeah, just like Finn described the problems here. Everywhere else is on fire. When you plug one hole, the next one shows up. Sometimes it feels like you're just bucketing water and your ship is underground in a lot of these situations, or underwater rather.
Underground,
right?
That's really doomed.
Right. Yeah, you're under the ground and you're drowning at the same time. So CLG have a lot to work on here, and it's not going to get any easier for them because the itemization for Team Liquid is about to be completed, and once these mythics happen, there's just not going to be an opportunity to fight back. So Team Liquid can continue to put the gas on the pedal. They can get this Rift Herald and just get even more gold, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just give this one over to Alfari again. Just get all the gold on.
Oh, Tactical looking to make a solo play. Here's one more there. Auto's down. There's the heal for a little bit extra speed. The Q is good, and Tactical's going to solo kill Turtle.
This is just the AD carry's paradise. You can be flashing on each other. You have 1v1 the whole time because the rest of the team is making a 4-man play, and there is no answer. CLG, what are you going to do against this play? You could maybe be in the bottom trying to punish Tactical, especially now that he doesn't have flash, but there's just no chance of taking a 4v4 in this top side. They need to do something else.
Broxah here finds Core. Core on level 5 gets over the top of the blast cone. Alfari may be in a bit of trouble in a 3v4 right now, but now he's going to try and make his way out. Flashes after that Q. And there's a slow out of the Stolen Leona ulti, but Demonte now going to get re-engaged on Armeo. Finds the ulti, gets 2. Damage back there as the Shock Blast isn't quite accelerated enough, but the culling maybe going to make the difference. CoreJJ leaping back in. He will sacrifice himself for the greater good of Jensen's kills, but CLG is somehow sneaking away.
It was so close. They actually did catch Core by himself, but it's the same problem that Team Liquid's topside is just way too strong, so they can't kill Leona quickly enough. And by the time everybody collapses, they just have way too much damage. They are lucky they got out of that one alive. Let's take a look at somebody's pro view here.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
pretty tactical. Let's see how this play ends up starting because it looks pretty sick. The only opportunity that Wild Turtle had here was actually having to flash one of the arrows or the ultimate. There was just no way out beyond that.
Really nicely done there for Tactical. Gonna get himself the gold lead in that lane thanks to the kill gold he's received. I mean, Turtle's doing fine, right? His Ziggs actually looks pretty good in the laning phase, but unfortunately this game, again, has not been about this side of the map on either side. It is all TL, all top side right now, as they are very far ahead in gold. What's that, 3,500 at 10 minutes?
Yeah, and itemization elves are already completed. Mythic and the Rocket Belt already on Armeo and Jensen. Armeo has been crucial in answering these fights back, and the mobility that he'll now have means that there's a smaller chance that Team Liquid actually gets caught without having backup, and here's Smoothie getting caught.
CoreJJ gets in, finds the Q, followed up by Tactical's Q, as he does get the poke down, strips the Aftershock off the Nautilus, but no need to go in without enough vision.
So Tactical had Chains of Corruption, but they didn't have Diana there and they didn't have any vision. And you know they like to play to their strong side this game, so they figure this is not worth it. We're really not going to get anything of killing Smoothie here except maybe the Dragon Solo, and we are not strong on this side of the map. Let's just play to what we know gives us the best odds, and we'll let Smoothie go.
Yeah, happily just let Armeo take this Dragon instead. No need to peel off, can just kind of push them in, and Tactical can keep his farm up. So Team Liquid kind of looks like they're transferring all their advantage from the top side into this bottom half of the map, potentially. I do see assist pings in the top side for TL. I wonder if Alfari is perhaps concerned about something happening there with Finn trying to play catch-up, but he is still 40 CS behind. Mid lane also not as bad in the CS department, but obviously the overall gold is a tragedy with Gale Force already done for Jensen.
I'm looking at the stat that was brought up on the desk, how Pobelter has not left the lane a lot for CLG. Well, Demonte has now left lane, and this is, I think, entirely different reasons. Everywhere else is on fire. You just don't have any business leaving this matchup, and now you're going to get cold to death.
The calling so nicely placed. Good little dash there to maximize the bullet travel time. And Jensen does pick up the kill in effectively a 1v1, although Armeo is reinforcing with the Rift Herald, which gives a bevy of plate gold over to the two Team Liquid people in mid.
This is quickly turning into a massacre pastry. Team Liquid, if you watched Squad, showed a ton of confidence. I mean, when Alfari is talking about him rejoining the team, he seems on a one-track mind of just, I'm here to win. That's it. There's nothing else on my mind except winning the championship, going to Worlds. There's nothing else on this man's mind right now, and the gameplay is showing it. The team's playing around it, and this is what we need to see out of this squad. The one thing that Team Liquid needs to overcome, though, is that they can do this to almost any of our bottom teams, but they have really struggled to take down the top dogs. So a win here is something that we can expect out of them, and it should just be a warm-up for their bigger challenges.
Yes, definitely a good confidence builder so far here. We'll see how CLG can weather the incoming storm as they are falling further and further behind in gold. It's now 5K up there for Team Liquid. Alfari is looking like he's maybe about to solo kill Finn. Demonte here, though, so that's going to reinforce the dive. Alfari, though, stripping almost all the plates off. He's going to get further and further ahead, and Demonte just doesn't have enough time. In fact, he's maybe caught in transition. His core JJ is alongside Armeo, but it looks like he's A-OK for now.
That little excursion is going to cost him mid turret.
Yep.
Tried to make a play, and now Team Liquid gets to take the mid lane turret and now transition to the top side, steal the blue buff, and take the tier 1 into the top side. So CLG just have nothing against Team Liquid right now, and it's not looking any better, Pacey, because these champions do pull off.
Oh boy, it's the catering company crumbs. 10 full plates.
Ooh.
Alfari looking to make it happen. Oh, 1 second too late. Jensen got all 5 in mid, though, and Alfari with 4 in the top side is still a very good deal for the Team Liquid early game.
Alfari's a big guy. He needs a lot of food.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's, what, 6'5"?
I'd like 8+. He's so tall.
We got a lot of big boys in these. I guess I could bring myself to say that.
We're refocusing now, as the next dragon is actually not up. It's both teams just poking around mid. Again, CLG losing that bastion of protection in mid lane. Makes things tricky. Tactical with a flash. Gonna ulti out Smoothie. Good flash there from Smoothie. Actually, Toto with the Dunkaroonie, but he doesn't find it. And now the rest of them go over the top. It's the Ziggs ulti that will claim it, but Alfari looking to maybe be the difference maker here. Demonte getting shredded. It's Alfari that takes down Broxah. Demonte drops almost right behind him, and Turtle now looking to be the next victim of Jensen's ulti. Nice cancel there with the satchel. Prevents him from getting cold, but it's a 2-for-1 trade still in favor of Team Liquid.
You don't get to commit 3 flashes against Tactical and have Team Liquid just stand there and watch you do it. They are going to send everybody to avenge him, and they do that. CLG get a single play. They get a single kill. They finally get something on the board, but the advantage that Team Liquid gets out of it is just preposterous. Still an objective lead, and Finn can't stay in the top side to try to take that turret. That turret has so much health. This is the first time a wave is crashing into it. It's been getting shoved all game long, so CLG burn everything for a single kill and still come out behind in kills, in objectives, in farm and XP.
I mean, you do have to trade when you're down in gold because you need gold.
It's a bad trade.
It is definitely a bad trade deal, though, so watch this one again.
Great flash there out of Smoothie. That was sick. And then everybody here, though, I mean, 2 extra flashes, and now they're stuck in the base, right? They don't have a way to really dash out of this one.
Yeah, and the Zed rightly punished here by Team Liquid. Jensen, unfortunately, doesn't get this kill from a nicely placed satchel out of Turtle, knocking him back and canceling that channel. But Team Liquid still very, very far ahead. In fact, they're approaching 10K ahead. Not there yet, but we're in the 8-9+ region, and the game's not even 20 minutes through.
But we can't quantify the mental lead that they've got. It's, you see it in the gold, and you can infer it, but Team Liquid is just dominating this game. That is a single play that CLG have made. Every single piece of action has been entirely on TL's hands, and CLG now just has to relegate themselves to sitting in a control ward and hoping that they catch TL face-checking into them.
I would run away from Core JJ in that spot. I don't have any other vision. Core JJ is running at me as a level 7 Leona. I assume the rest of the team is there, and you'd probably be correct, as Team Liquid are looking to split both mid and bottom lane right now. Alfari's just completely dominating the side lane.
And you know, one thing I have enjoyed about Team Liquid with Alfari and Core JJ is that they put out the videos of these voice comms, and these two are so vocal. Core JJ in particular, I mean, this man is micromanaging everyone.
Look at him! He's poking behind the tower!
Menacingly, just standing there.
There's no bad angles with Core JJ. He's the perfect at geometry. Team Liquid, again, still shoving here. 2 different lanes. Jensen looking to finish off this mid tower, playing so close to it because he knows that CLG just can't really do anything.
And they're not doing anything, so they definitely are stuck in that bind right now. Just more turrets going down. You gotta group up and try something. I mean, they had a member that doesn't have flash. You can actually try to go after tactical and commit a few members, but just standing there and dying is not a way to win this game. CLG does have a Ziggs to stall out, but the game has changed. There's just too many poke tools that TL has that actually outrange Ziggs. He's not gonna be able to defend the turret by himself that way.
All right, well, second Dragon goes to Team Liquid. It will be an Ocean Soul for this game if we even get to that point, given the pace we are on. Crumbs, it doesn't feel like Team Liquid are going to need it, and they are about 600 gold away from cracking that 10K lead in under 20 minutes.
They could get a Herald and give us a Dancing Herald here.
Ooh.
Right? That's the kind of game we're at right now. Shelly is...
Has she ever danced on an LCS Nexus, Crumbs?
She has. She has. Not this split. Not this split. But she has danced. That's when we first learned it. Right. It had to happen here.
All right. Well, perhaps we could add another one. So I assume a pretty rare event.
Yes.
Thankfully with CLG, they do have a kill. So not going to get perfected here. But Ameo is finishing off this Herald that you mentioned, that they're perhaps looking to aim at the enemy Nexus.
I like how you phrase it. You don't get perfect game. You get perfected.
It's like a fighting game, but there's none other.
There's no fighting on
That's true.
CLG right now. Okay.
It's training mode.
Maybe trying to catch Jensen. He can Gale Force and dash out. Oh, didn't actually catch Brox out. Oh, this is it.
There's the face check. Jensen gonna get stunned up and killed. Team Liquid will finally lose their second. Shutdown gold given over to Finn is a good place to get it. But again, it is a long mountain to climb for CLG. But hey, that's the kind of play you have to make.
Okay, I like that they're trying something, right? That was the only opportunity you're actually going to be catching somebody out. Just lying in wait. You got to set up a trap. You got to go out there. It's a life or death situation. You're starving. You're in the wild. There's no food around. You got to learn how to make a makeshift trap and catch whatever animals are out there. And it turns out that you caught a Jensen there by setting up a Viego trap.
Yeah, nice little juke there from Broxer actually to prevent the Lucian W from hitting him, so did give him kind of the extra boost he needed to coax Jensen towards the brush slightly further. But again, it is just little things here that CLG need to keep building on if they're going to try and overcome the lead that Team Liquid have already built. We're not quite going to be 10K over at under 20 minutes, but going to be close enough for Team Liquid as Baron is now going to be spawning. And this is definitely something Team Liquid can think about. Not that they want to take it necessarily, though they'll take it if CLG don't challenge them, but they'll be happy to take just about any fight that CLG offers.
Yeah, that'll be the point of the Baron here. If they could just get CLG to leave the base, take a fight, because Baron with a Helder that is still active won't be something that they'll be able to defend against. But thus far, though, they are setting up a 4-1 with Jensen in the bot side, and they do need Varus and Diana to be inside the pit and with vision plenty cleared before they can actually attempt this. So they'll first clear out the waves, clear out the camps before even attempting to go for this, because they haven't cleared out the vision either. So there's a lot that CLG will know before Team Liquid even moves to the Baron.
Well, nice little emote there from Demonte. Does at least take the crump away from Ameo that he was attempting to counter jungle. But again, CLG just going to at the mercy of Team Liquid's play here. Ameo finally going to pop that second Herald and look to break this tier 2 in top lane. Jensen's also rejoined in the mid lane, so he's a little bit closer to joining the team. One more hit needed. Shelly might do it herself. Smack. There we go.
And that will now push CLG even further into their side of the map, pretty much keeping them inside the base now. So the way to walk into the Baron is going to be so much longer. Double control ward. They only see the one in the pit and this one in the control. So they know at least now that Team Liquid is setting up a trap, so they don't have to worry.
Alfari?
Yeah, he didn't see that.
Still there. There's another one. Finn pops it in the brush. Now they get the vision. They know they're not on the Baron right now, but that might not last too much longer. Once again, you see CoreJJ, you run away because you know the rest of the team is there. And Team Liquid just continue to take the vision and walk back towards the Baron pit.
Whoever placed that ward is the hero of CLG, but it has now died, and they just used their Scryer's Bloom, so they need to walk in here. They're going to be too late. They just saw it now, though. Still too late.
Second Scryer's Bloom, they'll see it, but again, Team Liquid are going to commit to the Baron. Not enough damage done just yet. Looking for the fight. CoreJJ finds Smoothie. Calling is out, but Smoothie with a very quick flash to get away. Now Demonte steals the Leona ultimate. Ziggs again with the damage, gets the ulti down, but not quite enough damage there actually I think Core has a locket, which is why no one took any damage.
So they still had another Scryer's Bloom on CLG, which was that allowed them to see that Team Liquid was starting it. So luckily for them, they switched to that one. I like that move when you're far behind. You just need to see visions safely, and now they're setting up a trap on the red side. Because Dragon is coming up, will they catch Alfari or Armeo?
It's a nice little check there, actually, with the Diana Q. Again, CoreJJ once again leading the charge. He's happy to absorb the engage. Oh, Armeo now looking for Demonte. Demonte going to be forced to flash away. That Proto Belt did so much damage as Team Liquid don't want to give CLG anything here.
They just have to walk at them, and they know CLG just can't stand up to them, so they will have to concede this. They've already used their resources all the way from the Baron attempt defense. They're still running away from that one, so they'll just take this knee right now and then go back to Baron and setting up vision there, because there's still 10,000 gold behind. The itemization disadvantage is brutal. It's 2 items to every member on TL, whereas CLG is just barely now finishing their first.
Yeah, as a reminder, it is 23 minutes into this game. That is very early in most League of Legends games. So Team Liquid definitely not in a rush. And they're typically, as a team, you know, not a kind of team that's in a rush, right? They're very clinical. They often play the map, you know, very disciplined. It's one of the most impressive things to me from them as a team is even when they were changing parts around, you could see the same level of like understanding and macro and like kind of drilling of all those different game fundamentals built in as Alfari gets a kill because unfortunately Smoothie was wandering through his own jungle, which as we know is not his own jungle.
Doesn't belong to him.
Nope.
It's been repossessed.
Go back to the fountain. Yep, that belongs to you right now.
Well, this is now going to be a free Baron. CLG is now on the bot side. They are attempting to catch... Wait a minute. Go back to the Baron. There you go. They're attempting to catch Jensen, who's in the bot side. They feel like this is the only play, but without flash on Demonte and without any vision on Jensen until now, they're just not in a position to even go for it. Maybe a miracle steal from Ziggs will be their only hope if they try to steal this.
And the tankless 3-man Baron is quite a thing there. Core's actually a little low. Baron getting angry, but the smite does happen. Core peels off. And Team Liquid do get the Baron. Now bottom side, Jensen's actually 1v1ing Demonte, but it's not a 1v1 for much longer. 2 people popping out of the teleport as Finn's going to take out Jensen.
It's another kill onto Jensen in the sidelines. It's the only thing that has been working for CLG, but maybe a little bit too late. Alfari can continue to shove in. This could be an opportunity to go on him. He's by himself, though, but CLG doesn't quite know it yet because they don't have any vision. Everything had been cleared out from TL prior, so Alfari just standing there is too worrying for them because they don't know, hey, is CoreJJ lying behind him? Is Armeo just going to pop up again like he's always done in the top side? They're still mentally scarred from the earlier action in the top lane, which was what got them in this pickle in the first place.
All right, well, Jensen will be back up in 7 seconds, ready to TP in if Team Liquid do want to play this Red Bull Baron buff nice and quickly, which you have to think they do want to. But it looks like they're trying to sync up the waves right now, so Alfari is currently on the top side. Team Liquid have 3 here in mid, and Jensen is going to walk his way down and get the wave started there in the bottom side. So Team Liquid looking to maximize the amount of damage they can do with this Baron buff.
And they're syncing up the waves. I mean, not perfectly stacked, but at the very least, Wild Turtle won't be able to defend both. So they could get some good damage onto the mid lane turret right now if you could just walk up and auto-attack it. But CLG have 3 members, and the mist from Brox is just too scary. You don't want to get flash stunned.
Yeah, Tactical just playing it safe here next to his cannon creep. Now they push in there as Alfari's going to back away. In fact, Armeo's found an engage on Demonte. That looks like a solo kill, and it will be almost. Tactical did indeed get the assist, but Armeo being caught very temporarily as CoreJJ is going to dive in. The chain of corruption's beautiful out of Tactical, almost locking them all up as Core takes out Smoothie, and Team Liquid do TP Jensen in to finish off this game.
Yeah, just end it right here. The Ziggs ultimate miss. Finn has an ultimate, but you've got triple range here. 2 cannons. This should be the end.
All right, going in onto Armeo. Pops into stasis. Alfari trying to kite them back as Finn gets knocked in towards the team. Will get taken out. Armeo's still alive as CoreJJ's tanking up the tower. Brock's a last-ditch effort. Tries to make it happen. Shot down there onto the Leona. Finds 2 actually as Viega will get the second. And Team Liquid, even with the open Nexus, will lose the 3rd in retreat.
Well, that's just adding a few unnecessary minutes to this game. That's a TP trying to catch Jensen out again. Will he die?
I got one. I think Tactical with the blast gun doesn't quite clear the wall. Viego's still chasing. Easily going to run Tactical down. That's a 4th now for CLG as Rox is getting all the gold. And Jensen going to be the delayed ace. picked up by CLG.
The base defense showing that they are not gonna just concede and roll over. They're still interested in fighting, but TL already has everything they need to end this game. They just needed to hit that Nexus. Just needed to go for the actual turrets. It's something that a lot of teams have struggled with this split. Pastry, surprising amount of games where teams are trying to end and don't actually hit the Nexus.
Well, a refreshing Bud Light Ace for CLG, but unfortunately for them,
how meta?
Perhaps not enough to stop Team Liquid's next push. They'll lose the Baron, they can grab the Soul in 25 seconds as they will be up for it. Jensen did use the TP, but he's going to be up with enough time to run on down there. And again, the inventories are stocked. Team Liquid are ready to put the finishing touches of this game that they are still 10,000 gold ahead in, if I may remind you.
And they will have an Ocean Soul as well, so they don't need Baron to end this one. They could just march it down the mid lane. You've got a lot of poke that they're not going to be able to easily shrug off on CLG side, especially after burning all those flashes too. They'll have to immediately try to engage against Team Liquid, and without the Ziggs ultimate, that's going to be a wave clear tool. So Team Liquid can take this opportunity, try to just go straight down the lanes and end it.
Yeah, no vision there for that one. So Ocean Soul going to go over. I mean, you have to throw it as Ziggs, right? You might steal it. Have to see what's up, but you're straight up guessing.
Yeah, right.
At that point.
You're coin flipping that.
It's like worse than a coin flip somehow.
It actually is.
A lot worse. Like a loaded die.
And not for you. Not loaded for you.
Definitely odds all stacked in Team Liquid's favor, as they do have supers in the mid lane. Top wave is like very far away, but I think Team Liquid is going to use the front door approach to finish off this game. The Nexus is open, by the way. Yeah. It is a straight shot from the mid lane straight to the enemy Nexus. So CLG have only their bodies to put in the way of the incoming Team Liquid squad.
Gotta get Wild Turtle. They gotta poke him out. He's so annoying just holding down the lanes with his bombs. But
in we go. CoreJJ again starting it off. There's one kill now. Ameo on the backside finds a couple with the Moonfall. And now Team Liquid again just going to hit him with the wallet. There's the third kill. That's going to be the fourth. And one more ace to finish off the game as Team Liquid will get their revenge. Devontae into stasis. Gives him the thumbs up and almost get toasted. But Team Liquid, Alfari is going to finish off the game. There's the arrow out of Tactical to grab that ace as Team Liquid looking good to start off the weekend.
There we go. Team Liquid executing in the last fight exactly what they needed to do to take us to the last game of the day. Team Liquid, though, beating up on lower teams, something that we expect from them. Very clean out of them. What I was most impressed by was how proactive they were around Alfari. Bringing the action to his lane, knowing that he'll be able to deliver with it is something that they hadn't done since his half-and-half return back to the LCS. But here they give him counterpick. They give him so much attention from the priority they got in the mid lane, and they just never let go from that moment on.
Yeah, looking real good there on the Team Liquid side. You know, it's nice you said that, you know, they're still adjusting to not only having Alfari back in, but Ameo obviously stepping in very recently for Santorin. You know, so Jensen's like, you know what, I got it. I'll get in there. I'm ready for you. You know, Jungler's still learning how to play the lane with you. I'll be up there myself. We'll all learn together.
And that's something that I think is an underrated skill, is just knowing that you don't have to carry, that there's somebody else that can deliver on the game, so you can just send resources to somebody else. And even though your champion can hard carry games, if somebody can do it better, if somebody is better suited to do it, just give them the resources, and boy, does it really work out. This is why Alfari has the best laning stats also, by the way. He gets a lot by himself, but the team plays really well with him too.
Yeah, Alfari setting up that first dive really started to snowball that roll down the mountain there for Team Liquid. A very clean-looking game, which, as you said, is expected, but is something we certainly want to see for them. With that, though, we are stepping away, but when we return, we've got Jensen joining the desk and a cheeky sneak peek of tomorrow's Masterminds. We'll see you there.
Change of range.
catch my drift, pop my clutch, pedal, metal, skirt, pill up, top peeled off, choke on my dust. I want it all, but it's never enough. I've been running the map, I'ma keep it a buck. I've been so far ahead, it ain't no catching up. All gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes. I'm running it. All gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes, all gas, no brakes. I'm running. I'm putting the gas and I'm pumping my brakes. Yeah, get out my way. Yeah, give me some space. Yeah, better do what I say. Life on the run, I be making these moves. Say what I want, I can't walk in my shoes. Do what I wanna, I'm nobody's fool. Now I'm on top, hate to give you the news. If you did it, I done it. You do not run it. Your tank is on E, now let's keep it 100. You running on fumes, I'm taking no breaks. It is worth having if you gotta wait. Let's get it straight. This is my fate, my destiny calling like I got a date. I'ma be ballin' like I'm moving weight. Now let's see in the eye so you know it's at stake. Run and get it, adios. I've been at the top, you ain't even close. Randy Moss, the competition toast. Hail Mary, catch a denim ghost. Out of here, gone. Changing my number, no calling my phone. Trust me, I'm focused, I'm all in my zone. I made a living from proving them wrong. Come hella, I wanted whatever the cost. Started off local and now I'm a boss. Don't bet against me, you be taking a loss. Say what I wanna, I'm dripping with sauce. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. I'm running it. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. All gas, no brakes. I'm running it.
Welcome, boys. What up, freak?
How you doing, man?
Great. Tanner, back again.
Mastermind is back.
Honestly, I'm pretty excited for this weekend as well. We're starting with Kassadin.
Okay.
Our challenge for today is going to be Kassadin with a twist. Tank, top Kassadin. Top lane. Now, it has been used in the past. We're going to come up with a plan here and then bring in some specialists to help us test it in ranked play later on stage.
Okay. Well, I'm currently in my promos in Flex Queues, so let's.
Not using your account.
Much better.
We've got accounts for you that are probably higher rated than your account.
That's probably true.
They're set at Masters.
I'm feeding.
I'll tell you, last week we played versus Challengers.
We did play versus Challengers last week.
Hey, man, let me ask you a question, man. See if you know what's up. Big this. Who fuses the music with no illusions, producing the blueprints? Clueless? Automator, defy the laws of nature. Electronic monolith, throw a gem upon a disc. The futuristic looping with a quickness. Hyper-producing hydrogen fusion liquids. Keep your distance. Who's that? The mastermind. Who's that? The mastermind. Who's that? The mastermind. Who's that? The mastermind.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst as we are joined by Jensen here after restoring some normalcy to the LCS broadcast with the favored team taking a win over CLG in this matchup. I do want to talk about it and the way it played out. Spawn very happy off screen. But before we get into the game itself, I want your quick opinion on Masterminds and the challenge that they have ahead of them this week. They're looking at Kassadin Tank top. Likelihood of that pick working. That's not a good start. Enough said by nothing said. Okay.
It's going to be a tough one, but you know.
We'll see. That's their job, not ours, right? Okay, let's talk about this game. DeMonte was subbed in, your lane opponent in this one. We were talking a little bit about in the pregame the stark difference in style between, you know, DeMonte and what he has shown us as a mid laner in the past and Pobelter, who was the previous starter for CLG. How did that change your approach personally to your mid lane matchup?
I mean, I think for us, we've kind of just been working on our own thing, the things we wanted to work on. So we didn't really, I mean, I personally didn't really think too much about who I was going up against, more so just how I wanted to play or approach the weekend. And yeah, I mean, when I think of Damonte, he's a guy that likes to impact the map a bit more and roam a bit more, play these aggressive playmaking champs a bit more. So I guess that was kind of like the mindset I had going into the game that, you know, maybe they'll look for more playmaking. Unfortunately for him, he played Silas against Lucian.
Lucian. That was going to be my follow-up question. I was like, so when he locked in Silas, obviously you ended up using your mid priority off of the Lucian to go top a lot. But what did you think of that pick, considering that they most likely knew Lucian was going mid? And then how did you use that matchup to spread your influence across the map?
Yeah, it's been a pick that's been picked a few times throughout the world. Silas into Lucian. It's very hard in the 1v1 for sure, but it's about gank setup and kind of scaling, I guess. Silas can do pretty well in the team fights against Lucian, but obviously I'm gonna have push early on, and we knew we would have a pushing top laner. So with that in mind, we kind of just played for the top dive early on, and yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, you guys pulled off 2 top dives, and then they kind of tried to do their counter punch, I guess you could call this. And it didn't work out. They were down TP. Is this something that how many teams do you think actually do a good job tracking TP? Because I feel like I see this kind of play so often right now where someone is down the teleport, still forces the play, and then like, oh no, they have an extra man now.
Yeah, I mean, I think nowadays teams are getting more used to there being a lot of TP plays early on in the game, so I would hope teams are more aware of it. But you know, it is tough to keep track of all the TPs that are going on in the game, but yeah.
Now, whose job? I mean, that's Core JJ's job, right? On your team?
It's a bit of everyone. Like
okay.
we try to keep the responsibility to each laner, so like I keep track of, mid and...
Gotcha.
Yeah, like that, yeah.
And, you guys had a lot of lane dominance, a lot of early priority in your draft. Was this something that you were trying to work on heading into the week, and especially with Alphari being the starter, playing around him? Because Core JJ was top for so long this game. You made multiple...
He lived in that lane.
Yeah, was this like a focus, or just like how the draft ended up going?
It's something we've been working on this week for sure, but we are trying to be flexible at the same time, but it's also one of our strengths, right? I think, we all know Alphari is really good in lane, so we've been working on trying to snowball through top a bit more, and I think with the way the draft went, that kind of enabled it.
Yeah.
What about the way the meta has shifted this week as to previously, with things like the Aurelia kind of coming back in and a lot of people looking at that as a dominant pick? I mean, does this put even more of a focus around Alphari as a difference maker in the top lane, or have you guys chosen to go elsewhere?
I'd say it's a bit of both. For sure, it does add to the volatility a lot, especially these champions like Aurelia that like to play very aggressive and stuff. But we try to be flexible and, work around all different styles that we can. But we are primarily trying to make top lane a good point for us. But again, it kind of just depends how the draft goes. And in this case, it worked out pretty well.
You've talked a lot about trying to, and you did previously in the last interview I saw with you and La Tigers, you've talked a lot about how TL wants to focus on themselves, especially with some of the roster changes that you had to have and now bringing Alphari back in. Where do you think you are at this point in time compared to where you'd want to be?
Ooh, it's hard to say. I mean, the whole league as a whole seems very volatile, unexpected stuff happening every game almost. But I still think we have ways to go, but I think we have concepts that we're working on, and we're doing pretty well when it comes to that. So.
You mentioned league volatility. I want to get your quick thoughts. Call your finals weekend right now. Who are the top 3?
Whoa, okay.
In the regular season?
Sure, we can say regular season, make it easier.
Cool, yeah.
Okay.
Top 3 at the end of week 9.
I was going to say 100 Thieves for sure, but...
Right? What's going on there?
No, I don't know. I would say us. Based on standings, I would hope 100 Thieves would make it.
Right.
So us, 100 Thieves, and then...
Is it TSM holding on? I mean, that's a thing.
It's hard to say, honestly.
Right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
100 Thieves, TL, and I don't know.
Exactly.
That means there's one open spot in the top 3 come the end of the split. Jensen, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Congratulations on the only favorited victory on the day. Making things happen out there and doing it in dominant fashion. We're heading to a break. When we return, We will be checking in with our MasterCard Player of the Week, Licorice, before he faces off against Impact and the rest of Evil Geniuses. We'll catch you there.
They've got to get the Mountain Drake here if they want to have any chance of being able to salvage this game, but no! It's stolen away at the last moment with a beautiful smite to end this game. GG, well played!
Welcome back to the LCS. I am standing on by with your most recent MasterCard Player of the Week. Your transition to GG being so quick that when you actually got scanned in for your statue, you were still in your FlyQuest getup. What do you make of your little paper jersey that you've got there?
You know, you do what you can.
I appreciate whoever actually cut out the jersey. I think they did a fine job.
Yeah.
But one thing that came to mind was your actual reaction to getting Player of the Week. It was a very contentious week at that, but you tweeted about how you've been working your ass off. So I just wanted to ask you about what specifically you've been focusing on a player up until this point.
I mean, it was just like everything. Like first, it's like when you're losing, you basically just try everything in order until you start winning. And it was like, okay, I'm going to work on my laning, my champ pool, my like communication, my teamwork, my teleports, and like nothing was working. And I was like, oh my God, like it's just like so hard to stay confident when you're in that kind of scenario. And then like I changed to GG and then like everything seemed to be working all of a sudden. It was like such a relief for me.
Which is a cool thing to hear considering that the transition was so swift for you, getting thrown onto GG and then also being told, hey, we like to do things like run Kalista mid. So now that you have another week with the squad, what improvement has it been made? Not even improvement necessarily, but development with you and the rest of the team.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just getting on the same page with all the other guys so that when we're on stage in a game, we like have the same idea of how we want to play the game, because the less you can communicate, the less you can communicate on stage about like, oh, like I think we should do Baron. Like they're like, no, I think we should hit the towers. Like this is like a real discussion that happened in our game versus TL. And the less you can do that on stage, the easier it's going to feel for everybody.
And you were making some moments look pretty easy going against some tough opponents. I know we were talking on the stage about the strength of schedule that GG faced last week. Now you're facing off against EG. Any learnings from last week heading into this matchup?
Honestly, for me, I think the biggest thing is just keep focusing on my play and the play of my teammates and making sure we do a good job. Like at this point, playoffs isn't really in our hands, whether we make it or not. And so it's really just like I want to go out there. I want to do my best, and then hopefully that's going to be enough to take us into playoffs.
Well, I said it last week. I'll say it again. I think there are a lot of fans out there just excited to see you not only playing well, but happy in doing so. Congratulations again on your MasterCard winnings.
Yeah, thank you.
We are getting ready to watch the game itself, GG taking on EG. So let's send it on over to the casters.
Let's go indeed, Crumbs. It is our final game of Friday as Golden Guardians are once again looking to take down another very fearsome-looking opponent. The Evil Geniuses have, honestly, if you want to go with recency, they look like the best team in the LCS right now.
They're the fiercest right now. 8-game win streak, and a win here would put them only 2 games away from #1 in the league. So Evil Geniuses have been having outstanding performances. The quality of win that they're getting is better than any other team right now. They are clawing themselves back. They are using vision to win team fights, to find picks. Individual players are generating plays out of thin air. Everybody is firing on all cylinders. And oddly enough, everyone's eyes are at Danny.
He's so good!
He's really good. As an AD carry, he's really good. So the whole team has just been phenomenal thus far. And up against Golden Guardians, yes, Golden Guardians did take down some tough competition in 100 Thieves, but to be fair, 100 Thieves played Yasuo in the mid lane, and I think that 100 Thieves is just not at the same level that Evil Geniuses is at it right now. So this is going to be a really tough match for Golden Guardians, and like Licorice said, playoffs is not really in their hands. They need 3 wins to even match FlyQuest, who is on a 4-game undefeated streak, and that doesn't even guarantee it for you.
And what is in their hands is, winning the games they get to play, right? Which is where you have to start. So we'll see how they fare up against EG. Bans are done here. Aurelia, Thresh, Tristan on the Golden Guardian side. Ziggs, Xin Zhao, and Volibear on the EG side. So Iconic getting some attention. Viego is going to be selected. That is a triple flex, presumably, for the Golden Guardians. But Gwen is very powerful. She has been let through, I believe, 0 times today. So Impact is going to bring her out for the first time this Friday.
Could be Svenskeren, but EG have been loving the Diana in the jungle. I think that this is a pick that has suited them so well. Both Contracts and Svenskeren have been doing really well on it. But at the same time, having that double AP threat this early would mean that you really want to prioritize these ADs in the mid lane. The Lucian has been so good for Jizuke that I feel like that's a pick that they could just do so well with. Now, taking it away this early wouldn't allow you to counter anything for red side, so they'll just happily lock it in and say, you know what, you're just really good at this one, Jizuke. We'll let you have this, and we'll use that pressure the same way we just saw TL use it to snowball the side lanes.
The other small consideration was, do they even take Diana, right? But they do, so that answers that. Kalista is back, and words I didn't think I would say on the LCS. That is a flex you have to respect from Golden Guardian.
It's a tough matchup. I have watched a lot of 1v1s, and Kalista versus Lucian is a tricky one. It's not entirely decided by the champions. You actually do have plenty of outplay potential since there's a lot of skill shots that both are trying to dodge against each other. So this is something that a Blaze Olive could potentially take into the mid lane and try to challenge Jizuke in the lane. Now, Blaze Olive has been one of the better laning mid laners, and even outside of it that we have in the league, but Jizuke has been the best.
Yeah, it's again, they've been on a tear recently, so going to be rough no matter how you slice up the matchups. With Renekton locked in, by the way, that does more heavily indicate your idea of Gwen jungle for Svenskeren, which is super cool. We haven't seen that much, if at all, in the LCS. But bans here for phase 2. We'll see how everything shakes out at the end of the draft, as Nautilus is going to get taken away. It makes sense. It's a very common support and a fine pairing with Kalista if Stixxay, who is also a great Kalista player, wants to pilot it this time.
I think Thresh has to be the priority here. By banning the Nautilus, you're saying that you want to have an easy Thresh avenue since Nautilus is the most common pick into it, and you can still pair it with an Aphelios, which Danny has been really good at. You get so much value with Lantern and double Marksman here that even though Golden Guardians has a Kalista and they would benefit from having a Thresh themselves, EG is going to take it, and it's not going to be pretty if they have it.
Yeah, I'm curious what Golden Guardians ban there then, right? Because Thresh is something you could possibly ban here, but also Aphelios feels like a pretty good target, especially when Danny hasn't taken his champion yet. So Leona going to be banned for EG. It's just screaming.
I'm just silly. It's banned in the first rotation.
Oh, never mind. Get it out of there.
It's all grayed out. I can't see.
All right, well, maybe Aphelios for Golden Guardians, maybe something else. Running down the clock here, making sure they consider all their different options. And Samira really respecting Danny.
But Danny has shown that he can play all of the meta champions right now. So it doesn't feel like you're actually hurting his champion pool. He'll have no problem just taking away an AD right now if they want to save the last pick for the support. Because, again, you still have to respect the flex on the Kalista. So Golden Guardians could still pivot away and try to counter the bottom lane that EG goes after. Oh, it's gonna be...
What is going on? Syndra!
Double flex. Lucian or Syndra are gonna be flexed in mid and bot.
Okay, that's cool. Haven't seen a Lucian bot lane for a while, but we'll see how it all shakes out. And again, leaving Ignar for counter pick here feels pretty powerful. But Golden Guardian's gonna have to tell us where these champions are going, most likely with these picks. There's Rel, something we're starting to see a little bit more commonly. Definitely not that great in lane, but very good in the mid to late game as far as engages and skirmishes go. And a fine target for Kalista to chuck in as well. But again, we do have to remind you that this is potentially Kalista mid once again for a Blaze Olive. So we'll run things down, and it looks like Lee Sin is going to be the final pick here.
Okay, so solo lanes of Viego and Lee. And now EG is going to show us exactly where these are headed, because you still have some pretty good matchups whether you put the Lee, or rather the Syndra or the Lucian into either lane. And more than anything, I want to see if it actually ends up being a flex for Danny to play the Syndra in the bottom lane, because that would show us that, I mean, his versatility would go over the moon at this point with Syndra and normal AD carries for him. I do think, though, that Danny is actually going to take it. That is really impressive.
I mean, it makes...
Okay, he won't.
Oh.
Bad times.
Also, I mean, I guess technically we could see Lucian bottom lane. We've seen it once already in the LCS. I don't think so. Pretty sure they're going to be swapping that one over, but really interesting here. I mean, I think Golden Guardians felt like they had to pick something pretty safe, given the situation that we're in, so Lucian's a very safe choice there for the lane. Oh, they do swap it back. Maybe Danny is going to take a Syndra. 5 seconds left to change their minds.
I won't say anything until we go past that point. Yes!
There we go.
All right, nailed it. I was right. There's no need to feel sad about it. We saw it coming. We just didn't believe our vision, and now we do. Danny and Ignar will be playing the role of just so much crowd control from their lane. These two are going to have the ability to set each other up so well that roams from the Lucian, taking Prio in the mid lane and going to the bot side will be so devastating. A Kalista just cannot deal with a Syndra and a Gragas. There's just too much burst and CC.
It's like a bona fide kill lane in the 2v2. So really excited to see this one. We've seen Ziggs today, but it did get banned by EG in this particular go-around. Now a different take on mage bot lane here. Something we have seen in the past, but have not seen this year, at least in the LCS. I'm going to safely say that.
She's been one of the few mages that has remained viable in the bottom lane ever since we first started to see mages in the bottom lane. So, oh boy, wait a minute. Okay, there might actually be a... I don't know if the rune, I'll have to confirm it, but starting with the Sapphire Crystal could mean that he's trying to go for that future market tech of rushing the Lost Chapter there. Let me actually double check.
He does have Inspiration Secondary. I can at least tell you that much. So we'll see if he has that little minor rune as well. Looking to maybe get them stonks invested in the futures market. But oh boy, what a fun way to end our Friday here. As Svenskeren also is playing Ghost Jungle Gwen. We've seen Ghost Gwen quite a lot in the top lane. But, you know, this is kind of a similar take to all of that here, especially as the jungle. You don't need your flash all that often. Gwen's dash is so good that often the laners will take Ignite as their other spell alongside teleport, so Svenskeren more than happy to take Ghost here alongside his Smite.
I think Flash is often better suited for going after really squishy targets that are trying to hang back, but when you're Gwen and you do so well just snipping tanks and you just cut through them, the Ghost allows you to actually chase them down and position very well in the team fight. That extra mobility is really annoying to deal with. So I do think that this is actually the better way to play Gwen in the jungle, and it is a shorter cooldown, so it actually does work out as a more aggressive summoner.
All right, very deep, kind of late red ward there. Golden Guardians trying to figure out what's going on, but we know, and they'll know now as well, that Iconic isn't starting on that buff, so EG will probably correctly predict that Iconic is over on his blue buff. In the top side, though, definitely a fun one you can look out for there. Impact Renekton was terrifying if you cast your minds back all the way to Lock-In at the start of the year, but you can watch him play up against Licorice, the newest top laner of Golden Guardians, for free. Watching from their perspectives improve you, always a good way to learn about the game, or to see when funny things happen, why they happened.
When they type to each other, right? They miss a minion and just type each other nice and all sorts of things. And I can confirm, Pastry.
It is the tech.
That Danny
the dark
is running
technology.
The futures market dark tech, because you start with the Sapphire Crystal, and the whole point is you catch, I believe it's 4 to 5 waves. I think it's 5 waves, actually, that you probably play it safe with. And then you can rush back with Futures Market, and then you get a Lost Chapter quicker than you would have otherwise. And then you just abuse the endless mana that it gives you from the passive, and then you bully out the lane. And against somebody like Kalista that wants to be aggressive, if she's constantly getting shoved up and cannot burn through your mana pool, the lane becomes so much harder for her.
I cannot overstate how impressive the selection of different looks Danny has shown this split has been, right? He is not even an academy player. He's a amateur player coming up onto this team, had to clearly learn how to play with so many different veterans, how to adjust to playing at this level. But he has shown us hard carries, he has shown us supports, he has shown us mages. What can't he do, Crumbs?
At this point, I don't know. We just need to see more games of him to see exactly what he can do in the first phase, because right now it seems like it's everything. And, Blaze Olive, what?
No. What? Why does he give Team Liquid Flare? Anyway, Blaze Olive with a misstep there in mid lane. He's getting solo killed.
He is a blind monk, so maybe he didn't know.
Yeah, definitely not calculating those damage thresholds properly. Jizuke promptly punishes him. And Blaze Olive will TP back in and hope he doesn't make the same mistake. It was already going to be rough up against Solution. He is indeed maxing W for now, which I think is very smart given the situation. But it's only going to get worse as Jizuke's picked up some extra gold there.
At least he didn't burn Flash, though, so that'll still be available for him to play make at level 6. But that's a big of a blunder there that you don't want to see happen, because Jizuke is all about winning this lane and then snowballing from that, and giving away a free kill early on means that his back is going to be so much better. Might even have a Noon Quiver by now, and that's just really difficult to deal with because the push is going to be relentless.
You know, have again seen a lot less lane Lee Sin in general, because that was toned down, particularly in the Tempest department, so it's way harder to get these quick trades and push. You're going to have to lean on your sustain way more with your W, but Lucian is just so powerful, especially in the early levels, that did not work out for Blaze Olive.
He has been pretty good, though, so I do expect to see him find avenues with his Lee Sin kick to actually make up for that one. At least Lee Sin can always offer some value if you actually have the mechanics to pull those off. And against immobile picks like a Syndra or even a Jizuke, if you catch him without flash, it's easy to play Mick.
Yeah, I think if you were maybe losing the faith in lane Lee Sin, Yusui restored a lot of that today with his game on Dig, so we'll see if Blaze Olive can replicate that here. Definitely a player we've been keeping our eyes on from Golden Guardians, as in the bottom side, Chime is looking to find the angle. Danny immobile, no mana, ignited, rendered. See you later, Sunshine. That's first blood. Oh, second blood. Jizuke making you work for it.
First blood in the bottom lane.
Hey!
Golden Guardians finally finding an aggressive play in the bot side. This hasn't been the first time that they actually get kills as a 2v2, so pretty impressive stuff out of them. They have been winning this lane pretty handedly. The CS advantage is already fairly giant, actually. 49 to 31 is a big deal. So this is going to be an avenue for Golden Guardians to anchor themselves in the early game and try to win through it, because Syndra can be caught with a Rel. Let's take a look at this once again. Danny with no flash. They knew that he just wouldn't be able to actually land the stun. He doesn't have enough mana for Dark Sphere and Scatter the Weak, so the best he can do is just shove you back, but you're not stunned.
And this is the thing, right? Rel, not a particularly strong laner, but much like Alistar, very good at all-inning you, which we kind of saw there. So Chime with a great setup, and then Stixxay, who unfortunately had to burn the flash at the end of that play just to make sure, did at least get the kill onto Danny. So potentially a target in the bottom side of the map, but we shall see. Danny held on to all his summoners at least, so does have that going for him.
If they catch him again at level 6, they could just continue to kill Danny without even him having an opportunity to burn summoner spells. They have a lot of damage on lockdown between these two, so I do think that Golden Guardians can continue to punish him. Still going with that Lost Chapter, right? That is the tech, but that's not boots. That means you're really slow. Look at how slow he is. There's a ward in the back of this lane, so if EG wants to get fancy, pushing out this wave, they could get TP'd behind, and then the bot lane is definitely going to be over.
All right, well, EG going to translate some of their mid-pressure and take this kind of time in a bit of a lull in the bottom side after that first kill for Golden Guardians to go ahead and take this dragon. So Svenskeren will easily take this one down with a bit of help from Igna. Level 6 now for the Gwen as well. But Sven feeling pretty good. Iconic also been farming up, is also level 6, so just fine. We'll see kind of where the first big jungle meeting is. Guesses probably gonna say it'll be in some sort of lane or outside an objective.
I think the first meeting will be in the top Herald right now. We've already gotten the dragon taken off the map, and with that major objective being so powerful for Evil Geniuses, since they're the team with the highest gold lead at 15, and they actually have the highest Rift Herald taking out of our league. So they love to prioritize this objective. They don't necessarily use it all the time to get that first turret, but they do ensure that they get the gold from the plates from it. So I do think that EG would like to make a move for that objective, and especially with the prio that Jizuke has constantly held in the mid lane, it will free up Gwen to do it and know that Jizuke will answer before our Blaze Olive can get there.
So curious to see where Iconic goes. And also the bot lane is I often see players roam up for that side of the map when it is Herald time, which is going to be in a couple of seconds. But for now, Iconic is going to meet Ignar here. Does get the Q, but Ignar's level 6. It's pretty spooky, actually. Gragas ready with the full combo and the Ignite plus Flash at any moment. But Chime is reinforcing. Only level 5. Ooh. Good old XP there for Iconic off the ward as Svenskeren's found Licorice. Not going to press Ghost and keep snipping, though, but Licorice is aware of the Herald that's been started. Chime's still level 5. Really sucks here.
It was Ignar who caught that extra XP on that wave, and that will make a big difference. A huge cast can end the GG right here.
Golden Guardians are looking to fight, but it's a kind of a 4v5 temporarily. Ulti out of Ignar doesn't really connect. Iconic move back, though. As now Blaze Olive's in the mix, but he dashes over, and Svenskeren's going to be the target. Licorice takes him out. Blaze Olive's actually still alive, and now the Fate's Call is going to be looking for Jizuke. The Herald goes to Golden Guardians. And now Licorice going to take the Q, tries to make a very big play with Viego, but doesn't quite land the execute onto Ignar.
Really well played out of Golden Guardians. Licorice is going to get gunned down, but I think he's fine. There's not enough damage on...
Oh, Impact.
Oh, don't face check that.
Impact. Oh, now Iconic's actually found him. Still has the ulti for Diana as well. My goodness, Golden Guardians got away without using some cooldowns there.
That was really well played out of them. They got out, they got the Herald, and they weren't even the ones who started it. They even get to deny a wave in the mid lane. I want to see how that fight played out, because it felt like EG thought that there was an opportunity to take a quick fight against the members in the Rift Herald while punting away the tanks and the carries of Golden Guardians, but they just did not have enough burst. Let's see how Licorice and Blaze Olive play this out. They survive. Gwen is in the mix, and yeah, it's just Licorice there who gets so much and then gets to take over Gwen's body, which is just so scary. He's not just Gwen, he's also Viego. Like, he's both of the new releases, and they're really strong.
Yeah, Blaze Olive correctly does not take that Q. As we do know, Licorice gets away from the incoming culling that Jizuke throws over. Golden Guardians will take a small gold lead here as we just crest the 10-minute mark. But getting that Herald obviously can mean a lot more gold, and that is often where Golden Guardians start their early games, right? By getting that Herald and getting those plate money happening. Anyway, sentences are hard. Jizuke still though on top as far as gold goes, which isn't a big surprise.
And they've started games not only getting goldies, but getting kills over to Licorice. She has been quite good on Golden Guardians, obviously, having received the Player of the Week award just last week. And so him getting this extra money on a pick like Viego could be really difficult to do. Oh,
Blaze Olive looking for the outplay. Q not going to connect. Pesky minions in the way, but Svenskeren is the jungler over to the left, and Impact's going to pop Dominus, and Blaze Olive is going to correctly walk away.
So much mobility on these two picks to legitimately threaten a kill on each other. Something really has to go wrong with the dashes, the stuns, and the disengages. It's so easy to get away.
Top lane though, oh, this is such a good setup here for Jizuke. Now Svenskaren's here. Licorice knows he's in trouble. TP ready, but Thread and Needle out from Svenskeren is going to make it tricky, but Licorice does ult away to safety. This does give prior to Jizuke, which is not a good thing on the Golden Guardian side. You don't want to be injecting extra gold into that Lucian, but Golden Guardians are trying for the counterplay here on bottom side.
This is a really good answer. They have a Rift Herald here, and only Jizuke has a teleport, but he's already pushing the top side, so I think Golden Guardians will be able to beat EG to the first brick here. Just a little bit more damage.
Oh, Chime! Insta-Magnet Storm! Iconic makes it happen with the Moonfall. Danny evaporates. Ignar is going to go down as well, but Iconic does fall. EG actually are fighting their way out of this, but Licorice gets in possession now with the Gragas, goes back in as Chime is thrown in with the Fate's Call. It's a double kill there for a Blaze Olive as Licorice is looking for another reset, and Impact is in pursuit of being dove here. No ulti out of the Renekton, used it already. Ignite down, Golden Guardians swooping in for the triple. It's a Blaze Olive that recoups all that lane disadvantage.
Are you kidding me? Golden Guardians might be the team to break EG's 8-game win streak? This is insane. Out of all teams to actually contest them this early, they rarely fall behind this much in an early game. Just 1,000 goal lead is so contrary to their usual games, and they get outplayed in their same game. A huge flash engage from Chime. Twice has he caught Danny and Ignar by surprise, and then everybody's already joining the fight. Despite Renekton being able to join here, Lucian TPing into a fight in the middle of it is just not threatening, so they have no problem using their bruisers and the Kalista to continue to dive this. Great juggling of the turret aggro, and yes, they do lose Iconic, the Herald that would have been really important for that, but they still got so much damage on the turret. They pretty much got every plate, and now they can pop it somewhere else in the mid lane and maybe even get more plates that way.
It actually would have been so much worse for EG if Iconic had lived, because Sven actually got first tower gold off the back of that play. He just pushed the top lane in and got the gold. That's the reason the gold's so close after Golden Guardians made that play. You know, if he was there, they take the bottom side, maybe they push for a secondary. So EG kind of get away with it there, getting that kill onto the holder of the Herald's Eye. But EG do at least find the counter trade, I suppose, and do get the extra gold from the top side. So Golden Guardians off to a good start, 6-2 in kills. More than 1,000 gold ahead, but they wanted to keep up this pace here, which, to be fair, they're showing they can, as Licorice, once again, is going to be the target. Svenskeren looking to run him down. Very tough to get away from this one. Gwen will not have Licorice escape this time. A nice kill there for Svenskeren.
It's a good kill there out of EG, knowing that the turret had been taking Licorice, just had no business, and right now there's nothing that GG can legitimately answer that EG won't be ready for. So they have to back off. They're only going to go for the bot lane turret, but that was pretty much a done deal from the earlier fight. EG knows that this is just dangerous territory to be down here, and it's something that they have been really struggling with this game. The Syndra and the Gragas lane just hasn't worked out against Chime, Rel, and Stick-Stays Kalista. Oh, tier 2 though.
Man.
That's big.
Both teams' weak sides really struggling right now. Licorice getting picked up there. Does give EG the second tower, which almost evens up the gold. Mid plates did go over, which was some extra gold, but now Danny's counter-pushing that as Licorice is trying to catch the wave here in mid. So EG doing a very good job of keeping up, despite how successful the tower dive was for Golden Guardians in bottom lanes. So we'll have to see both teams kind of shore up that side of the map. EG, I think, correctly trading, whereas Licorice didn't need to also give himself away.
I think that's well put in how the weak sides from both teams are really what are flopping, because they're making a play at one side of the map, the other one is getting punished, when often they just need to back off and recognize that the other team, their main engage, the 4-man unit is getting something somewhere else on the side of the map. So until that gets shored up, we're just going to end up with a back and forth trading. But at the very least, it's good to see that the teams are thinking about making a counterpunch instead of just taking a loss and doing nothing about it.
Second Herald on the table for Golden Guardians. That is very much the strategy they would like to employ here. Iconic is finishing that off. Chime, perhaps ready with another very nice engage. Definitely eyes on him for this game. The Rel so far has looked great. Made extra better by the bonus summoner spell provided by Kallista's Fate's Call. And correctly, EG will not be contesting for Golden Guardian's current strong side of the map. So Jizuke is going to go ahead and trade some gold there, taking out the bottom tower, as Ablaze Olive is going to finish off the top outer as well.
Yeah, Golden Guardians knows that they need to do something about EG trying to answer their Rift Herald. So they're getting the same thing that EG is getting plus the Herald. So it's nice that they're covering for Ablaze Olive, who has recovered quite well from that first blood, already has a bounty on his head. So doing a fine job here. And this Rift Herald now for Golden Guardians will look to be used at a tier 2 now. They could pop this much later, though. They could use it even for the mid lane if they want to set themselves up for the Dragon. They've got plenty of options here, and they will go for mid lane, and Danny has to back off. He needs to respect that there's just too much of a threat from Golden Guardians Engage that can easily delete him off the map.
Yes, Svenskeren actually was bottom side, but has made his way down to the mid now to go ahead and fend off this Herald, which they do get. Both teams now fouling the outer rings. Golden Guardians still up, but only 600 gold. So EG have done a really good job of actually trading for a lot of these resources and keeping the gold even. But Golden Guardians have already shown that, you know, in these mid-game kind of fights or skirmishes, they can execute in any sort of big team fight, right? So again, have to keep the eyes on the Engage here for the Golden Guardians, on Chime especially, on Ablaze Olive, his potential kicks, on Iconic, and that big ulti out of Diana.
They've shown that they can execute beyond this game. All of last week, they played very well, almost actually went 3-0. So the team is clearly feeling revitalized. And if anything, sometimes the burden being lifted of the fact that playoffs is no longer in your hands, that you just need to play your own game, remove those expectations from yourself, and often the teams can surge. They can thrive knowing that they just have to play their best game, that their fate is no longer in their own hands, and all that matters is that you play a good game of League of Legends.
And the burden, of course, is the side lanes here. Ooh, Chime reinforcing. There was Licorice trying to TP away. Is going to get out just barely, as Ignar was ready to cancel that TP. So Licorice with the escape, but again, EG are trying to play to these side lanes. Svenskeren is constantly shadowing Jizuke here. Chime not going to get himself caught by a level 10 Gwen. You got to run from that one as Chime. Oh, goodness. There's no running. You just can't go anywhere. Chime's just dead. Svenskeren grabbing the solo kill.
He had flash, but the second he jumped over, he's just so slow. Golden Guardians, though, will try to answer with a tier 2 topside, and EG just doesn't have anybody close to answer this, so I think Golden Guardians will get this, and they actually won't lose anything in return.
All right, well, this is nice. Golden Guardians, again, continuing to try and get their gold where they can. Still try and keep up the tempo of the game that they've set. They're now back up to 1,000 gold over. But once again, I always look down to the other side then, and Jizuke is just planted in the bottom half of the map right now.
Loves to farm, and he loves to then get a strong enough gold advantage that turns into item spikes that just gun you down. His Lucian has been his best AD pick, in my opinion. The team has been playing really well around it. This hasn't been the most dominant of his games, but I think come the team fights, we should expect him to shine on this pick. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do with this, since he's already itemizing for a lot of armor penetration to be able to burn through anybody that's trying to dive. So there's going to be a lot of people jumping Lucian's face this game.
All right, well, Golden Guardians also continuing their control of the objectives. They got both Heralds. They now have 2 Dragons to 1. So they can build off of this lead as well. But this game is going to be kind of a slower one here. You know, we saw some early action, but definitely both teams have slowed down. They've taken a ton of trades in the last 10 minutes here as we approach the 20-minute mark. And the solo is going to be pretty far away, that neither team is going to be able to accelerate too much here. So again, it is a lot about what do EG get done on the side lanes, and what can Golden Guardians get done together?
I think the exciting part about those slow games is that they often just come down to a team fight around 20 minutes. Because you lose a fight at that point with too many members down, that's Baron. The game gets blown wide open. So the fact that the gold still remains, that the teams haven't chosen to fight each other just yet, just means that the one time that everybody commits to the fight means that everything is up for grabs. So EG still counting on the fact that they have a really strong team fight with this comp. Syndra just needs to land the fat scatter of the week. There's Kalista that you can just burst down. She's trying to atomize with a wit's end, anticipating what is going to happen when Danny just hits a fat unloaded, or what do you call it? The unleashed power, not unloaded. It feels unloaded because it just, it's so much.
Certainly is, as again, Licorice is the target of Evil Genius's current side lane pressure. But Svenskeren also pretty strong on the Gwen right now. EG actually zoning Licorice off this tower, so there will be no response, and Evil Geniuses are going to get themselves further and further to parity as far as the gold goes, and 800 up is nice. I guess now 1,000 as they tick back and forth, but still a good spot. Actually, never mind. It's a couple hundred gold between the two teams. EG, I'd say at this point, have equalized after taking that tower. So going to be down to execution maybe in three or so minutes when that next dragon comes up.
It is dead even, and something that EG did really well to get to this position is constantly shadowing Jizuke in his side of the jungle. Every time he finds himself pushing the side lanes, there's somebody nearby. There's always someone ready to either assist him to zone somebody off the turret like we just saw, or somebody there to actually try to gank whoever attempts to defend. So they have been putting themselves in positions to allow them to crash these side lanes and slowly farm back up, get these turrets, and we're actually at parity with the turrets as well. So it's going to be a matchup that will just come down to who can outplay who, and more importantly, who can set up the better vision for these fights. EG have been very good at finding picks that nobody else can get because of their superior ward coverage, but if Golden Guardians can set themselves up first, they just won't have that available.
Oh, I love the attempt from Blaze Olive. He was ready to ward hop kick you after queuing to that minion, but thankfully for EG, just barely misses the incoming caster wave, and EG are going to have to back up, and now Jizuke is going to have to play back. There's so much tug of war here in this game as Golden Guardians, I feel like for the first time this game, are actually playing to the strong side.
Wait a minute, though. Baron sneak attempt? Uh-oh.
Not that sneaky. Kind of obvious.
But they don't know.
Guardian's going to have to go back, and they've got no vision. They're actually looking to dive Jizuke instead, but this is a very worthy sacrifice. Licorice flashing in, gets the ulti execution, but the Baron is the problem, and I don't think Golden Guardians can get anywhere near this.
That's worth it for EG. You got a Baron out of this one? Looks like Golden Guardians is still interested in maybe...
Time is like, oh no.
They can't get through Ignar and Danny, though.
I mean, Chime knows, and Iconic's there, but there's just no room to steal. They're going to have to try and bust the inhibitor tower down the bottom side and then batten down the hatches, Crumbs, because that's a very worth trade for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to cost you a kill and a tier 2 and a wave in the bot side, but now this Baron push will allow you to shove out waves and set yourself up for the dragon fight that will deny Golden Guardians that soul point. So this is a good move out of EG. Iconic is caught.
Rocket bounce out. Ignar, good ulti, but nice flash out for Iconic. Gets the damage boost out to relative safety, but it's only relative as Fanscaron's going to chase him down, and Iconic does what he can. 6 actually trying to reinforce, but Iconic, this time no Callisto ult to save him, but Fate's got popped by Chime. Chime, wrong way. Magnustorm's back through, and they are going to get the shutdown. Can Golden Guardians get any more? Ignar is trying to chase down Stixay, but Stixay is flashing out of there. Licorice is taking down Danny. Ignar's down as well. 3 Baron buffs like that, Crumbs, have fallen off of EG.
You know how they had Baron and they wanted to make plays with that? Scratch that. They lost the dragon now. It's going to be Golden Guardians on soul point there, and it looked like a really good time to catch Iconic. Diana just had no way out, but crucially outplays it so beautifully. The flash on the cast built so much distance. A great heads-up smite out of him on the Wolf Camp keeps him alive. This was so well played from Iconic to live through this. It hasn't been the first time where he lives through just some quick mechanics at the end. The stopwatch, the extra damage, and then Golden Guardians with the heal and the follow-up. Bit of a misplay there out of time. Not sure what this one was about, but still has the time to answer back with the Rel ultimate, and now the rest of the team collapsed.
Licorice are getting chased down. Colling's going to seal it. Licorice picked off in the Baron pit as Golden Guardians get the dragon again. Not the right spot for Licorice to be up in the river.
Not sure what he was doing there. We didn't get to see because
Player of the Week's gone to his head crying.
The team was getting the dragon, right? There was
a
play
they
happening
got it.
elsewhere. So,
they got it.
Licorice, well, gives over a shutdown over to Jizuke, so that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt in the end, and with that opportunity now, they feel like they can just run the red side jungle, set up some vision, but there's no major objective except just control of this and hoping that EG walks into you. So, or sorry, that Golden Guardians walks into you. So, EG won't get much from this.
Yeah, Red Bull Baron buff still up for EG, but only 30 seconds left on it. So unfortunately, even though they killed Licorice, wasn't able to get it. Greed. Greed is what caused this kill.
A very common sin. In fact, the most common of them all.
Yeah, in League, definitely.
Especially in a game of League of Legends. So they thought that because the team was doing Dragon. Yeah,
Woo! Blaze Olive looking at spicy. Get that kill, boy. There we go. Ooh. Very nice under Danny. I mean, Danny's getting bullied this game. I don't blame him. Like, I don't know what level he is, but I don't think it's level 15.
All right, I got to say it. Danny's mages are not at the same level as the AD carries.
And you know what? That's okay.
Yeah,
because he's really
totally
good at
okay.
everything else.
It was a good time to try it, but I think that Golden Guardians, they're just on the tear right now. They are looking so revitalized after Licorice rejoined this squad, and they're not out of the woods just yet, right? This game can still easily be won by EG. They have come back. I remember the game against IMT. That was their most impressive comeback. It looked dire. It looked like they were in a worse situation than this, and they still fought their way back. So I do think that Golden Guardians has to respect this opponent with everything they've got. They're in the largest win streak in the league for a reason.
Yeah, it's all, again, that execution here. Golden Guardians will at least have the ability to play for this Mountain Soul, which will make their team fighting power that much better. And again, I cannot stress how good Chime has been alongside Stixxay in these engages. He's probably the critical piece to find a good angle. And EG have so many ways to start a fight or find a pick. So EG are not without things they can do themselves, and they are also still playing the side lane, which they've done pretty much this whole game, but it does feel like momentum-wise Golden Guardians are currently playing up on the map, but that can change awfully quickly, Crumbs.
Momentum and itemization, too. There's GAs, there's Zanya, Styx is already at 3 items, and the Kalista with these itemizations means that she really won't die when you try to dive her. There's not enough burst to burn through the shield bow and the Wit's End, so Stixxay has been doing so well on this pick in many matches that he's been playing Kalista on Golden Guardians, and this one won't be any different. He already showed on his response to Iconic getting caught a game-winning play, so I think that you can count on the Kalista to be the pillar in these team fights, and the rest of the team can just serve as the supporting cast.
Yeah, it seems like teams may be just waiting here. Minute 10 till Baron, minute 50 till the Dragon. Licorice has backed off this time, which is the right play, as Impact is the one currently playing in that side lane. It looks like a Blaze Olive 5-1-3 on the Lee Sin. 3 and a bit items done for him is the one pushing that wave. Again, Golden Guardians do have good side lanes to attack themselves, right? If there's no one in there, there are inhibitor towers that they can threaten. But EG are going to, again, make them work very hard for that sort of siege. So it's going to be about the next major objective team fight.
And that objective will be split between Baron and the Dragon. Now, Golden Guardians has more vision on the Baron side. You see the triple control wards in this area, and they can do this because they have a Kalista, because you can actually force that Baron. It really wouldn't be a trade. Now, they also have the soul win condition, so I do think that it's not in their interest to trade these objectives. They would get so much by just getting the soul and then moving on to the Baron. It's up to EG to answer what Golden Guardians will go for.
That's a very good ward, and now Chime's going to re-engage. Magnet Storm in, Moonfall comes through as well, but EG are actually fighting back. Now Svenskeren getting low, but he pops into stasis. Iconic is going to fall down, and Licorice TP's in, but now he's going to get a reset, but it's an absolute massacre in that shrubbery. As both teams trading blows, it's 2 on the Golden Guardian side and 2 for EG, as we have 6 players left.
They're just button mashing in the Raptor camp, but Golden Guardians has lifesteal on their picks. I think they win out on this one since Kalista and Lee Sin can now turn and continue to hold the mid lane, and actually they will reset before this Dragon. That means that EG will have priority on the map, and this Dragon will still be fought over. It won't be snuck by either team.
Yeah, both junglers die, but they're both going to be back up as well. 5 seconds till this Dragon is up. EG looking like they want to take it, but maybe there's a kill to be had here in mid lane. Lee Sin often tricky to pin down, but a Blaze Olive has fallen once already in the mid lane, but not this time, as Golden Guardians might be able to loop their way back to this objective. But the vision is low, which is scary. Impact, though, maybe going to be caught, but how many more are there? TP in from EG. Going to try and set up here again. They really need to take this Drake away.
Okay, now Gwen and Syndra are just joining now, so EG can't posture this aggressively. They don't know where Chime is, though. He can get a big engage again.
Oh, Hexlash over the wall. He's going to try and make a very big angle. Licorice there baiting him in. The Dragon is being started. Svenskeren going to try and go into a Blaze Olive, but Chime has found the backside. Gets 2 in the Magnet Storm. Blaze Olive gets out to safety. Gwen, though, ulti popping around as Golden Guardians are a little bit low, and Chime cannot escape. Fade's Call was not available, so Golden Guardians are going to give up this Dragon.
They were so split off. multiple members tried different plays. A Blaze Olive tried to fight Svenskeren in the pit, loses that fight while Chime is trying to go for a flank that gets spotted out. So they end up splitting themselves. The 3-man core cannot defend, and all of a sudden EG can now attempt a Baron, and without the Rel, the chances of winning these fights are so slim. It looks like EG just found the rope that will get them back into this game.
Yeah. Little misstep around the objective. TP in though. Golden Guardians are committed to getting them off this Baron, but it's dying so damn fast. Iconic, can you get in there? Rocket bounce forward, looks for it. Danny gonna get moonfalled in as Golden Guardians gonna try and make the team fight happen. But Stixay, the one that needs to stay alive. Jizuke dives on, but Stixay's still alive.
Oh!
A shutdown for Viego. Blaze Olive goes godlike and takes down Danny. Repossesses Ignas. Svenskeren's gonna be chased out of the pit. The 4v5 Baron defense is good for Golden Guardians as Licorice re-engages. The Blaze Olive's going to look to make it happen. Impact is very tanky. They shut down a Blaze Olive, but it's going to be an ace at the end of the day as Golden Guardians hold on.
They did it. They actually defended the Baron push. EG just couldn't stand at the pit. They focus fire. Danny had to get out of that as well, but they just couldn't stand up to the Diana with the stopwatch already. Did a great job in zoning the rest of EG, and then a Blaze Olive with a great use of the Guardian Angel to buy time keeps the rest of the team busy. So Diana goes in, goes after Danny. He has to flash out. Jizuka is tanking in the pit, but then he runs into Stixay, who's so fed and has a Viego execute right behind him. A crucial resonating strike from a Blaze Olive ends up taking out Danny, and then it's just so easy. Without the carries, it's so hard for EG to win these fights. Svenskeren is very fed. He does so much damage. Somehow he ends up killing somebody here and gets a shutdown, but it's just not enough. You need your carries right now. Gwen just cannot 2v5.
And oh my goodness, those are some numbers. Svenskeren and Stixay actually doing battle. Who made more of a mess in that fight. It was Svenskeren by a few, but Golden Guardians, the real winners at the end of it all. They've got the Baron now. They can play for the Soul in 2 minutes 40.
And look at the itemizations that they now have. Stixay now has a Bloodthirster. He does so much, and there's a single piece of healing reduction on Svenskeren. He'll rarely actually tag Jizuke with it, or Stixay with it, so as long as they can continue to play towards Stixay and the rest of the team being tanky enough to survive the initial burst, it's looking good for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Stixay is just monstrous. 5-0-10 on this Kalista. Licorice with the Baron there. They've got a minute 30 to play with this one as well. He's actually going to break through mid in short order, but Svenskeren is currently defending. Licorice trying to escort these double Baron cannons, but Svenskeren is going to snip them down. But Golden Guardians don't really need to leave until the Dragon is maybe up, or before it resets, I guess. They've got about a minute-ish on the Baron, and that's about how long they want to wait if the game doesn't end before then. As nice stun for Danny finds 2, but Golden Guardians not going to be baited in under the tower just yet.
And what's interesting is that they keep a Blaze Olive in the 4-man instead of him splitting, because the Lee Sin kick for disengage is so much more useful than Viego right now. So they want to make sure that if EG's trying to engage, they can just pull back and continue to use their Baron.
Can Golden Guardians, off the back of a 4v5 Bud Light ace, snap the streak that EG have? They are a few Nexus towers away from maybe doing just set. They break top. Licorice already worked on that mid. Now this inhibitor is going to fall as well. 30 seconds of Baron still left to play with. Soul up in a minute. It's so close, Crumbs. EG going to have to pull off some miraculous defense.
When it rains, it pours in the LCS pastry. There's no world where we get a single upset. It just has to be as many of them as possible every time they happen. And this would be a huge one. EG have over doubled the wins of Golden Guardians. I mean, these two teams have been on such different trajectories that a win here would be huge for their own morale. You beat what everybody was calling the #1 team right now. They were on the largest streak, and you're clawing yourself out of the position that some thought was just somewhere that nobody could claw themselves out of. And a win here will still keep those playoff hopes alive.
All right, well, a statement game here, perhaps as Chime looks menacing. here in the mid lane. Stixxay is going to very quickly vacuum up all these minions. It is control over the dragon that Golden Guardians have with their vision, and EG are desperately trying to poke their way in there.
So EG now have Jizuka with an Infinity Edge. He's TPing into the fight. If there's ever a chance to try to win it, they need the Lucian and the Gwen to absolutely pop off and try to take down the carries of Golden Guardians. Fighting over the crab, it will go over to EG. That mobility could prove critical in this dragon fight.
Soul Dragon is up. Ignar has actually kind of snuck his way around here. Crab going over. They have to start it though.
Pushing.
Ignar has been spotted. Jizuki now going to join the fight, but Golden Guardians looks like they're closing the trap. And Licorice is there, you're right as well. Now in the pit is going to be the fight there, but Viego is going to TP into the play instead of Blaze Olive. Fends off Jizuki. Dragon goes over, is picked up by Iconic, and now the fight is just going to be so one-sided. EG will melt at the hands of the Golden Guardians as Stixxay, deathless, finishes the ace as Golden Guardians will snap the streak and take down Evil Geniuses.
Wow, Golden Guardians actually did it. They took down the #1 team. That is so impressive for them. Who would have thought that this squad would actually pull this off? All of the players look so much better. It's not just that Licorice suddenly improved from joining Golden Guardians. It's that the entire roster is playing much more coordinated. They're finding advantages in the laning phase. They're team fighting well. And at the very end, I really like the decision from Licorice to actually join the fight. You don't need to push. You have a stronger team fight. Just get in there and deliver the 5v5.
Stixxay, untouched in every team fight, made such a big difference. He and Chime starting to heat up, I feel like, as a duo, but you said it already, this is a team that is having everyone play well off the back of the change that they made in the team. Well, Licorice looked like a different player. Golden Guardians look like a different team as they take down Evil Geniuses.
Now I kind of want to see them make it to playoffs. I kind of want to see what's going on with this squad. They might be too far down, but the improvement that they've made suddenly might be one of the largest turnarounds for the smallest change possible that we have seen thus far in the LCS. A single player, and suddenly everyone looks better.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they're going to do their job, right? Which is play every game and do their best to win them, because that is all they can do as far as their playoff chances. But so impressive from this team. I think in this kind of game especially, I get the feeling they definitely trust it in their comp and their scaling, but that's not how they've beaten a lot of the best teams lately. They've kind of like in Arizona, it's like cheese them as they're going to watch this one again. This is the final fight of the game.
Yeah, so let's see. Blaze Olive is fighting Jizuki off on the side of revenge for the earlier kill, but that just means that without Jizuki hammering away at Stixxay, they don't have enough burst to burn through them. He's itemized magic resistance. Renekton is not enough, so he can just rain terror on the rest of them. Still had the heal. Didn't even pop the shield.
So spicy.
In the earlier fight.
Such a nice Grandis. We'll fast forward to the victory lap. As Golden Guardians do indeed finish up the Nexus, but aptly named a Mythic there. For Stixxay, the Immortal Shield Bow, making him look pretty unkillable, as the player of that game is indeed Stixxay. What a surprise!
They got first blood in the bottom lane as a 2v2, right? They started
second
the game.
Blood, but yeah.
True.
Jizuki,
You remember that one, yeah.
Jizuki.
They got that second kill, and then just snowballed so hard from there. Jizuka waving at us, please do not talk about that game. But we will. It just happened. It's reality, Jizuka. You lost the streak.
Yeah, I mean, that solo kill aside, Blaze Olive also did really well in the later games. Not as many like super flashy Lee Sin plays, but he kind of felt like an extra support in some ways. And they needed it, because Stixxay was the man with the plan, as we are now going to be joining Dash on stage with our player of the game, Stixxay, for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. I'm here with Stixxay after taking down Evil Geniuses. You have to explain something to me. Last week, the first team to take down 100 Thieves, who at the point was the hottest team in the league. Evil Geniuses was the next hottest team in the league with a massive win streak, and you come in today and you take them down as well. What has gotten into this squad?
You're telling me, man. I don't know. We're doing really well on stage versus a lot of the really big teams, so it feels really nice, that's for sure.
I mean, obviously there was one big change last week, and that's the acquisition of Licorice, but I wouldn't think that that is the sole reason why things have gone better. In this game specifically, you were absolutely popping off on the Kalista. For yourself, the matchup I found very interesting. Yes, we've seen Ziggs cropping up. Now is Syndra. What's happening with the bot lane meta? Why are these mages coming back in?
Yeah, so I think, people kind of realize that AD carry is not doing a whole lot in this meta. There's a lot of damage in the game, right? So AD carries are kind of just like wave clear bots. So a lot of people are trying mages. Danny played Syndra this game, which I think is a pretty good pick. And yeah, they're just trying new picks because the normal AD carries aren't working out.
Right. Okay. Well, it worked out in your case, I guess, to say the least, with some of the late game team fights. But I do want to talk about Golden Guardians in the context of the whole split, because again, from spring to summer, and I keep contextualizing this for people, it has been an incredible uptick in performance, even before making the swap. And then since that swap with Licorice in, you're now 3-1, very quickly closing the gap on the rest of the field towards that playoff picture. You're a guy who's been there, who's taken the whole thing, and who has gone on to represent North America internationally. Let's forget international now and just focus on postseason. Can Golden Guardians do it one? And if you do, how far can you go?
Yeah, I mean, we had a meeting last week as a team, and we kind of just aligned on our goals of what we think is possible this split. The overall arching goals, we don't want to say, oh yeah, we're gonna win Worlds, right? Because that's the typical answer. But
why not? FlyQuest is saying that.
Well, okay, maybe in the future. But our first goal, we're gonna make playoffs, and we're gonna see what we can do there. Because I think all of our players, we really want to play in the best of series, and we want to see, how we look in a best of 5. So.
Okay, so when you talk about that and set that as a goal, I mean, as if it was different, I'm assuming, than maybe a goal you had previously. What are the next steps? Without revealing strategy, of course, but like for you guys, what do you feel is the difference maker? What's standing between you and achieving that goal right now?
Honestly, it's just to make sure to win the games we feel like we should be winning. We had definitely a lot of losses this split where we were in the winning position and we couldn't close out. So, just making sure our practice is consistent and week to week we're improving. That's the main thing.
Sounds good, man. Well, again, I don't want to take too much of your time. You guys have just been a crazy, exciting team to watch here, especially in these last couple of weeks. So congratulations again on another big victory.
Thank you.
From here, we're going to a break. When we come back, we're closing out the day on the State Farm Analyst Desk. We'll catch you there.
Welcome back to the LCS. We have wrapped up our final day one.
They thought they were going to catch me slipping, but I was ready. They thought I was going to be looking at my phone. I was ready for you guys this time, production.
Wow. Straight up cheesing on the desk. I know GG's got to be cheesing too. They are continuing all of the upsets that we've seen not just last week, but this week too. Had an interesting draft on the other side, though, that they were facing off against.
I mean, I was going to say, I actually don't hate this draft. I think the big thing about it was that I don't know how many times Danny has practiced Syndra because he did not look comfortable on it. I don't actually dislike the draft, but whenever you do something like this, there's going to be a risk because, with the Ziggs band, I assume they just wanted to go with the mage in the bot lane, try it out. But in team fights, which is typically something where we see a place where we see Danny really shine, he didn't seem nearly as comfortable.
Yeah, and what I like on the flip side from Golden Guardians is you just always give Stix a Kalista when it's a big game, because I tell you, this guy for years has been tormenting me with this pick. It goes all the way back to MSI when he was able to take down RNG. And the thing about Kalista, especially in the current meta, is if you're played against double AP and you can go Wit's End in the build, if you can survive the initial burst, you get into this drain tanking mode where she's just hopping forward, chasing people down, and the damage going through the roof. And credit to Golden Guardians, they were always playing that style. They're creating enough space for him to be able to survive the initial burst and then be able to do his work.
And he was the focal point for the early game going well for them. Him and Chime were leading off dives and stuff while there was a bit of a disaster in the top lane. Things were not great for Licorice. For the first time, it felt like since he's joined Golden Guardians, even the TSM loss looked pretty good. This time, it was all about the bot lane, and I think that's one of the things I'm excited about Golden Guardians going forward is we've seen a Blaze Olive carry some games now, we've seen Licorice carry some games now, and then this felt like the 6-8 pop-off game.
Yeah, and what I will say about Golden Guardians is I've always felt that they were being pretty well coached. Having worked with an Arrow in the past and has seen what he's able to do, and then watching
nepotism.
And watching. No, I said an Arrow. He's from North America, dude. And then watching the impact of what happened with Golden Guardians Academy when the LCS team actually came through and helped them improving grounds. You could see immediate improvement from that team as well. So I've always really respected that coaching staff, especially given the fact that they have 3 people that used to be on my org.
One thing I do really like about Golden Guardians, and it's something we pointed out at the beginning of the split, even when Solo was on the team, and then something that they've continued to look more comfortable as the weeks have gone on once Licorice joined, is setting up some of these dives against their opponents. I think their early to mid-game dives have been a large reason why they have been able to pull out some of these wins, because they're willing to go for them. And I've really liked seeing how they have improved in that area.
On the flip side, EG giveth, EG taketh away. EG went for a lot of, I feel unnecessary plays where they were looking to have high risk. Even that initial Baron sneak, I feel was a risky play to be able to go in this game. The area of the game where I felt EG made up the most ground was when they were just shattering the Lucian in the side lane and being able to knock down objectives. They needed to keep the map big, and I think they made the map unnecessarily small in some situations and gave Golden Guardians comp a lot of those fights.
One of the things I'll say to defend them a little bit from that is that their aggressive playstyle is one of the things they do really well. And I feel during their 8-game win streak, we hadn't seen it quite.
That's why I'm saying giveth and taketh away.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. I'm saying I don't want them to change anything necessarily. I mean, you can look at it and be like, oh, you should have done this a little differently. But in general, I don't want them to lose any style. I think, you're not going to win 8 in a row when you're usually normally playing an aggressive style. That's a little surprising, but overall, I still like the idea that hey, you guys will take risks. You'll go for risky, sneaky Barons, try and find leads and stuff like that.
And that's where I think you can see the difference with Danny being on something that he's not as comfortable on as, a traditional marksman, because I really feel like I've been really outspoken about how impressive he's been in these fights, and specifically his teamfight micro, and that was definitely missing from EG's game. And typically, if you are going for his more aggressive plays or skirmishes, if he's a part of it, it's great to have him be in a comfortable position.
And I think that's what lots of people like about Danny, and one thing that I think it's really easy to spot on the eye test is he's not always in the perfect position, but he has the hand hands to get himself out of those situations and perform really, really well. So I think like what you're saying, Emily, is like crucial in that like you also got to give him time because he's a young player. He's probably never played Syndra on stage before. I'm just going to make that assumption. I haven't actually checked the stats. So I would assume that if he had the game again, he would probably perform better. Yeah. But we are very used to this guy, you know, picking things up like Samira, putting himself in tricky situations, but then being able to battle out. He is very, very impressive to watch in that regard.
Yeah, just last week, we got to see him on his classic, Samira really showing out. So we know the talent is there, and I know that we're going to see it again from him. We do have to give a congratulations to GG, but there's somebody else I want to give some congratulations to. The PA squad here at the LCS make their own predictions, and Daniel, do I got this the right way? Yeah, Daniel actually predicted completely correctly. Where are you on here, Daniel? Right here. So all the way down the line, think about how many upsets we have had today. Yeah, and props to him. Every single prediction correct. Where is he? Is he around? You wanna, I don't have a trophy for you. Can this be the trophy? Yes. Yeah, I like this trophy for you. Congratulations. Yeah, flex on him.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is a man that knows nothing about League of Legends.
How do you actually get 5 of 5 predictions today? Here's what he knows about League that none of us know. He knows upsets are going to happen except for CLG. You predict everything but CLG, the one constant.
Yeah. Well, props to you. Props to you. I mean, he did a better job than any of us.
My
I don't think anyone else got a perfect day.
I got 1-4. Yeah.
1-4 here.
Same.
Very similar to last week at this point. But that wraps up our discussion on GG. Kind of taking a look at what we have to come. The loss today for 100 Thieves does not take them out of that first place positioning. And Evil Geniuses also suffering a loss, but still inching their way up in the standings, currently tied with Cloud9.
That's a really surprise. I really like looking at the first versus second column and seeing like, how teams are doing overall versus the split. Obviously, 100 Thieves continuing to have some hiccups. What are they, like 1-3 now in their last 4 games? Like they have to continue some upward momentum.
I think the other thing that's really surprising is Immortals and Cloud9, both 9-10.
Woo!
Losing record in summer for Cloud9.
Ooh. Yeah, C9 is the one that surprises me the most, honestly.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are in that boat. So just quick thoughts on C9, where they currently stand and maybe what you're expecting from them in the future.
You know how it's like, oh man, anyone could pop off on a team when they're good. It kind of feels like the reverse of that. We're like, any moment, I'm like, what is Cloud9 going to do to lose right now? It's insane how it feels to watch their games where there's so many mistakes.
I do feel like Perks has kind of got like the LeBron effect though, where it's like, you're just waiting, like when it gets serious, he's going to play well. The issue is that like, the Lakers made the playoffs this year. It was like, any moment, he's going to save them. It's coming right now. And then it never came. But I do think like they're a team that you have to give the benefit of the doubt to because of their championship caliber. But when your rookie is by far your best performing member, alarm bells must be sounding everywhere in Cloud.
Especially when in spring he was the weakest looking member and now he's like hard carrying, like, please, anyone help me out.
He tried so hard, yeah.
But I mean, maybe tomorrow is where they're able to kind of snap back into place. They are facing off against CLG, who have also been on the struggle bus despite having that roster change. And Team Liquid are facing off against 100 Thieves. We did get to hear from Jensen earlier on the desk and also seems to be a little bit unsure of how to evaluate the squad that's been in the top, but suffering a little bit lately.
Yeah, and I think that with a team like 100 Thieves, it's kind of got the similar feeling, you know, someday Abadage and then FBI, any of the carry players could play well. It's going to be like how they knit the comps together and be able to bring it. Today, they obviously went for a turret dive that really just put their whole comp behind. I would not expect them to make the same mistake again, and I think they're going to bring the fight to Team Liquid. Most of the time when you play a good team, they're at their scariest after a bad loss because they want to hit back very hard.
It's true, and I think the other thing Jen's talking about was he has no idea what to make of the standings right now either. I feel like the teams themselves, the scrim data is not helping make anything that much more clear. It seems like NA is a bit of a open race right now. Like anyone feels like they could nab the lead.
Yeah, that last game looked like it could be
I was gonna say,
too.
I called this game out on lane by lane earlier. I just want this to be an absolute bloodbath, and I feel like it has the potential to be. So I hope it lives up to it.
We stand bloodbaths here on the LCS. But that is going to do it for us here. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote and live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS action. Until then, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.